Here. All good from your end? We've got all the officials that we need? Yes? Good. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee. Today the committee will begin its examination of the supplementary budget estimates for 2021-2022 for the parliamentary departments, the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio, the Finance portfolio and cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the supplementary budget estimates 2021-2022 hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The committee has before it a program listing agencies and outcomes relating to matters for which senators have given notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the parliamentary departments, followed by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and its agencies as listed on today's program. Tomorrow the committee will examine the Department of Finance and its agencies. Finally, the committee will examine the National Indigenous Australians Agency, other Indigenous agencies and the Department of Health on Friday at the cross-portfolio Indigenous Matters hearing. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could please provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 12th of November 2021, however reminds all senators, as well as departments and agencies, that written questions on notice can be provided at any time. The committee has fixed Friday the 10th of December 2021 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I remind everyone in the hearing room to switch off your mobile phone and other devices or turn them to silent. I also remind those senators and witnesses appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute your microphones. Officers are requested to keep opening statements brief or seek to incorporate longer statements into the Hansard. Finally, the committee has agreed to allow media into the hearing room. In doing so, the committee reminds the media that they must follow the directions of the committee and the Secretariat and remain within those areas clearly marked for the media. In addition, recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and witnesses, and computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be filmed, photographed or recorded. Witnesses are reminded that they can object to being recorded at any time, and the committee thanks the media in advance for maintaining a COVID-safe approach while in the hearing room. It being after 9 a.m, I welcome the President of the Senate, Senator the Honourable Slade Brockman, the Clerk of the Senate, Mr Richard Pye, and officers of the Department of the Senate. I thank the Department for providing updated information on Senate committee activity, which has been circulated to this committee. Mr President, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No opening statement, just wonderful to be here.
Thank you, Mr President. Clerk, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Clerk. Senator Ayres.
Thanks, Chair. Well, Mr President, on behalf of all Labor senators, it's your first estimate, so welcome. You, in the short speech that you gave to the Senate before your election, you had a couple of things to say, and I just want to explore some of those with you for a moment. One of the things that you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you emphasised the importance of the Senate committee system. Would you be able to expand on that a little bit? Would you be able to tell the committee why the Senate inquiry system is important and what you'll do to strengthen or protect that system?
Well, I think certainly, Senator Ayres, thanks for the question. I think one of the key roles of the Senate is through its consideration of legislation and matters beyond legislation through the References Committee. It gives the scope for senators from right round Australia to get involved in inquiries on an extraordinary range of subjects. I was privileged enough to be made chair of a committee on my first day in the Senate, which I think is probably pretty unusual. It reflects more the composition of our backbench and party room at that stage rather than any great talent I have. But it was an opportunity from a very early stage of my Senate career to get involved in topics that weren't natural to me. I was chair of Community Affairs Legislation Committee and deputy chair of Community Affairs References Committee, and that allowed me to look at a number of inquiries, a number of topics which, quite frankly, I probably didn't have a huge background in. It gave me a chance to work with members of the crossbench, members of the opposition, in a way that obviously in previous roles I did not have the chance to do. And in that process, you do gain a very strong understanding of the role of both legislation committees in oversighting the legislative framework, perhaps giving some guidance to government on improving legislation, but also through the references inquiries, giving guidance to government and opposition parties in formulating policies on areas that perhaps the political process has not yet turned its attention to. I can think of a couple of those in healthcare that we looked at fairly early on, where people had not yet, in a political sense, from the point of view of this building, yet tackled those issues. And so the committee process, through that dual-fold aspect, really does inform the business of the Senate in a way which I think adds an extraordinarily valuable input to our democracy. In terms, I'm not going to say that I'm about to make any radical changes to the Senate committee process. It has a long history. It's gone through some evolutions over time. I think it is doing a very good job. I think it gives an opportunity for senators to work across the chamber, and I certainly would see to preserve the Senate committee process as it has worked for certainly my time in the Senate and in a role as a staffer well before that.
And I think you said you intended to be a defender of the institution of the Senate. What did you mean when you said that? Oh,
The Senate plays an absolutely crucial role in our democracy as a state's house, but also through the committee process. The Senate is a vital part of our democratic system, and obviously it's also the chamber where government rarely has control. So therefore support across the chamber is required to forward legislation through. That is an extraordinary responsibility, not just for me, for all senators. And we must take that responsibility seriously, and we must take the role of the Senate in our constitution, in our democratic process, extraordinarily seriously, and I will do just that. Again, it's not that I am about to make any radical change. I think the Senate has served Australia extraordinarily well since its formation under our constitution, and I think insofar as the role of the President is there to represent all senators across the chamber, I will uphold those values, and I will uphold the place of the Senate in our democracy, as I said.
Yeah, so defender of the institution seems to me to say a little bit more than that, doesn't it? it's a defence against executive power that it seems that statement seemed to imply.
That's your comment, Senator Ayres? I mean,
Well, do you think that members of the executive understand that historical role? Do you think they understand the role of the Senate?
absolutely.
Have you indicated to the Prime Minister that you intend to defend the interests of the Senate?
I'm not going to talk about my private conversations with the Prime Minister, Senator Ayres.
I wish you would. The Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Ms Jenkins, is conducting a review of Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. And I think, Mr Pye, there's a joint parliamentary submission. The objective of the review is to understand the experience and expectations of staff working within the parliamentary precinct or building. But I think the joint parliamentary submission says each of the 4 parliamentary departments may also separately provide submissions to the review. Did the Department of the Senate make an additional submission to the review?
Yes, Senator.
Is that not a public document?
It's not been published yet, as I understand it. My expectation is that the review will be publishing submissions. I certainly didn't ask for it to be confidential.
I see. So it's a matter for Ms Jenkins
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
review.
I don't believe they've published any submissions at this point in time. Last time I looked, which would have been a couple of weeks ago. Senator.
Thank you. And how have you encouraged Senate staff to engage with the review?
When the review was announced, which was February, March this year, we've talked about, well, I've talked about the review and encouraged staff to participate in my messages from the clerk to departmental staff on several occasions. We often run training exercises, learning and development exercises around our corporate policies, for instance. We had one earlier this year in relation to our workplace bullying, harassment and discrimination policy, and used that as an opportunity to encourage staff to be involved. We also produced a response to some requests for information from the review, and in delivering them to the review, we also again mentioned to staff that we've been doing that. We've been working with the review team, or did work with the review team in May and June to assist them in organising focus groups of different demographic arrangements. Some of them aimed at different types of staff undertaking different types of roles in the building, and we again encouraged staff to do that. Made it very clear to staff in our messaging that staff can come and talk to us about what they might want to say to the review, but equally that they were completely welcome to, encouraged to go to the review and say what they want to say without any interaction with management.
So thank you, Mr Pye. Beyond engaging with the review team, setting up the focus groups, have there been any specific requests for information from the Commission or from Ms Jenkins' review?
There was a document that we received, I'm thinking about May, requesting information about our demographics, our policies, our experience in relevant areas, and we responded to that request for information. As I say, I think it was May that we received it, and June that we responded to that. And I've made a submission, as we mentioned before, and I participated in an interview with Ms Jenkins a couple of weeks ago now.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for the department.
The Department of the Senate. Senator Kitching? No? Coalition senators? No, the only one I will ask, we have Senator Smith on the line, and do we have Senator Waters on the line as well?
No questions from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Nothing from Senator Waters? Gone. Well, we might dismiss the Department of the Senate. And thank you very much for coming along today.
Thank you.
And for your first appearance, Mr. President.
You need to stay. I get to go.
And we now call the Parliamentary Budget Office. I welcome the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Dr Stein Helgelby, and officers of the Parliamentary Budget Office. Dr Helgelby, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, I have a few initial questions for the Parliamentary Budget Office. Your mandate, one of the roles that you undertake as the PBO, is preparing policy costings on request from parliamentarians. Is that correct?
Yes.
Obviously outside the period of an election, correct?
We actually can do costings inside an election period as well as outside. Yep.
Yeah. And you also, am I correct in saying this, prepare policy costings for authorised members of parliamentary political parties and independent members as well?
Any member of parliament can ask us.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested in just drilling down into some of, or what that process looks like sort of historically over the last few years, because obviously this must be, I'm guessing, one of the greatest strains on your resources, correct? Is
Yes.
when you're getting a lot of requests.
Yep.
So how many costing requests have been lodged with the PBO during the period of the 46th Parliament?
So, Senator, we provided what we call our activity report to the committee. It's also available on our website. There is a table there, page 6 of the activity report, completion of costings and budget analysis requests. Now, we haven't broken it up by period of Parliament, but we show it by financial year.
Okay.
And so if you count the 1920 financial year as the start, potentially.
Just about, yes.
Yep. So we had 332 that first year, 1,250 the second year. So far in 21-22 up to September, we had about 400, of which we completed in 1920 279, in 2021 813, and in the first quarter of this financial year about 300. But there is a pattern which clearly spikes the closer you get to an election.
Yeah, yeah. And that was going to be my next question. So what, in effect, is the peak period for costings requests for the PBO?
So historically, it has been a period probably starting about 12 months out.
Yeah. Yeah. And would we say, I mean, you obviously said that, so in FY 2021, you received a large bulk of requests then. Was that partly due to the COVID-19 pandemic and just greater interest in these sorts of issues? Because it wasn't really an election year.
So some of it would have been generated by that, but because parliamentarians can ask at any time about anything,
Yeah.
often they will they'll ask a question which just helps them to orientate themselves about what's happening with a particular program or what was in a measure or something like that.
And not all policy requests are created equal, correct? Some are more complicated than others and would take more time for the PBO to process.
Some are very much more complicated than others, and
Yes.
yeah.
Does the PBO have a way of determining which ones are going to be more complex than others? And should we, when looking through the numbers that you've just read out, should we be considering which of those are more complex? 800 easy
Yeah.
costing requests aren't going to take anywhere near as long as 200 complicated ones, I assume.
No, they're not. And just to give you some sense, so a simple one could be providing some information which we have readily available to hand and providing that in a way that easily answers the question. A complex one could involve putting together significant data sources, asking departments for data that we don't already have, putting that into models, running the models, and developing our view on what assumptions we might need to make. So that might involve some academic research, or it might involve other kinds of public research. So a simple one we can turn around, and do turn them around quite quickly. Complex ones can be very long timeframes. Yep.
And of the numbers that you read out for the last 3 financial years, roughly speaking, within the 46th Parliament, or 2 and a bit, how many of those costings requests would have been long and complicated?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay.
We do have some internal... when something comes in, we classify it in a number of different ways. And one of the ways we classify it is by its size and complexity. So I'll just have to take on notice whether we can extract that data in that period.
And I note that in your annual report you have a performance target of taking a median time of 15 business days or less to complete a policy costing.
Yep.
And completing 95% within 60 days.
Yep.
Have you met those KPIs this calendar year?
No, we did not. We were off, and we were off as we reported in the annual report on page 10 of that in the table there, and we tried to analyse why that was, and in particular, a large part of that does go down to the complexity I talked about.
Yeah.
We've also gone further into that in the activity report. So we've said there that we've identified a number of factors that contributed to not hitting that target in that time frame, but also that we are going through and looking at how we can address any blockages or problems at our end. So we can't control the complexity of things coming in. We can't control, if you like, how a requester prioritises that, but we can control the bits inside our organisation. So how we handle the allocation, how we effectively stack something, because we're effectively running a big in-tray and we're just trying to figure out where something should fit in an in-tray, and then how we go through and complete those things. So it's definitely something we are conscious of, and we didn't hit it last year, and so we're doing what we can to try and address any blockages from our side.
And how are you going on those KPIs in this financial year, or the first 3 or 4 months of this financial year?
So if you look at page 7 of our activity report, we didn't hit it we didn't hit it in the first quarter. We did quite well in the third quarter of last financial year, There's a graph there that shows we quite significantly dropped back down towards the target in that period, but we've started Q1 above. And in fact, figure 2 on page 7 of the activity report shows you a distribution. And in effect, it shows that we had too few that we got close to the median target, and too many that we had at the other end of the spectrum. Yeah.
In the context of your costings work, what is more onerous for you to process, a request relevant to revenue or expenditure?
It's actually the nature of the request. So if a request is new or novel, or it's got some policy feature that we haven't encountered before, or it's not part of the current policy landscape.
So creating a new revenue measure, for example.
Well, creating a new anything is going to be more complicated than taking an existing something and adjusting it. So I'd make that the key point, is that the newer it is, the more novel it is, the harder it's going to be. Yeah.
And would that have been, I know you can't go into the details of what requests you have received, but would that be, is that something that you've seen more of in this parliament?
So in looking back over the history, there are always new things that are being developed. But similarly, there are also, because this is the other source of complexity, there are also things which have multiple parts. So you might have a policy which has got lots of different components to it. And you can't complete that thing, you can't complete that costing until you've actually worked your way through all of the different components. So we get both of those, and I think historically they've been a feature of the work of the PBO since the beginning.
How many policy priority requests rather have you received this year that have been urgent or high?
I don't have that figure. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to get them for, I think, all the financial years that we've discussed being within the 46th Parliament, so to speak. That, I think, covers off on that one. And obviously, the increasing number of requests that you're receiving, the complexity of the request, all impacts on your ability to meet the KPIs that you've discussed. I know that obviously you can't go into the nature of what those requests look like for obvious reasons, but I'd be interested to know whether you would be willing to break down for the committee the requests that you've received from House of Representatives members versus senators. Is that something you could do for the committee?
So I'll take it on notice. I will just make a general point, which is that we get requests from individuals and we also get requests from groups, and so parties.
Oh, I was about to say, when you say groups, are you referring to political parties or?
Yeah, so we get requests from both of those.
Yep.
And in one sense, if something came through one channel, a reps channel or a Senate channel, we're indifferent to that. Yeah, but I'll take it on notice.
Yeah. And again, you might take this one on notice as well, but whether you would be able to break down for the committee what the request by those groupings that you've described as well.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Senator Kitching, you may ask a question.
Are you asking for a breakdown of the types of, the subject matters of the requests?
No, certainly not. No, I understand that we can't do that. More just the...
She wants to know where they're coming from, but I would say, Mr.
Well,
Hookley,
I think I have a
would
few.
be, the confidential nature of the work that you do would prevent you from providing that information by grouping or individual.
Certainly confidentiality is the key thing that we work towards. There are some costings that are made public. and
Indeed.
there are some costings which it's even possible to request a costing to be public from the beginning.
Exactly.
So I think
But that's all governed by
that's all governed by the legislation.
legislation,
That's right.
exactly.
That's right. So I will take it on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't
Senator
think that
Kitching,
was-
you have some
you've asked-
questions?
I think at the beginning of your series of questions, you asked what I was going to ask, so I think that's
Oh.
covered.
Right.
Yeah.
Senator Rice.
A very quick question of the PBO, and I want to go to your PBO, your post-election report.
Yep.
And in particular, the Appendix A, the budget impact of the Coalition's election commitments, and so in relation to that, can I clarify that there are several of their infrastructure announcements that don't show up in the election report because they say they've committed unallocated funds within the Urban Congestion Fund. So I just wanted to just check that that's how you've treated them. If we go to, basically page number A5 in that appendix where the Infrastructure Investment Fund, Urban Congestion Fund is only $210 million.
So, Senator, I think you're asking a question about the 2019 election.
Yes, that's right.
And the report published then. I don't think we have a copy of it with us.
Not the full appendices
Not the full
to which
appendices,
the senators
yeah.
refer.
Yeah. So we can take it on notice.
Okay. I mean, I've got a copy of it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So essentially, I mean, the situation is that in terms of the Liberal Party's commitments, they say under the Urban Congestion Fund that they're spending $495 million, but there's only 210 that is listed in your budget impact. So I just wanted to clarify that that's because the rest of it, the other 385 million, is considered to be within existing government program allocations.
So, Senator, I will take that on notice, but I would make a general observation, which is that the PBO costs things at a point in time. Governments, when they come into government, continue to make decisions. And so we would have costed something that was available to us in 2019.
But it's after the election. This is the post-election
Yeah,
report.
it comes out about 30 days after the election. Yeah. And obviously, there would be nothing in there that goes to subsequent decisions that may or may not have been made, but I'll take it on notice.
Yeah, but that's not... Essentially, we had Liberal Party commitments that said they were going to be spending $495 million, and with an asterisk saying that the Coalition has committed unallocated funds within this program and will provide an additional $210 million investment as outlined in the previous table. And that's consistent with your table, which says that the Liberal Party's, the Coalition's Infrastructure Investment Fund, Urban Congestion Fund is only going to cost an extra $210 million. So I just wanted to check that's consistent, so that you essentially were treating the other $385 million as being all coming out of unallocated government funds.
So I will take it on. I will take that on notice, and at that level of detail. Yeah.
Okay. Could you get back to me today or shortly, rather than
We will.
given that it's it's the documents easily available.
We will do our best to do that early. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rice. And sorry, could I ask you to provide your name and position into the Hansard? Thank you.
Catherine Smith, Assistant Parliamentary Budget Officer, Fiscal Policy Analysis Division.
Thank you, Ms Smith. Any other senators with questions for the PBO? No? In that case, we will send the PBO off with our thanks and call the Department of Parliamentary Services. I welcome Mr Rob Stefanik, Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services. Dr Diane Herriot, Parliamentary Librarian, and officers of the Department. I thank DPS for providing information pursuant to the committee's recommendations in the 2015 DPS inquiry, which has been circulated to the committee. Mr Stefanik, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator
I
Chair.
will actually make an opening statement
Yes, Mr President,
on
of
behalf
course.
of DPS. No
You
worries at all.
may.
Thank you, Chair. This period has been a challenging one for DPS. To prepare for the August 2021 parliamentary sitting period and the subsequent ACT lockdown, the parliamentary departments, including DPS, reduced the number of staff presence on site at APH by approximately 80%, while still enabling the Parliament to operate effectively. Critical staff in Hansard, broadcasting, security, catering and building maintenance roles remained on site to support the work of Parliament, and service offerings were adjusted to comply with COVID restrictions. For those critical staff required to work on site, extra control measures were put in place to ensure business continuity. This included dividing critical teams into different physical locations. Temperature checking at all entrances was also introduced for the August 2021 sittings and remains in place for this sitting period. During this time, 21 DPS staff in non-critical roles and those unable to work from home due to the nature of their duties volunteered for secondment to Services Australia to assist with the government support programs. This backs up from a previous deployment of 55 DPS staff during lockdowns in April 2020. DPS also continued to work with the St Vincent de Paul charity organisations, as it has throughout the pandemic, in the supply of meals to homeless and vulnerable people. DPS originally supplied meals to the Night Patrol, Blue Door, Samaritan House and Oaks Estate programs. In the past 12 months, DPS has supported Blue Door specifically by providing 625 meals per week. In regards to supporting Parliament, investments DPS made in 2020 to implement additional video conferencing infrastructure has been essential to meet increased demand for remote participation during lockdowns in New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT. The expansion means it is now possible to host 6 simultaneous video conferencing broadcast events with up to 200 remote participants per event. During the August 2021 sitting period, senators and members utilised the video conference facilities 922 times to represent their constituents via remote participation in the Senate and the House of Representative chambers. Between 1 January and 30 September this year, 525 committee hearings totalling over 2,000 hours were held. Most of the 525 hearings had committee members and witnesses participate remotely by video conference to engage in the important work that committees perform. The additional complexity remote participation places on Hansard and broadcasting should be acknowledged. The investment to expand video conferencing will continue. A project is currently underway to expand the permanent video conferencing platform to 12 more committee rooms. The 2020 and 2021 service desks have also experienced significant increase in demand for their support during this challenging period. Between 1 January and 30 September this year, support staff handled an average of 243 contacts per day. Of the 45,427 contacts made during this period, 36,165 were calls answered through 2020 or 2021 phone lines. 9,262 were email, self-service and walk-in requests. I'll now turn to DMARC briefly. I would like to address the implementation by DPS of the domain-based message authentication, reporting and conformance, also known, thankfully, as DMARC. As previously communicated to members and senators in October 2020 and again in August 2021, DPS is strengthening security on the aph.gov.au email domain as part of ongoing enhancements to protect the parliamentary computing network. These security changes mean that from 6th of December 2021, emails generated by third parties using aph.gov.au addresses will not be delivered. The parliamentary network is one of the most highly targeted IT systems in the nation. Our parliamentarians are an attractive target for adversaries attempting to either exfiltrate information or disrupt our democratic processes. Our parliamentary system has been the target of 2 significant cyber attacks in as many years. Email is the single most vulnerable pathway to compromise IT systems, and compromise to the Parliament's network has significant ramifications for the reputation of the Commonwealth and confidence in our ability to protect our data. The implementation of DMARC is a control under the Australian Government Information Security Manual and a feature of the Australian Cybersecurity Centre's Essential 8 maturity model. It is designed to protect the aph.gov.au domain from being used for email spoofing, phishing attacks and cybercrimes by blocking emails generated by third-party distribution services. Its application is critical to preventing cybercriminals from impersonating our official site to send phishing emails to constituents and clients. I recognise that this measure will require changes to office work practices. I understand the majority of parliamentarians who are similarly affected through the use of third-party services have already established new email domains. I wish to emphasise that parliamentarians are not prevented from using their current platforms as long as they establish a different email domain. Many parliamentarians already own their own .com.au or similar websites that include an alternative email domain. I also want to update the committee on the important work underway by DPS to respond to the review of the parliamentary workplace conducted by Stephanie Foster. This has been a high priority for the presiding officers and the secretary. DPS engaged with the Foster Review to consider how policies and processes could be updated to support a safe workplace for all, particularly in response to serious incidents, and after-hours monitoring and reporting. Recommendation 4 highlighted the need for an independent mechanism for responding to serious incidents at Parliament House. DPS acted swiftly to establish accommodation within the building and transition the newly established Parliamentary Workplace Support Service team to begin operating as soon as the 30th of August 2021. Recommendation 6 called for an operational procedures to be reviewed to ensure they are fit for purpose with respect to appropriately responding to serious incidents within Parliament House. DPS urgently developed a draft serious incident procedure in close consultation with the Australian Federal Police, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and the Department of Finance. The new procedure, approved by the Parliament Security Management Board, chaired by the Secretary, provides better clarity around critical roles, responsibility and required actions, including appropriate reporting mechanism in the event of a serious incident. DPS has also assessed options for additional patrolling of areas accessed after hours and revisited after-hours access reporting arrangements. These options have been put to the Appropriations Committee of both houses, and we are carefully considering the merits of how these changes might contribute to the prevention of serious incidents while maintaining privacy and protecting parliamentary privilege. DPS is also working with the APF to review our Memorandum of Understanding for open operational security services at Parliament House to ensure our collective response remains fit for purpose. DPS is concurrently working with the Department of Finance to review and update the Memorandum of Understanding that reflects the agreement between the presiding officers and Special Minister of State, which enables the separate administration of the ministerial wing. DPS has also taken a proactive approach to assist the independent review into workplaces of parliamentarians and their staff conducted by Kate Jenkins. This includes providing Ms Jenkins with information to enable her to navigate the complex organisational relationships that are the administrative and operational framework of the Australian Parliament. Along with contributing a DPS submission, the Secretary collaborated with other parliamentary department heads in the drafting of a joint high-level submission focusing on the respective roles and responsibilities. DPF staff were supported and encouraged to make confidential submissions, participate in focus groups and complete an online survey. Just finally, I'll turn to the retail services strategy. At the last estimates hearing on the 24th of May, President Ryan informed you of the proposed implementation of a retail strategy to meet recommendations of the Australian National Audit Office by enhancing service offerings to building occupants and achieving value for money for the Commonwealth. The first tranche of this implementation is seeking expressions of interest for health and wellness services, specifically hairdresser and beautician services, a physiotherapy service and a general practitioner. The second tranche is market testing for hospitality services, which will involve a mix of casual dining, takeaway food and beverage services and general store service. All affected licensees and those who are unaffected by the changes have been informed in writing. The process of expressions of interest for the first tranche has been delayed because of COVID-19 restrictions and the uncertainty they have caused in the ACT business environment. Expressions of interest will be advertised at the beginning of 2022. DPS has engaged a probity advisor and independent panel members to ensure an appropriate and effective evaluation of submissions will occur. And just before we go to questions, Chair, I just want to acknowledge former President Ryan and his role in this place over a number of years. He obviously had a very big input into a number of the decisions that we will be talking about today, and I just wish to place on record my thanks for his support in transitioning me into this role, and I'm sure the committee would agree with those sentiments.
Certainly, Mr President, thank you. Any further opening statements? No? We'll go to questions. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. Mr President, I'm wondering if you have your statement available for circulation to the committee,
I'm happy to.
electronically or otherwise. It was just
I'm
it's
happy
quite
to
detailed.
see if we can try and get it
Thank you.
distributed electronically. I'll
Thank you,
glance
because
over
I
my
think
shoulder.
you've touched on a number of areas I had questions for, so I just want to refer back. Look, to begin with, can I ask Mr Stefanik, how has DPS assisted the police investigation into the alleged assault of Ms Higgins at Parliament House?
Thank you, Senator. Rob Stefanik, Secretary, Department of Parliamentary Services. DPS has assisted the AFP in a number of ways, which has included providing all relevant information that the department had in terms of any written material generated. It's also provided any relevant electronic access control information or CCTV footage that was requested. We have also provided access to any of our staff that were witnesses or had an involvement in the evening in question and with respect to the events that followed from that.
Okay, so have, I think you probably just confirmed, but have any departmental staff provided witness statements to the police investigation? And is that to the ACT policing or the AFP?
I believe to ACT policing, Senator.
Right.
So can I just interrupt there? I'll show my inexperience here now. I was supposed to table presiding officer's statement regarding the condition of Parliament House. So can I?
Is that separate to your opening statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
We'll forgive you this one time, Mr President.
Thank you, Chair. I very much appreciate that.
Okay, so you have had, so departmental staff, can you tell me how many? I'm not asking for who, but how many?
Off the top of my head, I would estimate about half a dozen.
Okay, so around six departmental staff have provided witness statements to the investigation, and you say any written reports generated, electronic or access to electronic records, access to staff. So you can confirm CCTV footage has been provided?
That's correct.
Okay, has anything not been provided that was requested?
No. I am pretty sure I took a direct role in coordinating the department's provision of information, and we meticulously were checking off what was requested had been provided. So I'm confident in that.
Okay, so you can't recall that there would be any document that was requested that wasn't provided or
That's
withheld
correct.
for any reason? Okay. And is that, has your involvement in terms of assisting the investigation, is that complete now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so there aren't any outstanding information you have to provide or witness statements from anybody?
No, not, and certainly none. The investigators were quite good in following up if there were any pieces that they were missing, so they haven't been in contact for quite some time, so
Okay.
I can safely assume they have all they need.
And Mr Stefanik, you took responsibility for coordinating that?
That's correct.
The liaison between what the police wanted and what DPS provided.
That's correct.
And did you have a team around you that you put together for this particular
No, just
work?
my executive officer.
Okay. So in terms of managing it, it went from you as the coordinator, requests for information would come from the police, and then you would directly deal with what particular area of DPS you had to,
That's correct, Senator.
in terms of dealing with your executive.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. At budget estimates this year, oh, was it this year? God, yeah, it was. So much has happened, but I think I asked you a question about whether you'd changed any of your practices or policies, and you'd said you hadn't, and I was quite surprised at that at the time. I note Ms Foster in her report said that DPS and the AFP should, as a matter of urgency, review their operation procedures to ensure they're fit for purpose with respect to appropriately responding. I think the President touched on this in his opening statement, but could you perhaps just outline briefly to the committee what you're doing in regard to that recommendation, and also whether you had started that work before that?
Yes, I can talk to that, Senator. So we, as the President mentioned in his opening statement, a serious incident procedure has now been developed and approved by the Security Management Board. The work started on it while Ms Foster was conducting her review. So while I was able, at the last estimates hearing, I did state no changes had been made. It did not mean that we weren't working towards some change. So we had, and I specifically had an ongoing dialogue with Ms Foster with her review process. So during that, we'd commenced a process of developing a new procedure, which would supersede an old procedure that would specifically speak to this definition of a serious incident, which provides essentially a description of an incident or a pattern of behaviour which may be categorised as a serious incident. So it provides both our security staff a guidance on how they should respond, but it also, because it's been agreed with the AFP and with Department of Finance and with PM&C, there is an agreed process that we all will follow in the event a serious incident should occur.
Okay, and so just to go back a bit, you said that when I asked you that question, just because you said you hadn't changed anything, that didn't mean you weren't working on something. So when I was asking questions about this, I'm just trying to pull up the Hansard now, you were working on a serious incident procedure at that point in time, were you?
At the time, excuse me, the document itself we weren't working on. What we were working on is shaping our response based on where Ms Foster was at with her review and where she was likely to land with her recommendations. And that, well, once we'd established what a definition of a serious incident would look like, then we started formulating the
Okay.
serious incident procedure document.
Have you got the definition of a serious incident?
I do. Would you like me to
Yes,
read
please.
it? So a serious incident is interpreted as an incident or pattern of behaviour that causes serious harm to someone. One or more of these factors suggest a serious incident may have occurred where a person, and there is a series of dot points, appears impaired by alcohol or drugs and is behaving in a way that departs from what one would expect at a workplace, is visibly distressed, is in a state of undress, is engaging in sexual behaviour, is engaging in or has been the victim of physical or verbal abuse, is engaging in illicit behaviour, for example, drug use, or final dot point, any other behaviour of concern that is inconsistent with expected workplace behaviour.
Okay. And how have you come to that? You've reached agreement, you said, I think, with the AFP, did you? On that?
With the AFP, with Department of Finance and with Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay. So PM&C, Finance, AFP, DPS. Okay, and so so this is now in place, is it?
That's correct.
Okay, and so tell me how it works in practice. So if someone was to present to Parliament House or is in Parliament House and they appear intoxicated, this would kick in, would it?
Potentially. So it refers to one or more. So if the person appeared to be... so it's not just the intoxication. For example, if they had an injury or they were found unconscious or they were lying on the ground, they would be categorised as a serious incident. Potentially intoxication may not of itself be considered a serious incident, but there is a catch-all that talks about behaviour that departs from what one would expect in a workplace.
Okay.
So serious intoxication would presumably fall within that.
Okay. And so what happens when this kicks in? Like, are all your staff now trained in this what is it, a operating procedure, a standard operating procedure? Or?
It's now a standard operating procedure, yes. And they will be trained in if they haven't already, they will be trained in the procedure and how to respond. Before the procedure was formalised, we have been essentially managing it in such a way that we would act as if it was a serious incident. So, for example, the Deputy Secretary and myself would take an interest if anything occurred before that procedure was adopted. So we were...
okay, so it was in force before it was formally agreed to.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that it was in force, but perhaps in practice might be a way of describing it.
Okay. And so you say it's in force now as a standard operating procedure, and if staff haven't been trained in it, they will be. So what does that mean? Have staff been trained? How many, and how many to go?
I might refer that one to the Deputy Secretary if she has any information on that.
Kate Saunders, Deputy Secretary. Training has very recently commenced. It's being provided through the distribution of a video. It's not face-to-face at this stage. Once staff have completed the training, they will need to send an acknowledgement form to say that they've done it, so that we have a record of that. It's a very recent progression though, so I'm unsure of whether or not anyone has undertaken that training yet, but I can find that out for you, Senator.
So when did this become a standard operating procedure for DPS? When was it put in place?
I believe it was approved last week.
So it was approved last week, and then staff have to watch a video. Is that it? What's the video? Is it?
It's a training, a specific video on how to apply the serious incident procedures that have just been developed.
Okay, so has it been done by DPS? So
yes,
yes. Is it somebody just talking through the procedure?
That's right, yes,
okay.
And explaining how it would operate. That's exactly
right. Did you do that, Ms Saunders? Is it your area or?
Yes, that was prepared by the security branch, and specifically the security training team prepared that.
Okay. And so is this because we're remote? People have been, although your staff
that's right.
sort of half and half, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
and
instead
to ensure
of having
that it was
people in a
delivered,
room where you talk them through the standing operating procedure, you are now doing it by video?
That's right. And to ensure that staff were able to access that immediately as soon as the procedures became authorised.
Okay. But you don't know if anyone's done it?
No, I don't know yet, no.
Okay, and how are how are you going to check up on that? I mean, have you got a timetable that you want people trained by? Were staff given that information, like you need to complete this in
Within a certain period of time? I'm not sure, Senator, but certainly there's a tracking system that has been implemented. So staff are required to complete a form to state that they've done it, and Security Branch will be closely monitoring that.
Okay. Does Security Branch sit under your area, Ms Saunders? Is
Yes,
that
they
right?
do, yes.
Okay, but you don't know if you've set a target for when staff are due, you know, when you want staff trained in this procedure?
It is as soon as possible, Senator, but I can find out that date for you.
Yeah, seem to be pretty important if you've got putting a new procedure in place
It
like
is
this.
important, and that's why that training material was prepared in ahead of the procedure being authorised, so that we could ensure that the training started immediately within the week that the procedure was authorised.
Okay. So you've got it in place, but you don't know if people are trained, but they know that there is this procedure in place, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And that Okay. And it's an internal video that you've made?
Yes.
Like it's not from a consultant?
No, our security training team made that video, yes.
And can you come back to the committee with whether people have, I don't know if people have that information, whether anyone has done it? How many people have to be trained in it?
It would be around 180.
Okay. And how long does the training take, and are people doing it during work time?
I'll find that out for you, Senator.
You're not sure of that? Yep. You don't know how, have you done the training, Ms Saunders?
No, I haven't yet, Senator. I will. I'll find out that information for you, how long it takes to do it.
So you don't know if it's like a 20-minute video or an hour video?
I don't, Senator, but I will find that out for you, yes.
But you're in charge of it. It just seems odd that you wouldn't have watched the video yourself.
I haven't seen it yet, Senator. However, the Assistant Secretary of Security Branch would likely have that information, so I'll be able to find that out for you.
Okay, but they're not here?
No, she is here.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, that would be useful. Mr Stefanik, have you done the training?
No, I have not, Senator.
Have you seen the video?
I have not, but I do intend to.
Okay. Has anyone in the executive seen the video? How do you approve something if you've not seen it?
The Assistant Secretary Security Branch was managing that process, Senator.
Okay.
She would
So she tells you the video's fine, covers all the
That's
areas?
Right. Yes, she did inform
And
me
you
of that
trust-
on Friday.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. I don't review all of the security training materials, Senator.
No, I
But
can understand that. I just would have thought something like this that has come out of, the whole Ms Higgins saga would have, maybe the Secretary and Deputy Secretary would have watched the video that they are now asking 180 staff to complete.
She did explain to me what was covered in there,
Okay.
but I haven't seen
And
it.
so what was covered in there?
Well, it steps through the processes, essentially based on each section of the procedure as applicable to the security staff, because it's not all applicable to our security staff, and explains what to do based on each of those sections within the procedure.
Senator, if I might insert myself.
Yes?
The video goes for 13 minutes
13 minutes.
and 80 people have already completed it.
Okay. Thank you for that information. So,
How many who would receive the training?
So it'd be 80 people out of a cohort of about 180.
so we've got a serious incident procedure protocol, a standard operating procedure that the executive signed off, but none of the executive have seen the video, despite requiring all staff to complete the training. Just doesn't seem like people are taking it seriously, Mr Stefanik. I mean...
We certainly have, Senator. There's been quite a lot of work that has gone into the development of the procedure. The video itself is essentially a visual instruction to the procedure itself. So if it follows the written documentation, which I understand it does, it's really more to provide a visual aid, I guess, for those that I guess would perhaps learn in a different way to those that would pick up information from the written form.
Okay, so your argument there is because you've read the standard operating procedure, you understand, you're essentially trained in it, and the video is for those who would learn more visually than by reading.
The procedure is relatively straightforward. The definition which I've read to you gives a clear guidance to our security staff as to how they should respond in terms of engaging with the AFP, and then the assessment being made by the AFP, whether the PWSS needs to be involved, which is the new workplace safety unit, and also whether emergency services need to be contacted at the same time. So it's as straightforward as that.
Okay. So is did the AFP, PM&C Finance, who are all involved, have any of them seen the video?
I'm unsure, Senator.
And Senator, I'll just add to what I said previously. You mentioned that your understanding was none of the executive have seen the video, but Ms Tunningley is a member of our executive and she heads up the security branch. She has seen it.
So are you the only person that's seen it? Sorry, I can't see your surname.
Sorry.
Tunningley.
Yep. Assistant Secretary, Security Branch, Leanne Tunningley. I'm not the only person that has seen it. We have had 80 people
in the executive.
branch.
Sorry, my question was in the executive.
Correct.
Right. And so you advised Ms Saunders and Mr Stefanik that the video was good to go, did you?
Correct.
Okay.
The video essentially walks through the procedure to inform staff of what actions need to be taken.
Mm-hmm. But the recommendation wasn't that they should view the video? Why would the executive not view the video on a serious incident procedure?
That's probably a question for us to answer,
Yeah.
Senator, rather than Ms Tunningley. As the Secretary said, we're very familiar with the procedure. We certainly were involved in its completion and basically every step of that. So we were comfortable with what was in there and we...
but you hadn't seen it. How could you be comfortable with what was in there if
we
you
were
hadn't
comfortable
seen
with
it?
what was in the procedure, Senator.
Right, okay.
And based on the explanation that Ms Tunningley gave us, and we have, the utmost confidence in the information that she briefs us on, we were comfortable with what was included.
So it is a requirement that you watch it?
I'm intending on watching it.
But is it a requirement? If it's a requirement for staff to watch it, is it a requirement for all in DPS to watch it?
No, Senator, it's not a requirement for all in DPS. Those who will have a responsibility in applying the procedure, yes. And it's been specifically written for staff who will be responding to an incident to understand how to apply the procedures in the event that...
All right.
Senator Gallagher, you've been going for about...
Sorry, I've stumbled across this. I wasn't originally going to ask questions about this.
Okay,
So
I am cognizant that there is at least one other senator who would like an opportunity to ask questions. So if you want to, you can share the call, or if you think we can tie this up quickly.
How long have you got, Rob? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gallagher. Senator Patrick.
It was so nice to meet. Thank you, and I apologise for walking out when you made your opening statement, Mr President. I was called to another committee with the call, so...
I'm sure you'll do it plenty of times.
So, The life of a crossbencher. I've got some questions that relate to ICT, actually, if there's someone who can help answer those.
Perhaps I could start off by assisting
Sure.
you, Senator, while the acting CIO steps up.
All right, fantastic. So this is an issue that I've had, but I suspect other people have had as well, and that is that just in the last short while, casual staff who are people who by their very nature have intermittent employment find that after a contract period is over, which could be a very short period, find themselves booted off the ICT system. So every couple of weeks when they come in, my staff have to work them through getting their emails reactivated. I suspect it does waste my staff time, wastes the casuals' time, and it indeed probably wastes your time as well. Actually, I'm just wondering if there's any way in which we could simply have, and I understand the need to knock people off if their contract expires, but if I've got someone in staff who I know will be employed for the next 5 months or year on a casual basis, surely we can do something to avoid this rework.
So I can take that one. So Con Spheris, Acting Chief Information Officer, DPS. Senator Patrick, this is actually an issue that was also raised with me on Friday from another office.
I'm sure it would affect every office, actually.
Yeah, so currently the way, once we receive advice of a staff member, either their cessation date from the Department of Finance, we are actually obliged to disable that account or terminate that account within a 24-hour period. The issue in particular around casual contracts, though, is something that's new, and I've taken to investigating if there are any options around that and what we can do in that space.
Yes, I understand there's a legitimate need to knock someone off their access rights in circumstances where their contract has expired, but the casual situation is one. I suspect there will be many officers that are affected by this.
Yeah.
And who places the requirement on you?
So the requirement's part of the PSPF, so the Protective Security Framework, and also ISM controls. So it's Attorney General's.
Okay, so this may in fact occur right across the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Yes. So essentially, the termination of accounts is based on the cessation of a staff member or account requirement. So I understand our current process is that we do receive those cessation notices from the Department of Finance, and we act upon those. So I guess I'm not aware of how the contracts are actually formed, or those employment contracts, but it's something that I've committed to looking into further.
They're very short term and by their very nature, but I might employ someone who I have in mind employment over the next 12 months, who 1 week might work 40 hours, then have a 3-week break, working only a couple of hours.
So, Senator, the way that it's been explained to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are individual employment contracts for casual staff, so it's not a contract that starts, say, on the 1st of July and expires on the 31st of December. My understanding is that the contract term for these individual staff members may vary between a day to 3 weeks to a month, and then they may be re-employed or re-engaged 2 months later for another short period. So currently our processes follow the termination of those contracts or the cessation of those contracts. However, it is something that I've taken on board to look into further to see what we can do.
I just think if there were some top-level document where someone said this person X is likely to be working for us over the next 6 months on a casual basis on a 1-week contract from month to month, that would save some time. So if you could perhaps consider what options are available and provide an answer, that'd be good. Just also want to go to the issue of voter ID. Have you experienced voter ID at all? Have you seen it used? Or
So no, Senator.
Okay, so it's an application that allows MPs to keep track of case management, and if I have lots of people, for example, raise a concern with me about submarines going to Western Australia, as a real example, I can take their input, manage their concern, and indeed, as anything changes, I can keep them up to date with what's happening in the Parliament. My understanding is that with advice from the President and the Speaker, the intention is to, in some way, inhibit communication from my Senator.Patrick email account, which is an interference with the way in which I carry out my legitimate communication with my constituents. I'm wondering what the problem is and why it is that it's my understanding, you could rebut this if you like, that DPS has not met with voter ID since this issue has been raised. Well, sorry, with Elected Technologies, the developer of voter ID.
Yep. So, Senator, I am aware of Elected Technologies and voter ID. As you would be aware, we did undertake a number of briefings with parliamentarians in relation to the implementation of DMARC by DPS. There are a range of applications that are used that essentially currently use our domain to send emails, but are not authorised to do that activity. And as of the 6th of December, they will be prohibited from using our domain. They are services that we don't manage or have any control over, in the sense of we have no contractual arrangements with these vendors, so we're also not able to undertake the required security assessments or checks to ensure that their controls are essentially the security practices and hygiene are of a standard that would be required or is required. Again, and also the number of applications that are used by parliamentarians, so voter Elected Technologies is one. There are a range of those applications that are used by parliamentarians, and we don't have the contractual capacity or the capacity to go through and actually assess each of those.
So this is a package that is exclusively designed to help parliamentarians manage constituent concerns and interact with those parliamentarians. One might have thought that there wouldn't necessarily be a requirement for a contract per se for them to deliver something in order for you to engage, to provide a service to parliamentarians. I wouldn't think you would need to engage in a contract per se. You could simply work with them in some way to allow that technology to be used by parliamentarians, and there are a number of parliamentarians that use this.
There's other software that is used by the major parties as well that serves a similar purpose, and they've all been similarly affected by these changes.
That doesn't make it right. Doesn't mean that you've done your job to be able to assist the Liberal Party or the Labor Party in their endeavours as well. The change is a fairly simple one, which is simply changing the email domain that is being used to route that email. So, for example, if we know a lot of parliamentarians have a .net or a .com.au website, you would almost invariably have an email address attached to that domain for that website. Sure, but when I'm communicating these people, I'm communicating to them as Senator Patrick. Okay, and I don't think it's unreasonable that people might expect to see an email come from senator.patrick@aph.gov.au.
Our knowledge is that the aph.gov.au doesn't really carry much reputational understanding outside our environment.
And how did you get that understanding?
When we've been looking at our own branding as a parliament, given that DPS runs the website and the external branding that comes with it, if Parliament is within the title, people understand immediately, but APH is just an abbreviation.
I think people would understand what Senator.Patrick meant.
Absolutely, Senator. So if you had Senator.Patrick, at Federal Parliament or senatorpatrick.com.au, they are all completely acceptable domains that you could use that doesn't diminish the fact that you're communicating as a member of Parliament. The problem for us is...
And so you're going to pay for that, are you? Noting that it's a genuine service or a genuine feature of me communicating with constituents. So is there an offer there to fund those sorts of arrangements? Clearly I can't have a federalparliament.com.au email address because the Liberal Party may well have got that before me, as an example. I mean, it seems to me there's an issue here that I would have thought could have been easily solved by just having a conversation. Has anyone talked to Elected Technologies? Has someone been to their office, looked at the software package and said, how do we find a solution to this?
But I think the problem is we don't have the security...
So that's a no?
Senator Patrick, allow the officials to answer.
Well, no, it was a yes or no answer. Has anyone been to Elected Technologies, looked at what their package is and tried to work through a solution? Has anyone been in contact?
My understanding is our cybersecurity people have had a conversation with Elected Technologies. I don't believe anyone has visited their site. We don't have the security capability, Senator, to make an assessment about whether a software system has enough controls or restrictions around it to stop the aph.gov.au website being appropriated and being used for spoofing or phishing exercises. So on that basis, and as Mrs. Spheer has pointed out, we also don't have a contractual arrangement, so we don't have an ability to ensure that they're patched, to ensure that they are maintaining their restrictions, their security controls effectively.
Surely you could enter into a deed with them that doesn't involve a financial consideration, noting that the effort would in large part come from your side of the fence, which is funded by the taxpayer to support parliamentarians, and on their side, I'm actually quite convinced they're prepared to do the work necessary to maintain their customers, because it's paid for by us, to maintain their sort of customer base.
But we can't control them, so if they make a change, at a point in time we can make a security assessment assuming we have the capability, but they could make a change tomorrow that would impact and introduce a vulnerability that we wouldn't be aware of, and we'd only become aware of it once there was a breach, and then immediately there would be eyes on DPS for facilitating...
Again, a deed could prevent...
I've got some follow-up questions here, and Senator Patrick said he had 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Indeed, that's what that
there you go.
referred to. Senator
There you go.
Patterson.
So, just to finalise this, because can I get the dates that you've met with, that someone's met with Elected Technologies? Because my understanding is, from their perspective, no one has, and
I'll take that on notice for you, Senator, and we'll get you that.
And maybe this is a further conversation we have with the President. I think there are some further briefings this week, isn't there? Aren't there? Or meetings?
I know that we've undertaken a number of briefings with parliamentarians since August and prior to August and in September, but I'm not aware if there are any additional briefings.
Okay. I've just put it to you. It will inhibit my work.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Senator Patterson, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions on this. Firstly, to be clear, this affects all members and senators, doesn't it? Not just Senator Patrick or crossbenchers.
That's correct, Senator.
And it affects all third-party software providers, not just the particular software provider that Senator Patrick's concerned about, doesn't it?
That's correct.
And that includes third-party email service providers like MailChimp and other software programs, of which there are dozens, if not hundreds, of services available, aren't there?
That's right.
And in order for the Parliament to be assured that Senator Patrick's preferred company was able to maintain its preferred arrangements, you would have to extend that equally to all parliamentarians and all their preferred arrangements, wouldn't you?
Certainly, that's correct.
And that would mean the Parliament would have to not just assure once, but constantly reassure itself over and over again in perpetuity that all of these independent software providers had sufficiently robust security to protect the Parliament's sensitive communications technology, wouldn't you?
That's right, Senator.
That would be a pretty significant workload, wouldn't it?
It would be one that we are certainly not resourced for, and we don't currently have that capability to give ourselves that level of assurance.
Does this change prevent members of parliament from using independent third-party software to communicate with their constituents?
No, it doesn't. It simply requires a change in email address that doesn't have aph.gov.au in it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patterson, particularly for your brevity of questions. Senator Gallagher, would you like to call?
Yes, thank you. Just to finish up of where I was asking questions before, Mr. President, have you seen the video?
No, I haven't.
You haven't, but have you been briefed on the serious incident response procedure?
Yes, I have. I've been briefed on many things in the last week, Senator Gallagher, but
Okay.
you would appreciate I've been, been in this role a week, and 4 days of that was Parliament. So,
Yeah.
But yes, I have.
You've been briefed on the procedure and that it's come into effect. Do you know whether the Speaker has seen the video?
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay. Has the video been provided to your ministers?
I don't believe so, Senator. I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're not taking this seriously. Ms Saunders and I have been involved in every step of the way with this process, as we have also with Foster and Jenkins reviews. We've dedicated, I think I could confidently say, hundreds of hours into ensuring that our policies and processes are robust and that we have made improvements. I wouldn't characterise not having seen the video as being not concerned about the seriousness of this.
Well, that may be the case, Mr. Stefanik. I think the issue is, to sign off a procedure months after, I mean, this story broke 9 months ago, longer, a week before, just on the week before estimates, and then the video that's going to be used for the training, nobody even knows how long it is, what it is, and you haven't seen it.
Senator Gallagher, that's unfair. That information was given to you quite a long time ago.
What?
13 minutes long. I mean, I heard it, didn't you?
The what?
That the video was 13 minutes long.
Oh, that was only when someone popped in here and told them
Yeah, but
how
the
long it
information
was.
was given to you, Senator Gallagher.
Yeah, but when I asked, nobody knew how long it was. I mean, that just, forgive me, it creates an impression, that's all. Do you know if, do you know if Senate staff and House of Reps staff are going to be trained in it as well? Because, I mean, they are in the building. This isn't just an after-hours procedure, is it?
The training is... Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, sure. I accept. I was asking the President whether, but I thought Mr. Stefanik might know whether it was going to be more widely
The
used.
training is specifically directed at our first responders, which are our parliamentary security officers. So it's their role to attend any situation of distress or what is classified as a security incident. So it is an instructional video to help them understand what the steps they need to follow if they encounter this sort of event. So if I came across somebody, for example, in a situation of distress, my first response will be to call Parliamentary Security Officer so that they can then initiate the process. I wouldn't go about trying to manage communication with the AFP or with the PWSS.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But, so all the other staff are trained in the fact that this is an incident that calls in the security staff. That's already done, is it?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
For others that work in the building,
yes.
if, as you say, they come across something that meets this criteria that they're not necessarily trained in, but it's something that's unusual that you wouldn't normally see in the workplace, they know to call security, do they?
We have, because the procedure had only been signed off last week, we haven't had an opportunity to get full communication out about it. So I anticipate we will be doing more to that. We just haven't got to the point of communicating broadly on that yet.
Senator Gallagher, it's 10:31
Okay.
and we were due to have a break at this point. How many more
Well, I do
minutes
have
of-
I do have a bit more for DPS.
Well, in that case, we might go to morning tea now and continue on with them after the break. So we
Yep.
will suspend for morning tea and return again at 10:45 a.m. Thank you all. Thank you. The committee will recommence with DPS and I'll give the call to Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask some questions around after-hours access to the building? So Ms Foster made a recommendation around this as well. So are you contemplating changes to the way DPS security staff engage with staff of parliamentarians when they enter or leave the building after hours?
Yes, Senator. So in August, DPS had provided the presiding officers with a suite of options or procedures that we propose to implement following recommendation 7.
Yep.
I understand the presiding officers have referred those to the appropriations committees of both houses, I believe.
Okay.
So we are waiting on a response about the appropriateness or desirability of those measures.
Okay. All right, so that advice had a suite of options. So are you contemplating creating reports that show when staff and other pass holders enter and leave the office?
The proposal as put, so I say this with the qualification that it is a draft, which is why it's in this consultation phase now. The idea being that after hours, a record is made of a staff member entering, and that a report is provided then to whoever is the authorised officer. So that would be either the manager or the person that signed off on their pass, would be provided with a periodic report, whether that be weekly, monthly. That's a matter, I guess, for the Parliament to decide what frequency that would be.
Okay. And when we talk about after hours access to the building, what are we talking about?
We've notionally identified a time frame of, Ms Saunders can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was, so obviously all weekend, and then after, I think it was 10 p.m, is that correct?
Yes.
I think, yes, that's the proposal we've put forward.
So after 10 p.m. On weekdays and all weekend would be considered after hours for the purposes of this reporting scheme?
Correct. From 10 p.m. to 5 or 6 a.m?
5 a.m.
5 a.m.
5 a.m. And
7 days.
so that would operate 7 days, but it would also pick up the weekend would fall outside of that. You'd have extra hours on the weekend.
It covers the days of the weekend as well,
Yeah.
Senator, yes.
Okay. And it covers everybody's access to the building? Ministerial?
Again, that's a matter for the Parliament to decide, so we will implement whatever the proposal is. In substance, I guess the original focus was the ministerial wing for anybody apart from members of Parliament, but that could be extrapolated to other areas, other entries of the building. The complexity there, though, is there are different occupants of the building as well. For example, the press gallery has well over 200 people and other groups, and how we manage those is would be difficult.
And the number of employers and things like that?
Yes.
So the procedure is it goes to appropriations and staffing committees for consideration but ultimately who is the decision maker? The President and the Speaker, based on the feedback from APROPES, is that right? It's that they would be...
That's my
yeah,
understanding.
Yeah.
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 Yes.
Okay, and so you would have to consult with others, like the Press Gallery, for example, other building occupants as well as through the Appropriations and Staffing Committee.
I would suspect that that is the case. I would like to just take it on notice to the degree that there is past practice in this area. I would assume consultation was part of it, but I would like to take that on notice, Senator Gallagher.
Okay, if you could, and so who you would be consulting, who are the other building occupants you'd have to consult. And just to quickly finish this off, so the proposal would it have any changes to the electronic access control system or the code of practice that governs that, or the way CCTV footage works and the code of practice around that?
The report would be based around the electronic access system,
Okay.
so it would require it would require an operational change that would authorise a particular unit. I guess we would need to establish whose job would be to generate those reports from the system.
Okay. And CCTV? Are they? Would it include any?
It shouldn't require CCTV because all pass holders should be able to simply swipe their card on entry, so it shouldn't require CCTV.
And what about any resource implications for DPS?
That would be significant because there's two elements to that recommendation. So one is reporting and the other is increased patrolling to conduct welfare checks to particular suites once we know that there are people in those suites after hours.
Okay. Do you have any data on the building, the access to the building between the hours of 10 and 5 a.m. that you can draw upon? Like, do you know what you're actually dealing with?
I recall we did look at a sample some time ago that the presiding officers authorised us to look at, but I don't think we haven't done anything more broadly because that would obviously require some significant approvals for harvesting of electronic access data from parliamentarians, and that's obviously not something we would do without approval.
But if you're worried about if you've got to surely to inform your issues around resourcing and what's going to be required, understanding, the level of demand or, is part of that discussion, isn't it?
Look, it certainly is. I mean, one option is to do it manually at the entrances where someone simply marks, every entry. So it's anonymised. So we haven't been through that process yet. We've only made an estimate on the resourcing requirement. It's not based on actual statistics.
Okay. So what is it based on?
We have looked at what the minimum additional staffing requirement would be to ensure people operate in pairs and looked at the scale of the building. So it obviously is vast and there's various wings. So you'd need to be able to cover, so it's not so much the frequency, it's not so much the amount of people in the building, it's the coverage area that's the issue and being able to respond in a timely way.
Okay. And so can you tell us what that is, the resourcing? What you think it is? Like, is it a doubling of your staff during those hours?
So with the additional patrolling, we are proposing for that to be a different category of staff, so that wouldn't be security staff, that they would be people with at least basic welfare or social work training that would have some skills in being able to identify or respond if there were an issue. So we'd be creating a different category.
A social worker?
Or potentially. That may be a skill set that maybe we haven't specifically, so I say that qualifying, we haven't defined it. Again, it's up for parliamentary approval as to what that will look like.
But, okay, so the additional staffing would not necessarily be security staff, it might be a more professional qualification.
Yes.
That sounded awful.
No.
A different professional stream.
Yes.
To support the work of the security guards.
That's correct. So for example, with our security staff, there is as you can imagine, with 180 people that work shifts, rostering, particularly around weekends as well, is complex. So to increase the additional patrolling, you have to almost exponentially increase the amount of staff to be able to cope with the weekend rosters, coverage for leave, and sick days. So there would be far greater staff requirement if we bolted that on to our security staffing than having a separate cohort with a different skill set.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll explore it more in Appropriations Committee, I think, due this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gallagher. Senator Kitching?
So when you're here late at night, someone will knock on the door and say, everything, you guys, what are you doing? When are you leaving? That sort of thing. So this would be a different... So if they saw something that was amiss, they would then call the other stream of people to come. Is that
That's
how you're
correct, yep.
envisaging? So they're going to be on site, and I presume that is they going to be in pairs as well?
Yes, so what we're proposing is in pairs.
So you'd always have a woman, would there always be a female in the
Yes.
pair? Mm. And you don't have an idea of cost?
We've got a relative idea, and again, it's entirely dependent on the scale about where we apply it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to sort of speculate on a figure.
And I understand you're working through that to have that. Yeah. Would they be stationed? Would anyone be stationed in the security room? So with DPS staff and the AFP officers who are in there 24 hours a day, would there be someone in there as well who might have a sort of a qualification that you're thinking of for this new stream?
Haven't considered that point, but it's certainly something that's worth looking at.
Because I still don't understand how they could see what was happening in the corridor when Ms Higgins was walking in the corridor and then... You know what I mean? I just wonder whether someone else, perhaps with the qualifications you're considering, might, I don't know, be alert.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the main approach would be, so there is the, as you've observed, there is the after our security, what we call the foxtrot, which is a normal patrol around the building.
And I think I don't want to sort of say anything that might interfere with security, but yes, I have heard them use that term.
Yes,
yeah.
so that wouldn't change. That would continue. Where we would have targeted, so when someone comes in after hours, we would identify where they're planning to go, and then that would give guidance to...
So you'll have someone ask?
That's what's proposed as part of the reporting.
So they would say, I'm going to ministerial suite, whatever, or to a particular office.
That's correct.
Something like that. And then you'd be aware that they were there, and then you're going to sort of check on them, but in a more, in a sort of more frequent way, or perhaps another way, depending on...
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just ask you just a couple of questions just on the DPS inquiry that we had? I've been told that there was the Department of Parliamentary Services has had the legal team prepare advice as to whether disciplinary action could be taken in relation to a DPS employee who participated in the Senate inquiry.
That's news to me.
So no legal advice on putting a code of conduct on an employee who appeared at the inquiry?
No, there's no code of...
No, not to my knowledge.
And that would report to you, Ms Saunders? The legal team would. Does the legal team
They
report?
don't report directly to me. No,
Oh,
they
who-
don't report directly to me. They report to the Assistant Secretary, who reports to the First Assistant Secretary, who reports to me.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So it's not. But you've got a reporting line to you.
Yes.
Yeah. So no advice prepared internally.
None that I'm aware of, Senator.
What do you mean? You're not.
None
But
that
you
I
would
can
be
really
aware. Of.
recollect. Yeah.
Okay. And none prepared by an external legal provider.
No,
No,
not to my knowledge, Senator.
There is, you may, in relation to concerns that were raised about something that had been brought in through the loading dock, I did initiate an investigation into that particular incident, but there's been no code of conduct process out of that. It was important.
No, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to employees who appeared particularly in the in-camera session of the DPS inquiry in June.
Right.
So,
I'm unaware of any existing DPS staff that have appeared in camera.
okay. So no one. So everyone is still. So there's been no code of conducts given for people appearing at that inquiry.
No.
Okay. Just on the loading dock incident, and I don't really want to go into a lot of detail, but you initiated sort of a review. Or what did you?
I call it
inquire?
an investigation.
Yeah,
yes.
investigation. Because the AFP, I think, also investigated.
Yes, they looked at it from a legal point of view. From my perspective, I wanted to ensure that our processes at the loading dock are managed correctly.
Yes, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kitching. If no other senators have questions for DPS, we will dismiss them with our thanks for coming along today and providing testimony. That concludes the examination of the parliamentary departments, and we will now commence our examination of the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio. Thank you very much.
I assume I get replaced at this point?
You do, Mr. President.
Excellent. Thank you. Around for this bit. All right. I suspect I won't be much help.
This is the fun bit, Senator Brockman. I said this is the fun bit, Senator Brockman.
Fun bit. I think you said fun bit.
No.
I assume we'll go back to 10:45, so... The committee might just suspend while we wait for all of the witnesses to come into the room. Witnesses here. Not expecting anyone else in the room. I know we're all very distanced these days. We'll get back underway. The committee will resume, and I welcome the Minister for Finance, Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, representing the Prime Minister, Ms Stephanie Foster, Deputy Secretary, Governance and Australian Public Sector Reform, and other officers of the department. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. Thank you, but no thank you.
Wonderful. Ms Foster, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Senator.
Thank you, Ms Foster.
I'm Stephanie Foster, Deputy Secretary Governance, Head of APS Reform in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The members of PMNC's executive in attendance at Parliament House for this session to answer your questions are Ms Alison Frame, Deputy Secretary Social Policy, Mr James Larson, Climate Coordinator, Mr Rod Brazier, Acting Deputy Secretary National Security and International Policy, Mr James Chisholm, Acting Deputy Secretary Economic Industry and G20 Sherpa, and Mr Tom Gilmartin, Chief Operating Officer. In line with the COVID-19 safety protocols, the department has limited our number of officials to be physically present in the room. We have 18 key witnesses here at APH, and the remainder are available virtually from the department. There may be a...
Sorry, which protocols, the Senate's or your own?
I think we were asked to limit the numbers.
Yeah, no, I just said in accordance with which department's protocols.
It said COVID-19 safety protocols. We have 18 key witnesses here, and the remainder are available virtually from the department. There may be a slight delay for witnesses attending virtually while they make their way into the witness room, because again, we can only have a certain number of people in there at any one time. Since the last estimates, the changes to the executive are Mr Paul Grigson, Deputy Secretary Vaccine Strategy Integration, returned to the Department of Home Affairs on 30 June 2021, and Ms Caroline Miller, Deputy Secretary National Security and International Policy, returned to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade on 15 October 2021. And I have PMNC's current organisation chart here for the committee.
Thank you, Ms Foster. Senator Ayres?
Just in the first instance, thanks for outlining attendances today. Where is Mr Gaetjens?
Mr Gaetjens, I think, indicated, Senator, through the Secretariat, that he had made available the senior officials from the department who were best placed to assist the committee in his view, and therefore he is not here.
Well, I got a note a little bit after 4 on Friday from a junior official of the department saying that Mr Gaetjens is not available. The Prime Minister, in leading up to the last Senate estimate, said that that is the appropriate place for questions to be asked of the Secretary. I think when I have questions that only Mr Gaetjens can answer, that go to his failure to finalise the inquiry into who knew what and when about the alleged sexual assault of Ms Higgins in a minister's office, and also his involvement in the sham legislative process that's followed the Administrative Appeals Tribunal decision. At the very least, those are questions that only he can answer. Does Mr Gaetjens understand his responsibility to the Senate?
Well, Senator Ayres, let's take the questions, obviously, and we will take your questions and do the best to respond to them. Mr Gaetjens has appeared before Senate estimates twice this year. In doing so, that is more than any other Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet ever. So the reference you made to the Prime Minister's comments was not prior to the last Senate estimates, it was prior to the Senate estimates before the last one. Mr Gaetjens did attend that, as he attended the subsequent ones. We are happy to take questions, but the department's appearance is as per normal, as it has been the case for essentially the 40 years of the modern construct of PMNC and the process of Senate estimates.
Well, it's Mr Morrison who made the commitment. Mr Gaetjens has been rolled out to perform these functions it's pretty contemptuous, isn't it?
No, Senator Ayres. As I said,
There is,
Mr.
as I
Gates-
understand it, 55
Second
questions
answer
on
to the
notice.
Senator
interrupted.
Ayres, please let the witness answer the question.
As I said, Senator Ayres, Mr. Gaetjens attended twice subsequent to those comments from the Prime Minister, fulfilling indeed what commitment the Prime Minister had indicated in that regard. But this is well and truly normal practice in terms of how PM&C appears at Senate estimates, and has been under this government, under the previous Labor government, under the Howard government, under the Hawke and Keating governments, under the Fraser government and under the Whitlam government.
Yeah, but is the bloke in charge of secret inquiries? So the difference between this and past governments is you get him to do a whole heap of secret dirty work for you. So he should front the parliament and answer questions.
Well, you can make the allegations as you wish, Senator Wong.
It's still secret,
I'd
the
suggest the
Gaetjens report,
committee's
isn't it?
time would be better
Still
spent if
secret?
you want to ask the questions you want to ask.
Still secret? The Gaetjens report? Yes.
I'm not even sure which report or what
Exactly.
report you're talking about, Senator Wong. So if you want to ask properly framed questions, ask them.
There are a series of reports, aren't there, Minister? I think the one that Senator Wong's referring to is the report into...
What the Prime Minister's staff knew. Amazing.
So is that still secret, that report?
The status of that work is, as per the statement that the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet made publicly on the Monday the 30th of August, as I understand
So
it.
a public statement that the report's secret? Is that
well,
right?
No, I'm happy to read the statement if you want, Senator Ayres.
Well, while we're talking
Well, it
about
doesn't sound like
secrets...
you've read it yourself.
While we're talking about secrets...
Oh, ouch.
Why...
Doesn't sound like you think parliamentary accountability matters either.
Why has Prime Minister and Cabinet still not responded to 55 questions on notice from budget estimates?
Senator Ayres, as I've expressed to the Senate a couple of times lately, in the life of this Parliament, there have been more questions than any of the preceding parliaments, and we have been working through responses in record numbers in terms of those record numbers of questions.
Well, there's a record number of questions not answered, 222 unanswered since 2017-18.
That's not a record, Senator Ayres. I think Senator Wong could talk to you about her record of unanswered questions on notice when you left office.
Senator Patterson.
There was a lot more than 200.
I'm sure the chair's about to jump in
it was in the
and
Senator Patterson, order.
I'm sure I can hear her
Order.
trying. I can hear her
Order.
trying.
3,000 unanswered
Order.
questions on notice.
Senator Ayres
Sorry.
has the call. Senator Ayres.
I do. There is a
Why do you think you're so
statutory...
interested in that? What I did as a minister.
Well, of course, why wouldn't I?
Senator Wong and Senator Patterson. Senator Ayres has the call.
There's a statutory time frame, isn't there, for applying to questions? What does Mr Morrison think that it's voluntary?
Well, Senator Ayres, as I said before, the government's responded to record numbers of questions and in doing so provided record numbers of answers.
There is the order that I got through the Senate due 10 days before the hearing, which is how many questions remain in the PMO. So when you've done them and sent to the PMO, why did you not respond to that, Ms Foster? There's a Wong, I think they call it the Wong order, which, it's not as interesting as the Minchin order or the Cormann order.
Senator, it's my understanding we have provided a draft response to
A draft response on that one as well. So you provided a draft response to the PMO on answering how many draft responses are in the PMO, and it's still in the PMO. That's a lovely circuitous sort of position, isn't it? Is that what's happened?
Senator, my understanding is we've provided a draft, and I understand it hasn't yet been tabled.
So the order from the Senate for the PM's office and the PM, Mr Morrison, to tell these senators when they receive draft answers is still sitting in the PMO. Fabulous. That's fabulous accountability, Senator Birmingham. Do you think you might be able to get that some point today?
No, I can look into that, Senator Wong.
Look into it. It is an order of the Senate. Do you think that it should be complied with?
Senator Wong, I'm happy to look into it.
Do you think as Senate leader that an order of the Senate should be complied with?
I think we should make best endeavours to,
Okay.
to comply with.
Look forward
with
to your
orders of the
response
Senate,
after the
indeed.
luncheon break.
I just want to clarify one thing, and then I have one more question, and then I'd like to hand the call on to Senator Wong. As I indicated, I have a series of questions that really are questions for Mr Gaetjens, and I just want to make it clear that one of the things that I'm considering is a spillover hearing to deal specifically with those. The second thing I just want to understand is we've had a lot of backwards and forwards about the inquiry that the Prime Minister asked Mr Gaetjens to undertake in relation to who knew what and when in the Prime Minister's office. A report that could have been resolved by the Prime Minister asking people in his office, but instead Mr Gaetjens was commissioned to undertake an inquiry. I want to understand, what is the basis of that report still being a secret?
Senator Ayres, if I'll invite Ms Foster to perhaps respond in terms of the status of that report, and then obviously happy to take further questions you may have in that regard.
Ms Foster, has the report been completed?
Senator, the report is not completed, and the report has been paused until the completion of the criminal inquiry on the basis of legal advice following the statements by the ACT Director of Public Prosecution that continuation or finalisation of the review could prejudice the criminal proceedings.
Commissioner Kershaw said, "I'm now of the view the criminal investigation is sufficiently advanced such that there is no problematic intersection between the Gaetjens inquiry and the current criminal investigation."
Senator, that's correct. So if I just do it in sequence, initially the matter was with the Australian Federal Police, and while it was with the Australian Federal Police, while they were preparing, for example, the brief of evidence, the Commissioner advised Mr Gaetjens that he should pause that completion of his inquiry. When the Commissioner finished essentially his brief, he advised us that from his perspective it was appropriate for that to recommence. Mr Gaetjens did so. We then received advice, well, the ACT DPP provided advice that was made public, which we verified was indeed his advice. On that basis, we sought further advice from AGS because the ACT DPP's statement had been very clear that he believed that continuation would be prejudicial to the trial. And so at that stage, it was again put on pause.
Thanks, Ms Foster. Senator Wong?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. Senator Birmingham, can you explain to us precisely what the Morrison government's position is on net zero emissions by 2050?
Well, Senator Wong, the Prime Minister and the government will be making clear the position that will be taken to the Glasgow Conference of the Parties later this week, following the finalisation of appropriate cabinet processes, and the Prime Minister will make that public to the nation as is appropriate.
Okay, so as yet there isn't a position. It will. Can we just unpack what you've just said? So you will be making clear the position you'll be taking to COP later this week.
So, Senator Wong, as I've said publicly, I think myself, and as the Prime Minister's said publicly, he will be announcing the commitments that Australia will be making during its participation in the COP proceedings, as well as details of Australia's plans in terms of meeting those commitments.
Okay, but from memory, the COP, what is to be submitted at the Conference of the Parties is the interim target. So the NDC is that what it's called?
Yes, the nationally determined commitment.
Contributions is the interim target. So I'm actually asking you a different question. I'll come to that, Mr. Larson. I'll come to what's happening at the COP, etc. But I'm actually interested in the 2050 position. Because what you've just said is what the updated whatever, when I understood from the Nationals that there's no update to it, is the 2030 target. But I'm asking you, what is the 2050 target position of the government?
Senator Wong and Mr Larson or others might want to add to the technicality of this response, but my understanding is that a number of nations within their NDCs have also expressed their position in relation to long-term commitments as well. My further understanding is that the Paris Agreement provides for a long-term strategy to be lodged as well, and that is a separate document or process to the NDC, and so there are a couple of streams there.
So at this stage, as the leader of the government in the Senate, the third most senior person in the government, you don't know what your 2050...
I think that's fourth, in fairness to my colleague, Senator Wong.
How do you guys do it?
The Deputy Prime Minister and the Treasurer...
Oh, the Treasurer gets ahead of you, poor you.
It's okay. I can cope.
All right. As the Leader of the Government in the Senate, you can't tell us what the 2050 position is currently, because it's yet to be determined. Is that correct?
Senator Wong, there's no secret to the fact that the Prime Minister has said through the course of the year that he wishes to see Australia achieve net zero as soon as possible, and preferably by 2050. It's equally no secret that the government has been working through internal processes of finalising the positions that the Prime Minister will take to Glasgow, including the ambition of ensuring that Australia can make a commitment in relation to achieving net zero by 2050. But appropriately, there are some cabinet processes to finalise.
There's a lot of words there. At the moment, do you have a position? At the moment,
that will be announced.
This is just endless words.
No, it's not, Senator
I'm just
Wong.
asking you what the position is.
It's exactly what I just said, Senator Wong.
Or those X hundred words before.
It's what I said, Senator Wong. If you'd like me to repeat it, I will.
Okay. So at this stage, well, can you tell me what... So, rewind. At this stage, the government has not got a government position on 2050 other than the Prime Minister's words of, I'd like to achieve it as soon as possible and preferably by 2050, correct?
Senator Wong, the totality of the government's commitments that will be taken in relation to Glasgow, including in relation to 2050,
I haven't
will
asked
be
you
made
about
clear
Glasgow.
by the Prime
Could
Minister
you
this
answer
week.
the question I asked, please? I'm not asking at this point about Glasgow. I will come to that.
I'm not going to announce Senate estimates ahead
Senators.
of the Prime Minister rightly revealing the commitments and the plans that the government's finalising.
You don't need to get nervous. I'm actually just putting to you. So at this stage, on net zero emissions by 2050, nothing has changed. That is, the government's position remains that the Prime Minister has said, I'd like to achieve it by as soon as possible and preferably by 2050, correct?
And that's what the Prime Minister said during the course of the year.
Well, I'm asking what you're telling. At this stage, is that still the position of the government?
Well, Senator, the work the government has been undertaking internally has been the subject of a great deal of public commentary and speculation as well. It's known that the government will be making statements this week. I'm not going to preempt those statements.
And as yet, the Deputy Prime Minister said yesterday, we are in support of a process going forward that will go towards a 2050 target. Can you explain what that means? A process going towards a 2050 emissions target. What do you say that means?
I would say that what the government will be releasing this week are both indications of the commitments that will be taken into the Conference of the Parties in Glasgow and the plans for Australia to deliver upon those commitments. And obviously those plans stretch out close to 30 years into the future in relation to what a 2050 target entails. and it is quite a process, and it will be one that will be updated many times by many governments between now and 2050.
So
in
is
terms of
Mr
delivering
Joyce,
that.
sorry, we're getting into a long paragraph there. My question was actually what the process, what Mr Joyce was talking about when he talked about the process. Is Mr Joyce talking about a cabinet process or another process?
Well, Senator Wong, I think that's most appropriately a question for Mr Joyce.
Well, hang on.
You're
You're
trying
representing
to
the Prime
distill-
Minister. This is your government. I'm
And
just
I'm- and I'm-
asking
and
when
I'm
the,
telling
the,
you
the
what the
second most,
processes are.
no, when he says we are in support of a process going forward that will go towards a 2050 emissions target, I'm asking you, is he referring to a cabinet process or is there another process?
Well, as I said, I think if you want to know precisely what Mr Joyce
Are
was
you
referring-
aware of another process?
If you want to know precisely what Mr Joyce was referring to, that's a question for Mr
Are
Joyce.
you aware of another
As
process?
I said in response to an earlier question, there is a cabinet process to finalise the details in relation to the commitments the Prime Minister will take to Glasgow and the plans that underpin delivery of those commitments.
Okay, when did that cabinet process
that's been
start?
finalised and will be the details of which will be publicly announced before the Prime Minister takes off.
Long answers. When will that process? When did that process commence?
Oh, I'm not sure that there is work in relation to climate change targets and policies.
No. You can't go into the general. This is your process. This is a government process that you're all talking about the process to get towards a 2050 target. I'm asking you when the process began.
The process in relation to specifically achieving net zero by 2050 and the commitments that we made at Glasgow, is that what you're asking, Senator
The
Wong?
process that he's talking about and you're talking about.
I'm trying to just narrow down because there's a lot of processes around climate change policies that are frankly more ongoing than having a particular start date.
Okay, you're going to go. You've just told me that currently the only position the government has is the Prime Minister's statement from earlier in the year, which is I hope we get to 2050 net zero emissions by 2050. You've then told me that there's a cabinet process underway in order to finalise the Glasgow commitments. You've then told me that Mr Joyce's reference to a process is that process. So I'm asking, when did that begin?
Sure. Senator, again, so you don't put words in my mouth, I told you if you wanted to know precisely what Mr Joyce was talking about, that's a matter to ask Mr Joyce. But in terms of the process to finalise the commitments, that is being finalised in the next couple of days.
When did that start?
In terms of, well, that's why I asked you before. If you're wanting to know when the work started, is your question, when did the work start in relation to the commitments the government would take to Glasgow? I'm happy to see if somebody can help with some precision around that. That work has
you're
been
the finance.
underway for some time.
Let me try it this way. Well, I'll come back to process. I did want to ask this question. A couple of times, including in the press conference yesterday and earlier in this fortnight, it was made very clear by Mr Joyce that the decision as to 2050 and targets for Glasgow was the Prime Minister's. He talks about it being within his remit. So I'm a little confused about what the government's position is. Is it that this is a Prime Ministerial decision or a Cabinet decision?
No, what the Prime Minister announces later this week, I expect, will be a Cabinet decision. A decision and a process, certainly, that the Prime Minister has strongly led and sought to ensure he achieves outcomes in the best interests of the nation.
So it won't be Mr Joyce's position. Sorry, it won't be the Prime Minister's position, it will be a Cabinet position, is that clear?
Yes, Senator Wong. It will be the government's position.
Okay. So what did Mr Joyce mean when he talked about this is in the Prime Minister's remit? What do you understand it to mean?
The Prime Minister, having publicly indicated that he will be attending the Conference of the Parties in Glasgow, will be the person making statements on behalf of the government, but the Prime Minister does so leading the government and on behalf of the government.
Okay, so definitely a cabinet decision, not a Prime Ministerial leader discretion decision.
The Prime Minister has engaged the coalition parties, cabinet, extensively in this process, and it will be a decision of government backed by the cabinet.
Prime Minister has reported as taking that he has been reported as saying he has made it clear he, means Mr Morrison, would take the target to Glasgow with or without the Nationals' approval. Is that correct?
The Prime Minister has always sought through this to achieve an outcome for the government and for the nation in terms of what is taken to Glasgow. You're given the indications that the Nationals have come to a decision of supporting net zero. Your question is a rather hypothetical one, Senator.
Well, I'm actually interested because it goes to what all of this has been about. Is it the case, or as leader in the Senate and as Finance Minister, has it been your understanding that whether or not the Nationals agreed that Mr Morrison would take a net zero emission by 2050 target to Glasgow?
Well, Senator, Mr Morrison has been very respectful of the cabinet processes.
That's not my question.
No,
could you answer my question, please?
I am seeking to answer your question, Senator Wong. Your question is hypothetical in that...
it's about what your knowledge was.
Senator,
that is not hypothetical.
Please allow him to answer the question.
It is a hypothetical because Mr
How can
Morrison...
it be, what was your understanding before yesterday?
My understanding has always been that the Prime Minister would run a cabinet process in relation to finalising the commitments he takes to Glasgow.
But they don't have the numbers in cabinet, do they?
Well,
how many
cabinet seeks
ministers
to
are
reach
there?
consensus positions.
Yeah, but how many
Senator Wong.
cabinet ministers from the National Party are there?
4 or 5.
We don't know.
More today than there were
More
yesterday.
we'll come to more today than yesterday. 4 or 5. Well, how big's the cabinet? 19?
A bit bigger than that.
20? 21? How much is it?
23, I think.
23. So they got, what, 4 or 5 out of 23. So I'm again putting to you, were you aware, or was there any discussion within the government of the Prime Minister taking a net zero emission by 2050 target to Glasgow without the National Party support?
No, Senator. The Prime Minister was always intent on running a proper cabinet process.
Right.
He has led these discussions in terms of wanting to achieve the strongest possible outcome in terms of a commitment to net zero by 2050, underpinned by plans on how the country will get there whilst protecting regional communities, regional jobs and seizing opportunities for Australia.
Isn't before we get,
they're actually important points.
No, well,
Senator.
I mean, everybody knows, everybody
I know
who has
when I
been
started
watching
talking
federal...
about regional communities
no,
and
it's
regional
not
jobs
that.
is
It's
when
just
you
this
said la, la, la.
endless rhetoric when you're trying to get out of. I mean, that's ridiculous and you know it, and cheap. Everybody
one who
knows.
decided
It's
to make
just
the
you're
noises.
you're using lengthy answers to get away from the point of the question. I don't think everybody needs your talking points. Isn't this the reality? Mr Morrison could have taken a net zero emissions target to Glasgow without the Nationals' approval, but he wanted a political deal.
Well, Senator Wong, we are a coalition government of the Liberal Party and the National Party. That does mean that we treat different parties with respect. It does mean that we have to go through sometimes processes with the separate constituent groups in our parties. I think that's one of the things that makes us stronger as a government and has helped us to win elections, because more of the challenges across the diverse range of Australia are tested and teased out on the way through. The Prime Minister has always sought through this decision-making process to make sure it was a cabinet process. Cabinet decisions are ultimately reached by consensus, not by vote of the numbers around the table, as you seem to imply in terms of the numeracy equation you were trying to spell out before. And that's what the Prime Minister's worked towards and led both coalition parties towards.
I mean, you just used the key phrase. It's helped you win elections. I mean, this is all about the politics, isn't it?
No, Senator Wong. This is about making sure that that Australia, as a nation represented by the government of the day, can take the strongest possible position to Glasgow, but also one underpinned by plans that protects the interests of Australians.
No, that's not what you said. I mean, Michelle Grattan's reported Mr Morrison has made it clear he would take the target to Glasgow with or without the Nationals' approval, but failure to reach a deal would have been politically disastrous within the coalition. That's actually what's been happening, hasn't it? He could have, Mr Joyce himself made clear last week Mr Morrison could make his own decision. So Mr Morrison could have done the right thing, taken responsibility, and made the right decision. Instead, we've gone through this incredible public process where a lot of taxpayers' money is going to get thrown at the National Party. So instead of using his position to lead, what has Mr Morrison done? He's used taxpayers' funds through this deal to buy himself political peace. That's what happened. That's what's happened.
So, Senator Wong, implicit in your analysis is you somehow seem to think it would have been better for the nation if the Prime Minister had led in a way that created political divisions and a schism and left views of some behind, rather than the Prime Minister work towards consensus and agreement around an outcome.
No, I just don't think taxpayers' fund should be thrown at the National Party to buy Scott Morrison political peace.
Well, that's an assertion.
That's what I don't think.
That's
exactly what's happening.
That's an assertion you're making, Senator Wong.
Oh, OK, so what's happening?
We believe that the nation is best served by trying to keep Australians together and by actually ensuring that regional communities who have genuine concerns,
the Minister's response.
Regional communities who have genuine concerns have those concerns heard and addressed. And that's the proper process we've gone through. It's a function of representative democracy.
No, it's a function of internal coalition politics, and the people who pick up the tab for that are taxpayers. Basically what's happened is Mr Morrison has used taxpayer funds to purchase political peace for the National Party. He could have just made a decision as a leader. He could have done that.
I don't accept the claims or assertions you're making, Senator
Which
Wong.
ones?
What Mr Morrison has done, what the Prime Minister has done, is work through the processes of the Liberal Party, which also had its own meetings and briefings and discussions on these issues in the last 2 weeks, and the National Party, to make sure that our two parties of government reached a consensus point in support of an outcome that I thought you supported, which is achieving net zero by 2050 and committing to do so.
So is it the case that Mr Morrison wanted a more ambitious 2030 target, but the National Party wouldn't let him have it, as Ms Savers said yesterday?
Senator, I'm not going to go into every bit of speculation.
I'm asking you.
No. Well, the government's policy positions and commitments that we take to Glasgow.
Have you been in any discussions with the National?
days.
Have you been in any discussions with the National Party where they made it clear 2030 revised target was unacceptable?
I'm not going to go into the internal discussions
words,
of the
yes.
government, Senator Wong.
In other words, yes.
No, I'm not going to open that door for you to ask about every internal discussion that I've had with the Prime Minister in cabinet settings or otherwise, or the coalition parties or otherwise.
Have you seen, when did you first see a document, or when did you first become aware of the various sets of demands from the National Party in relation to the net zero emissions policy?
Well, there's been an ongoing process of discussion. Obviously, the National Party chose to make public at the end of last week that they'd provided a letter outlining some issues that they wanted considered and addressed.
Have you seen that letter?
I don't think I've seen the letter, Senator Wong, no.
You're the finance minister and the Senate leader, and you haven't seen the letter.
These issues are being worked through, as I say, in cabinet processes.
Really, all
still
power to
be
the PMO
concluded.
in this government, isn't it?
Sorry?
All power to the Prime Minister's office in this government.
No, Senator.
It's amazing, across the board. So you haven't seen the letter of demand?
Senator Wong, we've worked through numerous different issues in many different conversations over
Okay,
the
what are
last
some
couple
of
weeks.
those? Well, and how did you become aware of those? So
Of
I'm a
different,
bit-
different issues that have been topic of discussion through the many meetings that we have had,
So you've had a range of meetings, have you?
as you would expect a government
Yeah.
to, Senator.
So these cabinet level, or these are not cabinet committees. These are political meetings. Political.
There have
Sorry,
been-
they're not a formal cabinet committee meeting. They're a meeting between key ministers or key leaders, but from both sides of the coalition.
There have been cabinet meetings, there have been party room meetings, there have been leadership meetings, there have been a range of discussions.
Okay, so I'm asking, when did you first see a document which set out a range of demands from the National Party in order to sign up to net zero emissions?
Senator, you're getting into the process elements of what is ultimately cabinet decision
No,
making.
actually, a document that is not prepared primarily for the consideration of Cabinet is not Cabinet in confidence. And I've actually not yet asked you about the detail of those. So the instruction to everybody that says don't answer anything because it's Cabinet in confidence, I don't think is consistent with the standing orders nor ODGERs. But I'm not actually even asking that. I'm asking when you first saw a document from which set out the National Party's demands for net zero emission.
No, Senator, I've seen many documents in relation to policy issues related to
When did you
achieving this
first
policy.
see? Please don't obfuscate. Are we talking last week or a year ago?
No, you're trying to.
No, I'm just trying to work out when the Finance Minister and Senate Leader first saw a document set out the National Party's asks for net zero.
And I'm afraid, Senator Wong, that many of the discussions at cabinet level and amongst the leaders of government have been much more iterative than your question implies.
When did you first see a document that set out the National Party's demands for net zero emissions?
Well, Senator, that depends on whether you want to know when I first saw something following the letter that was publicly revealed on Friday, or when I first saw different issues and points of consideration in relation to these policy issues. If it's the latter, then it goes back quite some time, and I'd take it on notice.
All right, so you can't tell me about the latter. You can't tell me when you first saw something.
There have been, as I say, many iterative
Okay,
discussions.
so when
in
did you?
relation
What
to
about the
these
second
issues.
issue? Second, then. So we know there's a letter of demand because they've talked about it. You say you haven't seen it.
There have been, again, discussions in the days since.
So you've seen it since, but you didn't see it before. What's your evidence?
No, Senator, I said that I've not seen the letter, but we work through the different issues that are raised.
So just explain why the Finance Minister and Leader of the Government in the Senate hasn't seen the letter of demand. Keith Pitt has. Can you just explain to me why?
Well, Senator, these were, as I understand it, this was correspondence between the leaders of the coalition parties, or at least from one leader to another. Now, issues around that are then worked through appropriately with different ministers as necessary.
Okay,
and
so you've
ultimately,
seen
as
a
I said,
document.
Senator,
Sorry.
the decisions of government will be formalised by the Cabinet.
Yeah, well, as I haven't actually asked about any government decisions, I'm still asking about the political level correspondence. So it's a letter from Mr Joyce, as you said, in his role as leader of the National Party, to Mr Morrison in his role primarily as leader of the Liberal Party, as you said, coalition. You say you haven't seen that. Have you seen a document or documents which go to the contents of it?
Yes, Senator.
Right. What are those documents?
Well, there are a number of different different documents through the whole process of this deliberation, many of which I expect will be made public once the government has formalised its position and
How
announces
about you tell
it.
me some of the number?
Well,
Descriptors.
I'll take that on notice, Senator,
come
if you
on.
want us
You
to
said
try
I've
to
seen.
look at
All
that.
right,
I
this
mean,
is
there
since
are...
Friday. You come on. It's Monday. You've got a good memory. This is since Friday. I'm asking you. You said right. Hey, let me finish. You haven't seen the letter of demand, but you've seen documents which go to the contents. So I'm saying, and then I asked you, what are those documents? You said, I've seen a number of them. I said, well, so describe them. Are they notes from PMO? Are they briefs from finance? Are they briefs from PM&C? Are they advisor notes? Like, what have you seen since Friday that goes to the content of the demands from the National Party?
And Senator, as I said before, this has actually been quite an iterative process. So whilst there may have
Why are
been
you
a
avoiding this
letter
question?
Senator
that
Wong.
Mr Joyce
He's just avoiding the
and
question.
others referred to, the analysis of different issues related to these decisions goes back through documents well before that point.
Hang on. Can you stop doing this, Senator Bingham, please? It really. You know I'm asking only about what have you seen since Friday. So can you not obfuscate and divert on past things? It's a very simple question. What have you seen since Friday which goes to the demands of the National Party?
Senator Wong, you may want to simplify it.
Wow.
The issues are much
You
more
really want to hide
complicated
this,
than
don't
that.
you?
Senator Wong,
The issues
the
are much
Minister
more
is responding to
complicated
your
than that
question.
and go over a much longer
No,
time frame.
I'm asking what have you seen since Friday? So we're told that the letter was delivered on Friday, is that right? Or do I misunderstand the public reporting? Was it delivered earlier?
I think that's what was announced.
Which of the, I gave you two options.
That it was Friday.
Okay, so since Friday, I'm just asking, what have you seen, other than public reporting, what have you seen that goes to the demands of the government, of the coalition, demands of the National Party?
Well, and the point I'm making, Senator Wong, is that of those types of documents, some of them were documents that I had seen prior to Friday, because these have been
all right. Have you
iterative
sought any
discussions.
briefs in relation to any of the demands? Have you asked Finance to provide you with any briefs in relation to the demands?
Finance has prepared briefs in relation to consideration of...
No, that's not my question.
...of these range of issues,
Please stop
Senator.
avoiding the issue.
No, well,
Have
I'm not
you
avoiding the
or your
question, Senator
office
Wong.
asked your department to provide any advice in relation to the National Party's demands?
As I said, Senator Wong, Finance has prepared advice in relation to a number of the points of
Which
consideration
include the
through
National
this
Party's
process.
demands, correct?
In relation to a number of points of
Which
consideration.
include the National Party's demands.
Well, Senator, lots of issues have been considered through
Which
this,
include the National Party's demands.
and those issues have been raised by different members of the government.
Including the National Party.
Okay, they're a member of the government, correct?
Thank you. Wow, that
Senator
took 6
Wong.
questions. Well, come on, he only just answered it. It took me 6 questions to get him to acknowledge that they've been briefed on the National Party's demands.
You've had the call for about half an hour. I would like to share it around
All
at
right,
some point.
Ms Foster, have you prepared a brief advice for the Prime Minister in relation to the letter which arrived Friday?
I haven't personally, Senator, but the
Oh, come on.
officers... Senator Wong, the officers to my...
Have PM&C, have PM&C prepared advice to the Prime Minister in relation to the letter from the National Party?
Senator, I was just about to defer the question to the experts
Well,
at the
do you
table.
know?
I don't know.
Really? Deputy Secretary, you don't know about this? It's been in the papers a lot. I know you prep for estimates. You really don't know if there's been any advice provided or prepared for the Prime Minister?
I don't, Senator, because that line is looked after by my colleague Simon Duggan, and the advice would have gone through him.
To the Secretary.
To the Secretary.
It could have gone directly to the PMO.
Where's Mr Duggan?
Mr Duggan is travelling in preparation for the COP and G20 meetings.
Who's here from his section?
Mr Chisholm is representing
Mr Chisholm,
Duggan.
have you prepared advice for the Prime Minister in relation to the National Party's demands?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. James Chisholm, Acting Deputy Secretary, Domestic Economy, Domestic Policy Group, Industry, G20 and Economy. No, Senator.
Have you seen them?
Seen the
the letter from the National Party?
No, Senator.
Has anyone at the table seen it?
So, Senator, Mr Chisholm can correct me, but I think if he's not seen it, that means the department hasn't seen it.
So how is this cabinet in confidence if it isn't even at the department? Fascinating. Did you want to move to someone else, Chair?
If you're happy to...
No, I could go all day, but I was trying to be polite.
Thank you. In recognition of your politeness, I might pass the call to Senator O'Sullivan for a period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got questions about the deregulation agenda.
Certainly, Senator.
Yes, Senator, I can assist.
Mr Chisholm can assist.
Good, you're already there. Thank you very much, Mr Chisholm. I want to get a bit of an understanding of how that is progressing. And maybe you could start by just giving us a bit of a flavour for the purpose and what we're trying to achieve, and maybe a little bit of examples of where we are actually already seeing some changes.
Absolutely, Senator. So I'll just commence to assist you with that, and also Mr Jason McDonald, who is the division...
When did you find out he was going to ask you this question, Mr Chisholm?
Pardon?
When did you find out he was going to ask you this question?
So Mr McDonald is the division head responsible for...
I just asked you a question.
I didn't find out at all.
Oh, you didn't?
No. That's,
You weren't given notice?
Senator Wong, I think Senator O'Sullivan has
Sorry.
the call.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry,
Mr.
Senator.
Chisholm.
So there's a range of work underway at the moment to reduce costs for business and provide more streamlined and economically beneficial delivery of government services and regulation. And Mr Jason McDonald, who is the division head responsible for our regulation reform division, will be able to take you through some of that in a bit more detail, including some successes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Very
McDonald.
much, Senator Jason McDonald. I'm the division head of the Regulatory Reform Division, and also the head of the deregulation task force as well. So the government's deregulation agenda is ensuring that regulation across government is fit for purpose, that it's implemented in a proportionate, transparent way, and that it's well designed and implemented. The focus is on maintaining essential safeguards, but also minimising compliance costs. Reducing unnecessary regulatory burdens makes it easier for business to invest, create jobs and grow the economy. The government's had a number of successes, including, I think the main one that's been talked about is the automatic mutual recognition of occupational licensing, which is, from 1 July, has allowed workers in many jurisdictions to cross borders without having to pay additional licence fees or conduct additional training or other requirements, so that as workers move across borders quite easily to jobs that are just across the border. It particularly benefits regional towns and businesses that are close to borders, so Albury-Wodonga and up the New South Wales-Queensland border as well. The government also has a reform agenda around improving regulator performance, with the Secretary's Board, which has been set up, which is, has a focus on regulator performance and holding secretaries to account for the activities of the regulators that they are responsible for. There is a new regulator framework, which, including statements of expectations that regulators are required to meet when they are conducting their activities. On top of that, the government has announced deep dives into certain areas, including the excise system, modernising business communications and overlapping regulations that are across the international, Commonwealth and state borders.
And is there a particular focus on reducing red tape and cutting out unnecessary duplication and regulation around small businesses and supporting small businesses?
Yeah, that's a particular focus. Anything where there is unnecessary red tape in the overlapping regulation space is a particularly good example. Product safety standards is a measure that has been agreed by the government in removing the need for duplicative regulatory standards, whether international and domestic. The Excise Deep Dive has also been hearing from a lot of distilleries, brewers, etc., about the doubling up of licence fees, for example. Sometimes they're licensed on an individual warehouse basis rather than sort of a higher level entity type basis. Often they're licensed by the state and also by the tax office or border force at the same time. So these kind of overlapping regulatory issues are things that we are particularly looking at.
Small businesses are obviously always very focused on just running their business. When there are changes in the regulatory environment, they may not necessarily be fully across it and haven't got the bandwidth to be able to focus in on it. So is there particular emphasis on supporting businesses with the changes that take place around small business? Is there an educative role that we're also taking as well?
Yeah, so if you look at automatic mutual recognition as an example, we have an implementation team within my division whose responsibility is to actually help businesses understand their new opportunities from letting workers cross borders without having to comply with that often needless red tape. And there is a significant communications campaign that they're running, and with targeted pilot initiatives to make sure that it's done in a way that small business actually fully understands. But the Deregulation Task Force in particular focuses on those businesses who don't have the ability to necessarily always make the case to government and to other regulators for why there needs to be reform. And so we do practice a factory floor approach, going out to lots of small businesses and asking them about what is it that gets in their way. And we take a client-centred focus, a user-directed focus, where we see what is it that they face through all the different steps of the regulatory process. Too often regulators, when they're doing their work, they think about what they're supposed to regulate, and another regulator focus on what they regulate, and the sum total of that regulatory burden no one's really thinking about, and that's why the task force does that job.
You mentioned before, I think you gave an example of in the trucking industry and licensing, that obviously would have involved working with various states and other jurisdictions. Can you just tell us about how the work with other states and other jurisdictions is going, and what you're doing, and what sort of cooperation we're getting from state and territory governments?
So the automatic mutual recognition legislation is a benchmark example, I think, in the sense that the Commonwealth doesn't have any of these occupational licences. They are all state and territory licences, and through National Cabinet deciding that they want to get this done, the task force was asked to do it through a steering group. So it's a very collaborative approach with the states. And that steering group still exists, including on the communication strategy. We're working very closely with them. And then there's, we are looking through KIFA and National Cabinet broader reforms to regulations.
Sorry, what was the acronym?
Oh, sorry, the Council of Federal Financial Relations.
Okay, yeah, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so there's a broad agenda there around overlapping regulations, which Minister Morton is prosecuting with the Treasurer. Minister Morton's written out to many businesses asking them what are the overlapping regulations that have been affecting their business, big and small, and so we've been compiling that suite of feedback for the consideration of Treasurers and hopefully National Cabinet.
So often regulations and compliance measures are in place for very good reasons. Safety would be one of those reasons. What steps are being taken to ensure that through the implementation of these deregulation initiatives that necessary protections are still in place, and that we've got that confidence with regards to that?
So that's a good question. Obviously, making sure the regulation is actually effective is the primary purpose of and objective of what we're trying to do. Subsequent to that, we just want it to be done in a way which is least cost to business. The automatic mutual recognition legislation has state regulators able to not recognise a regulation implemented by another jurisdiction if they consider that to be inconsistent with their safety or other goals that they're implementing in their own regulation. So it's a good example of where there is an assurance that the jurisdiction is comfortable that the licence from interstate, when it comes into your home state, is safe to be used. Otherwise, that regulator can say, no, we don't want that licence to, or the government can say, we don't want that to come into the country. So the minimum benchmark of ensuring that the objective of the regulation is met is a bit sacrosanct, but the overlapping element of it, the bit that's needless, the bit that drives up costs for no additional gain to the community or the business, is what we're targeting.
Okay. And have you co-opted industry in with what you're considering?
Yeah, so again, part of the shop floor exercise that we've been going through, we often have businesses and the broader community involved in the development of the issues. Not only are they the ones to first raise the problems, but we co-design the solutions as well.
Can you tell me about the employing people for the first time initiative, what you're doing there around deregulation agenda, supporting small businesses to employ people for the first time?
I'm sorry, Senator, I wasn't actually in the job at that time, so
Right.
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay, so you're not aware of the checklist?
I am aware of the checklist, but because I wasn't involved in sort of setting it up and I wasn't in the position, I'm not actually aware of the ongoing.
Maybe take it on notice and help me with that. That'd be good. Final question, Chair, just in relation to the digitisation for businesses. How's that going? And how are we supporting businesses with
So one of our other deep dives is the Modernising Business Communication deep dive, and it's got issued a public consultation paper on digitising deeds and statutory declarations. The potential gains are in the hundreds of millions of dollars a year from moving those factors online. It's got strong stakeholder support. And could potentially remove a lot of needless impediments and trips to have things authorised and additional paperwork, paper, parchment and vellum, I think is the old description, and just moving online. So that reform is out for consultation at the moment.
Okay, terrific. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Wong, back to you.
Now, Minister, you've said that this is a decision of the Cabinet, or will be a decision of the Cabinet. Net zero emissions.
The commitments that are made and the plans, yes.
Yeah, okay. So will Cabinet Ministers remain bound by Cabinet solidarity on this decision as with others?
The normal processes of government and Cabinet apply.
Right, so there won't be any dispensation to National Party ministers to speak their minds?
As I said, Senator, the normal processes of government and Cabinet apply.
Okay, can you just answer the question? Well, basically, are they going to be bound, or can they campaign against it as they have been all week?
Senator, the Cabinet rules are not changing.
That is not my question. I'm asking you, is it the Prime Minister's expectation that the normal conventions around Cabinet solidarity will return? So Senator Mackenzie and Mr Joyce won't be in a position to negatively comment, adversely comment on the government's position after the Cabinet meeting.
Senator Wong, the government is finalising the position through those cabinet processes, and that will be the position of the government, and the normal rules around government and cabinet participation will apply.
Will
There's
apply.
There's no intention to change them.
Right, so there's no intention to change. So Senator McKenzie adversely commenting on net zero emissions will end after the cabinet meeting.
Senator Wong, I know how this plays, because you will then find some comment that you will claim is an adverse
I'm
comment
just
or
asking
otherwise.
you what the expectation is of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Cabinet. Whether or not it goes to Cabinet government.
Sure.
So we've seen a lot of negative comment, adverse comment by Cabinet Ministers, quite unprecedented. Leaving that aside, I don't want to get caught up in that. I think Question Time made that very clear. I'm actually asking you now, representing the Prime Minister who leads the Cabinet, once the Cabinet decision is made on net zero emissions, is it the Prime Minister, Mr Morrison's expectation that Cabinet Ministers will observe Cabinet solidarity in relation to that decision?
As always, Senator, it's the expectation that ministers abide by the rules and expectations as they're set down. Now, some of what you may term negative commentary, others will acknowledge as discussing different issues and relevant issues and challenges that need to be addressed. But
Do you think
but
telling Cabinet Minister saying it's going to get ugly is not adverse comment?
When the government announces the positions that will be taken to Glasgow, they will be the positions of government, and all the normal rules will apply.
So you would the normal rules meaning that Cabinet Ministers will observe Cabinet solidarity, including in their public statements?
The normal rules.
Okay. Have those normal rules been applied this last week?
Senator, yes. There's been no variance to the rules.
So when Senator McKenzie stands up in the Parliament and tells the chamber that it will get ugly if the government goes down the net zero emissions path, do you think that was a demonstration of Cabinet solidarity?
Well, again, it's for Senator McKenzie to.
I'm asking you.
No,
you're representing the Prime Minister.
It's for Senator McKenzie to explain the words she uses and the context she uses them in. Ultimately, the government's been going through a process of making sure that across the National Party and the Liberal Party there is agreement to and commitment to the plans and commitments that will be taken to Glasgow.
Yeah, but the Prime Minister leads the Cabinet, so this isn't just...
Prime Minister
well,
has
let
led
me
that
finish the
process.
question, please. The Prime Minister leads the Cabinet. It's not just a matter for Senator McKenzie. Does the Prime Minister believe that Senator McKenzie saying it will be ugly in answer to a question about net zero emissions was a demonstration or was consistent with Cabinet solidarity?
Well, I haven't asked the Prime Minister about that
Well, you're
particular
representing
statement.
him now. All right, I'm asking you as the Minister representing.
Well, and I answered that question just before.
Which is what?
Well, I said, in terms of for the full context in which Senator McKenzie said anything, it's a matter for Senator McKenzie to explain.
So what about today when she referred to Cabinet as Fight Club? Do you think that was a demonstration of Cabinet solidarity?
I haven't even seen that comment or quote to Senator Wong. I'm definitely unaware of the context in which it was given. But does Cabinet have robust discussions at times? Yes, and I would hope that that's what people expect Cabinet to entail.
No. Oh, right. So you think it's fine to describe it as Fight Club?
As I said, I haven't seen the context of those
Okay, does this
comments.
this is the context. Senator Watt asked her whether or not the Cabinet submission deals with a new coal-fired power station. I'm not going to tell you what's in the Cabinet submission. Are you going to build a new coal-fired power station? And she said the first rule of Fight Club is not to talk about Fight Club.
Right. So that sounds like a sounds like a colloquial reference, Senator Wong.
Right.
Yeah, that's. I don't
Sorry?
see the hanging offence you're looking for there, Senator
I know
Wong.
what Fight Club is.
And indeed, and
I think we understand. We also understand your government is a fight club at the moment. We've seen it on the floor of the Senate. Well, so Cabinet solidarity is in the Cabinet handbook. First, Clause 19, in practice, a decision of the Cabinet is binding on all members of the government. Second, and then 20, members of the Cabinet must publicly support all government decisions made in the Cabinet, even if they do not agree with them. Cabinet ministers cannot dissociate themselves from or repudiate a decision of their Cabinet colleagues unless they resign from the Cabinet. Now, just to be clear, those rules will apply to the National Party Cabinet ministers in relation to the net zero emissions decision that Cabinet makes this week.
I'm not aware of any plans or intentions to vary the Cabinet rules, Senator.
So can you explain to me, so I think Ms Maiden has written an article online in which Mr Joyce has been very upfront with telling colleagues he doesn't support net zero by 2050. So just so we're clear, the Prime Minister, Mr Morrison, supports net zero by 2050. The Deputy Prime Minister and leader of the National Party has been public with his party room, and it's reported that he doesn't support 2050, net zero emissions by 2050.
Senator Wong, as I've said a few times, the decisions of the government will be announced by the Prime Minister later this week ahead of his trip to Glasgow and,
so is it the
finalisation of those Cabinet processes.
So is it okay for Mr Joyce to say before the Cabinet meeting he doesn't agree but not after?
Well, Senator, again, you're in part asking me now to comment not just on the words of Mr Joyce or of Senator McKenzie, but now you're asking me to comment on the words of Samantha Maiden.
Okay. I just all right. Look, can we not? There's a lot of sophistry going on. Fundamentally, out there in on the public, people say, "Well, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister are saying different things." So I'm asking you, as the person representing the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Government in the Senate, are you comfortable with Mr Joyce publicly indicating he opposes net zero emissions by 2050?
Mr Joyce has been engaging with his
asking,
party members,
are you
his constituents, and others as part of this process and the decision making within his party. And the government will have formal decisions of the government taken through the Cabinet process week and then announced publicly.
Answer the question.
Chair, there does have to be a relationship
Answer the question.
between what Senator Birmingham says.
I'm asking what
and the
you
question.
think. Are you comfortable with him putting a position contrary to that of the Prime Minister?
Senator Wong, the government's decision and position on all of this will be announced this week. As I've said, there's not anticipated to be any change or expected to be any change to the Cabinet rules or otherwise.
You know that's
going
not my
forward.
question. All right, I'll try it again. Do you think it is acceptable for the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia to publicly oppose a position the Prime Minister has taken?
Well, Senator Wong, I don't expect that to be the case.
Right. After the meeting.
You, Senator Wong, have, as we all have, seen policy issues where positions have changed within parties, within governments over a period of time, and because of changing circumstances, evidence or otherwise.
Okay, so you don't expect it to be the case he'll continue to publicly oppose it after the Cabinet meeting? Is that what you meant when you said I don't expect it to continue to be the case? I don't expect
that to be the case. We have been through a proper process that will be formalised by the Cabinet.
So can I just now on the in the list of demands, which other people appear to know a lot more about, what do you know about the list of demands? So you know what's in the papers. You won't answer any questions about what documents, but what do you know about what's been asked for?
Well, Senator, what I know is that the Cabinet will finalise the positions and details will be released following those Cabinet discussions.
That wasn't my question. What do you know about what has been asked for?
I'm not going to preempt the final decisions of Cabinet.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
That's
not what I've asked.
It is the effect of what you are
No, it's
asking,
not.
Senator Wong.
It is. Do you know what has been asked for?
Well, Senator Wong, I'm well aware of different parts of the discussions that have been had.
Okay. From that knowledge, can you tell me Does the list include watering down of the EPBC Act?
And so, Senator Wong, I'm not going to go in a rule-in, rule-out game to matters that will rightly be discussed and finalised by proper cabinet process.
Well, I'm actually not asking about the cabinet process. I'm asking about your knowledge of these demands.
And the different issues that have been part of discussions will be finalised as part of the cabinet.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about the cabinet process yet.
Well,
I'm not asking about the cabinet process yet, so don't hide behind the cabinet process.
No,
I'm asking
the two
you,
are
from your knowledge, what is on the list. It's amazing, isn't it? It is extraordinary that this government's addiction to secrecy.
It would be helpful for the committee if ministers and senators, when responding, were able to listen to each other rather than all speak over the top. It does make it difficult to chair.
Well, if I can just go to that, it would make it much easier if the minister did not anticipate where Senator Wong's questions were going and argue them out about where he thinks they are going and simply answered the questions. There is a lot of question avoidance going on here, and there is a lot of sophistry, and the longer it goes on, the more likely two things will happen. One, people will reach the inevitable conclusion that this minister doesn't want to answer questions in estimates, and secondly, that we will have a spillover hearing until we get to the bottom of these very basic questions.
Thank you, Senator Reyes. I think the minister is trying to answer the question, but is being interrupted.
I will try and be helpful. I am not asking what is going to cabinet. I'm asking about, from your knowledge of the demands that the National Party have put, whether or not certain things are included. So please don't answer with a cabinet process answer, because I haven't asked that. I'm asking what you know the coalition partner has put to the government as their list of demands. Does it include funding for a coal-fired power station?
So, Senator Wong, I'm sorry to disappoint, but the matters of finalising the positions taken to Glasgow and the policies around that
I haven't asked that.
are intrinsically linked to cabinet deliberations. They have been, as I've said from almost the first question I faced today. These decisions will be finalised through a cabinet process, and much as it may be more convenient for me to rule out certain things that you put to me, I'm not going to.
No, I'm not
going to go to
I am not actually asking what the government will decide about them. No, I'm not. I am asking, from your knowledge, what is on the list. So I'm asking you, does it include a watering down of the EPBC Act?
And I'm not going to go to the things.
Does it
that may
include
or may
a domestic
not be put
nuclear
to
industry
cabinet.
for Australia?
No, Senator Wong, I'm just
Does
going
it
to go to
include
what may or may
leaving
not be put
open
to
a
cabinet.
government-funded coal-fired power station?
All of this will be public in the
Does it
next couple
include
of days.
$250 billion for risky investments, mining investments that Mr Pitt proposed?
All of this will be public in the next couple of days, Senator Wong, following the cabinet
the government's
process being finalised.
Your government's addiction to secrecy and this Prime Minister's addiction to secrecy is extraordinary.
No, Senator Wong,
Christian Porter, secret donations, Doherty modelling, kept secret, JobKeeper recipients, secret, climate modelling, secret, climate deal with Barnaby Joyce, secret. What is Mr Morrison's problem with telling people what's happening?
Without getting into a long political debate, Senator Wong, as I've said, all of these matters will be announced by the Prime Minister before he goes to Glasgow and made public. I'm not going to get ahead of that finalisation of the cabinet process.
Okay,
and
so
that
this is,
announcement
the
by
next
Prime
question
Minister.
is not a cabinet decision. The next question is Mr Morrison's decision. Is it the case that Mr Pitt will return to the cabinet? That's a decision for the Prime Minister. It's not a decision for the cabinet.
It is a decision for the Prime Minister, and it's one that the Prime Minister rightly announces his ministry.
Are you aware? Have you been told Mr Pitt will return to cabinet?
Well, what I understand, the Prime Minister.
PMO texting you, are they?
It was not related to.
They are
was not related to the question you've asked,
very
Senator Wong.
activist PMO, and you know that.
Was
Even
not
your own
related to the
senators
question
tell us
you've
all
asked,
this.
Senator Wong. Indeed, I was checking, in fact, to make sure that that it was not related to the question you asked. The Prime Minister announces the ministry and the ministerial arrangements.
Thank you for the self-evident truth.
There's been no announcement of changes that I'm aware of at
are
this
you
time.
aware, have you been told that Mr Pitt will return to the Cabinet as part of this deal?
No. The Prime Minister announces ministerial
I'm
arrangements.
asking what you know.
And
Can everybody observe the way in which the Leader of the Government in the Senate is utterly avoiding the answer? Like he is utterly avoiding answering the question. I am not asking whether the Prime Minister has announced. I know that. I'm asking whether you know, whether you've been told that Mr Pitt will return to the Cabinet.
And I appreciate, Senator Wong, that that you are wanting
No.
me to make
Tell the truth.
announcements or proclamations outside of the normal processes, but whether it's cabinet processes or prime ministerial processes, I'm not going to breach those normal processes sitting at this table.
Well, can you explain to me how that would work in terms of your proportionality deal?
No.
Doesn't that mean they're overrepresented?
No. Senator Wong, the Prime Minister makes decisions about
I'm asking
those who
you.
sit around the Cabinet. Within the construct of the coalition, he does so with certain consultation with the coalition partner.
Right, so they're not overrepresented if Mr Pitt returns to Cabinet, which has been reported.
Well, regardless of the hypothetical or otherwise of the question, I haven't sat down and done the sums myself in terms of precisely how the proportionalities work right now.
Right. So, as Senator Hughes pointed out in the Senate chamber, I think there are 24, is it, regional Liberal seats? 24 regional Liberals? And I think, is it 13 or 14 Nationals? So did the 24 regional Liberals get to also put their demands to you for net zero emissions for the regions?
As I said earlier today, Senator Wong is publicly known. There have been discussions of the Liberal Party room separate to those discussions that the Nationals
Right.
Party
Do
room
you
had.
we know you've seen the Nationals' demands. You won't tell us where and you won't tell us what's in them, but we know you've seen them. Have you seen a similar or an analogous list of demands from regional Liberals?
So Senator Wong has said before, this has been quite an iterative process of discussion across the two coalition parties, discussions within party rooms, discussion within different committees representative of those party rooms, discussions within the Cabinet, discussions within leadership groups, and yes, that certainly included discussions with rural and regional Liberals.
Is there a list of demands from them as well?
Well, these have been discussions around the range of policy issues.
Are there a list of demands from them associated with net zero emissions, or do they just leave it all to the National Party?
Certainly, regional and rural Liberal members and senators are quite strong in their engagement on these issues.
No, I'm not asking in the abstract. I am asking, have you seen? So can we get out of the abstract, generalised statements which are designed to not answer a direct question? Have you seen any list of demands from regional Liberals associated with the net zero emissions 2050 target?
I'm aware of a number of specific issues raised by
Okay,
rural and
what are
regional
they?
Liberals. Well, again, Senator Wong, in terms of the policy decisions of the government, they will be made public in the coming days.
On 16th September, Prime Minister said Australia is not seeking to establish civil nuclear capability. Is that still the policy position of the government?
Sorry, Senator Wong, I just missed the...
On the 16th of September, Mr Morrison said Australia was not seeking to establish a civil nuclear capability. I am confirming or clarifying whether that remains the policy position of the government.
That remains the policy position of the government.
Right. Have the department been asked to provide any advice on a pathway to a civil nuclear capability?
Senator, not that I'm aware of. No, we haven't provided advice on a pathway to a civil nuclear capability.
Advice on civil nuclear capability?
No, what we have provided in the past is an information brief about low emissions technologies, which would have included nuclear technologies around the world, but that was really just a factual information brief.
When Mr Morrison announced Ms Price's appointment as Science Minister on October 1st, he included this sentence in his press conference: "There is also the working together with organisations like ANSTO and the CSIRO in addressing the nuclear capabilities that will be necessary under the nuclear submarine program." Are you able to explain to me what those are? what he meant by that?
Officials may wish to add, but from the day on which AUKUS was announced, the Prime Minister and Government have been clear that that in relation to the relevant safeguards that would have to be demonstrated and capabilities demonstrated to build, operate, and sustain the nuclear-powered submarines. There were skills that needed to be established, and I think from that day, I'm pretty sure the Prime Minister did indicate that there would be a role for ANSTO or other skilled agencies within government in contributing to that. But it relates as outlined in terms of those nuclear-powered submarines to those questions of ensuring that all of the skills to ensure they are operated and sustained in a safe way are present in Australia, noting the preconditions that were also announced, which is that that there won't be a need for a civil nuclear capability in Australia because of the changed technology around what the nuclear reactors fuelling those submarines
Can
are.
I leave it open, say to the department, if there's anything to add to that answer, can that be put on notice, please?
We will, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Birmingham, Mr Keane said yesterday that on Insiders, people who talk about nuclear energy meeting our current energy needs are, quote, chasing a unicorn. He noted nuclear power is 2 to 3 times more expensive than coal and will take 15 years to train a workforce. Do you agree with him?
Well, I think the cost parameters in terms of nuclear power do remain prohibitive compared to other alternatives. I know that some experts in the field will debate the way in which the technology is changing and the role of small nuclear reactors in the future. That's things where I would expect governments will continue to monitor those changes in cost and technology. But right now, I think he's speaking fairly effectively in terms of how those cost comparisons line up.
There was an article published by Mr Massola yesterday that suggested and included a series of messages which appear to be from Matt Canavan, Senator Canavan, in which it is asserted that the party wanting stories about the party wanting a socio-economic safety valve for the region, and I quote, reads like it is being planted by the Prime Minister's office. I'm going to ask you a direct question. As the person representing the Prime Minister, have any of Mr Morrison's staff been leaking to Mr Massola or any other member of the gallery about National Party asks?
No, Senator.
Really? Okay. Are you anticipating... Oh, the coalition agreement, another secret agreement. Speaking of addictions to secrecy, an agreement which goes to the coalition government and machinery of government issues and who gets what, also you refuse to release, along with everything else. But was there a new coalition agreement signed when Mr Joyce became leader?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator Wong.
You don't remember? It's not a trick question, I actually don't know.
No, and to be honest, I just need to double check, Senator.
Sure, no, that's fair enough. So you've seen the coalition agreement?
Well, I'm aware of the the coalition agreement is an agreement between the two leaders
of the
respective parties, and as I think I've said at these fora before, it's often conflated to be a lot more than it is, but it's an agreement that enables the two parties to operate as a coalition in government.
Does it include, is there a reference to climate policy in the agreement?
Senator, I think we have not customarily gone to that the terms of the agreement, which is far more functional than policy, is how I would describe it.
Well, I'm asking you directly, is there a reference to climate policy in the agreement?
Oh, I'll take it on notice, Senator Wong, but I do so mindful of the precedent about...
Precedent meaning you guys want to keep it secret. That's the precedent. There's no parliamentary precedent. It goes to matters of government. It goes to numbers of ministers. It clearly goes to machinery of government issues, including who got the trade portfolio. No, who got the water portfolio. So it's an outrage that you keep it secret from the public. You really don't think that the public is entitled to know what deal you've done to stay in power?
Senator Wong, the arrangements in terms of the ministry are public for all to see. The arrangements in terms of the policy positions the government takes are equally publicly explained and prosecuted.
Right. Are there any other policy issues referenced in the agreement?
Senator, I'll take that on notice too.
Ms Foster, has anyone in the department seen the current coalition agreement?
No, Senator.
Was there ever any copy in the department?
No, Senator.
Has anyone been asked to destroy their copy?
No, Senator.
Have you seen it, Mr Birmingham? Senator Birmingham?
Sorry, Senator?
The coalition agreement, have you seen it? I asked that question earlier and you changed tack. Have you seen the physical document?
It's an exchange between the leaders, Senator Wong.
Gosh. Have you seen the document?
If you hadn't spoken over the top of me, you might have heard that I said no at the end of that previous statement.
Thank you.
Senator Wong, you've been going for about 25 minutes, and Senator Waters, I believe,
She's not here.
She's on the call.
Okay, can I just quickly I'll quickly do some international climate and then I'm happy to...
Great.
Is that all right?
Yes,
Thank you.
that's
Very
wonderful.
quickly,
Thank you.
I'll try and... So, who's going to the Conference of the Parties of the Prime Minister to Glasgow? Officials, personal staff, ministers, MPs.
Senator James Larson, Climate Coordinator. There is a delegation list that's currently being considered, Senator.
Who's on that from the ministry?
The Prime Minister, of course, has confirmed that he'll be attending, and I understand that Minister Taylor is also...
Anybody else on the delegation that you're... I mean, we're going in... when are you going? How many days? 4 days?
The end of this week, Senator.
Okay, so this is not like months away. Who else is on the delegation list, Mr Larson?
In terms of, did you say ministers? Or?
First ministers.
I'm not aware of any other ministers.
MPs or senators?
I don't have a final list, Senator.
No, can you not avoid it? Who is currently on the list? Who is anticipating?
I don't have the list in front of me, Senator, and in
well,
fact
then
that's
maybe
a matter
get it. Why don't you get it and we'll come back to it? Please don't obfuscate on this. It is an entirely legitimate question. I appreciate that it may still be drafted and it can be finalised and the evidence can be given with that. But you can't come to the table and say, I can't tell you anything about it, which is effectively that answer. How many officials?
I've seen a list which includes a number of officials. I haven't seen a final list, Senator.
I got that. How many on the list you saw?
From memory, would have been about 15, I think.
15, mainly from PMC or DFAT as well?
Principally from Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and DISA as well.
And?
Department of Industry, Science, Technology and Resources.
Right, and which MPs were on the draft list that you saw?
From memory, I simply don't recall, Senator, and it is a draft list.
Okay, heard that. On the draft list you saw, which MPs were on it?
From the government or more broadly?
From the government.
I simply don't recall, Senator, but I'm not sure that there were any other members of Parliament from the government.
Mr Ench?
Possibly, Senator, yes.
All right, so now you can remember. Do you want to get the draft list and come back?
I've told you, Senator, I don't have the list in front of me.
No, you could get it. You've got lots of staff. How many people work at PMC? I'm sure someone can get it for you, Mr
Senator,
Larson.
I'll make inquiries.
Yeah, can someone listening to the estimates please provide Mr Larson with the draft list that he saw that he's now forgotten the details of? Thank you. Anyone from the National Party on the list?
Senator, I don't have the list in front of me, and it's a draft list. So you have asked us to produce that list, and we are making inquiries.
Senator, if I might assist, the list itself is the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade will have probably the most up-to-date.
The Prime Minister. Well, it's the Prime Minister's travel.
Yeah.
Ms Foster, does anybody else have a copy of the draft delegation list?
Senator...
Because he's avoiding the question, demonstrably.
I don't. Mr Larson will probably be best
What about
equipped to know who else
does
has
the
the
travel?
list.
Sorry, what's the division that does the travel? Ministerial.
Ministerial.
Has the program been printed? What about Mr. Martin? That's it, Mr. Martin. Is he here?
He is here, Senator.
Well, can he come
may
in,
be able
please?
to
Because he might be
assist.
more helpful than Mr. Larson. You should stay. I'll ask more questions. Getting a reputation. Mr. Martin, can you... Mr... Can you swap, please? Thank you. And I assume the UNFCCC would have registered participants already, correct? No?
Senator, I haven't been doing the operational details. Mr. Martin should be able to help us.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Who's going?
Senator Gerard Martin, First Assistant Secretary, Ministerial Support Division. So I've got information in relation to the PM's party, 17 PM&C officials in total going.
PM&C officials?
Yes, Senator.
Not DFAT?
So there'll be DFAT officials travelling separately, Senator.
All
I
right,
don't
so
have
17
information.
PM&C, and
Yes.
and PM plus who, Mr. Martin?
So the Deputy Secretary, Economy, Industry and G20 Sherpa.
Sorry, which MPs, I said?
Oh, sorry, I don't have any information about MPs travelling, Senator.
All right, but you've got 17.
17 PM&C officials.
Have you printed the book?
We don't actually print a book anymore these days, Senator.
Oh, right. What do you do?
It's all online now, Senator.
Okay, have you seen it online?
Senator, what I've seen is the list of 17 PM&C officials.
Have you seen it online, the program?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you for answering the question. Can you get it online now, please?
Senator, I have the information here right in front
I'd
of me.
like you to get it online because I'm going to ask you who the program list is attending with him.
So
Because at the front of it, there should be the delegation list.
So, Senator, that won't be finalised until the departure of...
Well, who's on the list currently?
Sorry, Senator, all I have is the information about 17 departmental officials.
Right, so can someone online look and tell me who is on the delegation list from the government currently?
I don't think that's been finalised yet, Senator, as far as I'm
Oh
aware.
my gosh. You and Mr. Birmingham. Currently, just because something changes in the future doesn't preclude a question about now.
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice because
No, well,
the only
please don't take it
information-
on notice.
Senator, the only
Please get
information I
the
have-
information, Mr. Martin, and come back to me. I want to know who is currently on the delegation list for something that's occurring in 4 days.
I believe witnesses are entitled to take any question on notice.
Yeah,
it's
and
not
I-
up to members of the committee to direct witnesses whether
Well-
or not they can take it on notice.
Certainly, the witness has taken the question
No,
on notice. They are
actually the
entitled
minister
to
has
do
to
so.
take it on notice, and I'm saying politically that is not a sensible thing to do because it demonstrates you're just hiding it. I'm asking what the current list is.
That's your opinion, Senator.
That
Wong.
is the current list. I'm not asking for the final list. I'm asking who departments have been instructed currently is going. Why is this such a state secret? What are you so worried about? Why don't you just tell us which MPs are currently on the list? It's like this addiction to secrecy is just reflexive. Just go, oh, we can't tell her. I just want to know who's on the list currently.
Senator Wong, I'm not aware of who's on the list.
Thank you.
It's been
Yes.
taken on notice.
Well, could you come
I'm
back
happy
after
to
lunch,
see whether
please?
we can
Thank you.
provide some
Thank
updated
you.
information for you.
Is it proposed to use a SPA for this trip?
I'm sorry, Senator?
Special purpose aircraft, is it? Thank
Yes,
you.
Senator.
Will the Prime Minister be required to quarantine upon his return?
Senator, if he's returning into New South Wales, which I understand is the intention, then he won't be required to quarantine on return.
On what day did the Prime Minister or his office advise PM&C the Prime Minister would attend the Glasgow conference?
Senator, on the day that it was announced, which I think was the 15th
of October.
October.
So you did you find out from the announcement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr Larson, are you responsible for advising the UNFCCC Secretariat as to attendance of the Prime Minister?
No, I'm not.
Who is responsible for that?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'd have to check.
Has anyone at the table any knowledge of who advised the UNFCCC Secretariat that the Prime Minister's attending?
I expect it would be the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, which is responsible for engaging with the UNFCCC.
So, again, just to be clear, So national statements for the first part of the high-level segment for heads of state and heads of government. The registration for that actually closed on the 15th of October 2021. So he announced on the very last day possible for registration, correct?
That is the correct date of registration, yes, Senator.
Has he now registered as a speaker in the high-level segment?
I believe so, yes, Senator.
Who did that?
That, I believe, would have been done by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
So what do you do?
I am responsible for coordinating engagement across government in terms of our international position and our engagement with international partners.
Now, I think can you table a list of all other countries that have committed to net zero emissions to date, please?
Yes, I can, Senator.
Now, Australia has not updated our 2030 emissions reductions target that was set by the Abbott government in 2015, correct?
The 2030 nationally determined contribution was reaffirmed at the end of last year, Senator.
But it's the same as
Correct.
the 2015
It was
target.
reaffirmed.
So basically, as at 2021 currently, our position is the same as at Paris in 2015.
That's correct, Senator.
Yes. Although there were some technical changes around how it was expressed, particularly in relation to so-called carryover credits.
Now, I want to go to this NDC issue. The formal, isn't it the case that the expectation for the NDC in terms of an internationally, I don't want to use the word binding because it's got a whole heap of connotations, an international commitment is the 2030 target, correct?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not quite sure what the question is.
The question goes to what commitments are envisaged by the NDC.
So countries put forward, I'm not a particular expert on the negotiations.
So what do you do?
But the countries do put forward nationally determined contributions, as Australia has done, and those can be updated from time to time.
Yeah, the point is that the NDC that has been sought at this COP is a 2030, not a 2050
That's
target.
correct, Senator, yes.
All right, so can you explain to me how that is expressed? So the 2030 target is expressed as a, I suppose, an international commitment within the NDC, and a 2050 target would be what you could describe as a political aspiration. Can you tell me how it would explain those two?
So different countries, Senator, do it in different ways, of course. So in relation to 2050, some countries make it as an aspirational statement. Some countries, of course, don't identify 2050 at all. Some countries identify, for example, 2060. Some countries have made no 2050 commitment whatsoever. In relation to 2030, nationally determined contributions are submitted by countries. There have been some 140 nationally determined contributions submitted, and they can be updated, and in a number of instances they have been ahead of this particular COP, yes.
I'll come back to this after the lunch break. I want to, now you say you coordinate Australia's position vis-a-vis and look at what is happening internationally. We've seen many countries publicly criticise our lack of emissions reduction ambition. Has the Ambassador Thibault, I think is how one says it, the French ambassador, talked about the progress of state governments and their 2050 target and their 2030 targets, which are substantially greater than the governments, than the coalition governments. Has the French government made representations to the Australian government to raise or to increase Australia's 2030 target?
I believe in the context of a range of discussions. Certainly I have had a couple of discussions with certain French officials. They have not made strong representations to me, but I believe they will have made representations over the course of some time in relation to ambition issues.
Right, at which level?
I don't have those details, Senator, but I can make inquiries.
Well, ministerial level?
I don't have those details, Senator.
Well,
but
you said before at different levels to you, so what were you referencing?
I would expect the similar conversations to the ones that Ambassador Thibault, for example, has had with me, or some of the French government officials I've engaged with. I would expect they have had similar conversations with our embassy officials in Paris, no doubt also colleagues in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, also no doubt colleagues in the course of negotiations.
So the Italian ambassador, Francesca Tadioli, has also said circumstances have changed over the last 5 years, and we have to, I'm paraphrasing, raise our ambition. There's no second chance if we fail. There's no time to lose. This is not rhetoric, let alone catastrophism. This is science. Does the department concur with the ambassador's comments?
I think it's clear, Senator, that especially countries from the European Union, but also some others, have been pushing for an increased level of ambition in the lead up to this COP.
Right. So the Italian government has also made representations to the government?
Not to me, Senator, and I don't know.
Could you take on notice who else it has? Mr Goldman, who's the US Chargé, on 21st of October said that Australia has an important role to play. It comes in at number 16 globally, so it's in the top 20 emitters. If you consider it in per capita terms, Australia and the US are number 3 and 4 in the world, respectively. And so our countries share a lot of similar characteristics, and we share a level of responsibility. So we're 16th in the world in terms of net emissions?
From memory, I think that's correct, Senator.
Right, okay. And third or fourth in terms of, or third in terms of per capita?
Sorry, is that a question?
Yeah, there was a question at the end.
Roughly, yes.
Mr Goldman also went on to say that Australia's position will be noticed. It will be noticed by us. Australia's position will be noticed in Europe, by our partners and by leaders, it goes on to in Beijing. So he's making a clear statement that this will be noticed by the United States. Has the US government made representations to the government to raise Australia's 2030 target?
Yes, certainly the US government has put on record that it is keen to see a higher level of ambition, including from Australia, but also a wide range of different countries who are going to be attending the COP.
When was the last time the Prime Minister or his office met with the UK High Commissioner, the British High Commissioner?
I don't have an answer to that, Senator. I don't know.
We'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Is the Prime Minister aware that the Australian government someone in the Australian government described the UK High Commissioner as a, quote, sanctimonious bore, end quote, and accused her of haranguing Canberra on climate change?
I'm not aware of that, Senator.
You're not? It's reported, I think, in the Telegraph, UK Telegraph. British Foreign Office responds after High Commissioner to Australia criticised over climate lectures. According to the UK's Telegraph newspaper, Australian government sources responded by branding Ms Treadell a sanctimonious bore and accused her of haranguing Canberra on climate change. I'm assuming, Mr Senator Birmingham, you're not one of those sources?
Well, I note that it sounds like it's unattributed, so I'm not aware who is, but no, Senator, I have a good relationship with the High Commissioner, I like to think, and have enjoyed my reasons for engagement with her at different junctures.
Does the Prime Minister agree with this characterisation of the High Commissioner's work?
I'm sure he does not.
So does the Prime Minister condemn the remark made by members of the government in relation to the UK High Commissioner?
I'm not accepting the proposition that it was
it's in
made
the paper.
by...
I mean, whether or not one agrees with it, it's been reported that's Australian government resources.
Sure.
I'm inviting you to condemn it.
And I was partway through saying,
Thank
Senator
you.
Wong, so I'm not going to confirm an unattributed source in a UK newspaper that I have no knowledge of. But of course, if somebody were to have said that, the Prime Minister would condemn it, and I'm sure the Prime Minister well, as is well known, values the close relationship with the government of the United Kingdom.
Well, Mr Morrison tasked someone to the department to find out who's responsible for making those remarks?
Senator Wong, it doesn't even indicate whether it was an official or a minister or
correct.
anything, does it, from what you
he
have
can do
said?
it in the
So-
cabinet, I suppose. Has the another government source is described as saying Ms Trudell has become isolated from the offices of the PMO and the Foreign Minister. Is that correct?
I wouldn't accept the characterisation, although as Ms Foster's taken on notice your question about meetings or engagements, it's, as is well known, the Prime Minister has a fairly close and direct line of communication with his UK counterpart too.
So before
As
I
does
raise
the Foreign
this,
Minister too, in fairness.
before I raise this with you, were you aware of these comments?
I don't recall having seen them before, Senator Wong.
So, and I think, just to be clear, the Prime Minister does condemn these remarks.
No, I'm sure he would condemn that characterisation of the UK High Commissioner. I'm not accepting the premise that a member of the government made them.
It's just reported as Australian government sources. So we're going to try and find out who's talking about one of our significant and important partners in this way.
Well, Senator, as said, I don't know that the reporting overseas of unnamed sources that aren't even seeking to attribute it to a administrative or political level source, that there's terribly much to investigate. But the government's valuing of our relationship with the UK government is very clear, and it's a very close and strong relationship at present, as witnessed by recent announcements.
Except that someone in your government is telling papers using pretty vile language about the diplomatic representative here.
Well, Senator,
These are the...
an unattributed source of unknown level within
It just sort
the
of flies in
Australian
the
government
face of
is
the
alleged to
forever
have said
friends,
that.
doesn't it? Flies in the face of the forever friends rhetoric from the PM.
I think the closeness of the relations between Australia and the UK is very clear, from not just Prime Minister to Prime Minister engagement or Minister to Minister, but a whole range of areas of current cooperation.
Right, so
and
when
engagement.
someone in your government described the French as having a sook, was that okay too?
Again, Senator Wong, I don't know to which story you are referring and whether you have a source or otherwise for that, or again, if it's an unnamed source of
No,
unknown...
unnamed government source, again. I just wonder why people feel it's necessary inside your government to diss people we have relationships with in this way, publicly, because they say something you don't agree with.
Senator, I've addressed the UK relationship in relation to the French relationship.
We'll come back to that.
We can come back to that if you like.
Did you want me to pause? I've got more, but I was going to go to the Pacific on climate.
If you're going on to a different topic, I might give the call to Senator Waters.
Yeah, it's
and
on
then we'll
climate,
come back
but
to
it
this.
is.
Okay.
I can try and do it quickly if you want. Look, over these last months, we've seen negative comments about Australia's position, or comments. We've seen Pacific leaders raising concerns about Australia's climate position, whether it's Prime Minister Bainimarama, whether it's the Samoan Prime Minister Mataafa on the 6th of October, who called on us to do more. We've seen today Secretary General PIF, Secretary General Puna saying we had to stop talking about taking action, and reminding Mr Morrison that in 2019, in the Bow Declaration, that he actually had already committed to do something more on climate. And he said Australia is with us on the rhetoric. They need to... Australia's with us on the rhetoric. They need to get on board with the action that's required. So we've got regular comments from the Pacific calling on us to do more. So my question really is this. You've got a Pacific, Mr Morrison talks about a Pacific step up. We're spending billions of dollars in aid and loans and grants. Your position on climate and Mr Morrison's position on climate is undermining your Pacific step up. Why?
Senator Wong, I'm sure when the government this week announces the positions we'll take to Glasgow and the plans underpinning that, which include billions of dollars of investment in relation to technologies and approaches to achieve emissions reductions, not just in Australia, but hopefully the breakthrough in technologies that will help the rest of the world.
So this is what's in the deal.
That I am
You just said
confident
that.
I am confident there will be engagement, as is routine, with our Pacific neighbours in ensuring that that they are briefed on what those additional commitments
So where's the
and
billions of
plans are.
dollars? Is that in the deal? Or is that in the budget?
And there are billions of dollars in the budget.
Right. Is there any additional funding required for the deal?
Senator, refer you to my previous
Right.
answers.
So,
The
but
plans,
have you?
as
I
well as the
assume you have not
commitments,
yet
will be-
provisioned for the deal in the budget because you didn't have it.
Details of the plans, details of the commitments will be released this week.
Not my question.
Following Cabinet.
Not my question.
Any budget updates will be made
Not my question.
appropriately in my EFA.
Have you provisioned for the deal already in the budget?
Budget updates will be made in my EFA.
Have
There are
you
billions of dollars
provisioned-
of climate-related provisions already.
Right. Have you provisioned for what is in this deal with the National Party already in the budget?
As said, arrangements that will be finalised by Cabinet still. Those arrangements will then be made public. If there are impacts in a budget sense, that will be provided as part of the normal MAEFO update.
Are there any provisions for any aspect of this deal in the budget?
Senator Wong, there are, as I said before, billions of dollars of related policies already announced and committed and detailed in the budget that relate to this policy.
Thank you, Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Walters, you're on the line. You are. I'm going to
Thanks, Chair. Hopefully you can see and hear me now. Great. Thanks, Chair. I've got a number of questions here. I want to start off with Mr Porter. I'll ask about Mr Gaetjens, and perhaps if the officials can answer to the best of their ability, noting Mr Gaetjens has not made himself available today. I'm interested in whether Mr Gaetjens was asked to consider whether Mr Porter's failure to provide details of donors to his legal fees was in breach of the ministerial standards.
Senator, the nature of the discussions that we had with the Prime Minister's office around this arrangement were in fact about what Mr Porter would need to do for this arrangement, or what the characteristics of the arrangement would need to be for it to be compliant with the ministerial standards. So if you like, that question was turned on its head.
As in, it was assumed not to comply unless certain features were undertaken?
So the question was, would it be compliant, and if not, what would it need to be compliant?
Okay, and at what date were those discussions had?
So they took place, Senator, between the 15th and the 19th of September.
Okay, so was Mr Gaetjens asked to advise on that, or some other person in the department?
The discussions were with me, Senator, and with Mr Reid.
Okay, thank you. Was that conclusion conveyed to the Prime Minister prior to Mr Porter leaving the ministry?
So, Senator, I don't have insight into the discussions between the office and the Prime Minister, but I think the Prime Minister's statement in announcing Mr Porter's resignation went to the question of Mr Porter advising that he could not provide the level of transparency in the arrangements that would put beyond question whether or not it was compliant, and therefore he had chosen to resign.
Okay, thank you. Still on this same matter, was either Mr Gaetjens or anyone else in the department asked to consider or provide advice on whether Mr Porter's declaration was consistent with the requirements of the Register of Members' Interests?
No, Senator, because the department does not have a role in monitoring compliance with the parliamentary registers.
Okay, thank you. Just in relation to Mr Gaetjens' review of Ms Brittany Higgins and what staff in the PMO knew and at what time, I heard the earlier exchange and I've read the statement of the 30th of August asking that the investigation be paused while the criminal proceedings are underway, so I'm aware of that. How much progress had been made on Mr Gaetjens' work prior to the 30th of August when it was suspended?
So, Senator, Mr Gaetjens was well progressed with his work, but I guess I should say at this point that I'm very conscious of both the AFP Commissioner's statement in his opening statement this morning, and also the advice we received relating to the ACT DPP's statements, both of which indicate that public commentary around anything to do with that issue could prejudice the trial. And so I don't wish in any way to be unhelpful, but because we don't know where the trial will go, it's very, very difficult for us to be confident that we can talk about any of the issues around the inquiry, except to reinforce, what process has taken place to date.
Yes, understand. Thank you. We'll certainly revisit this matter in times to come. No one wants to prejudice the court proceedings, I'm sure. Can I move now to the National Australia Day Council? Has the review that the PMO commissioned of the National Australia Day Council been completed?
Yes, it has. It has, Senator.
Made public? Is that already public, or will it be made public?
Senator, I think its current status is that a copy of the report has been provided to the chair of the National Australia Day Council for consideration. I don't believe it has yet been made public.
Is there an intention to make it public?
Senator John Reid, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division. It might assist if I answer these questions. I'm just conscious that Ms Foster is a member of the board of the National Australia Day Council. And as Ms Foster says, it has been given to the chair of the board for consideration. As to whether it will be made public, that'll be a question for the government after the NADC board has had an opportunity to review it.
Okay. What actions have been taken in response to that review?
Well, Senator, because the NADC board haven't had an opportunity to review the findings of the review, I can't say that a lot of things have... Sorry, Senator, are you...
You might be on mute, Senator Waters. No, we can't hear you, Senator Waters.
Senator, we can't hear you speaking, but perhaps if I could reinforce...
Senator Waters, you might want to try and call in using the teleconference details instead of the video conferencing facility. I'm hoping she can hear me. Can you hear? Oh, and she's gone.
She may be listening to your advice then.
Yes, hopefully. I'm happy to go on. Senator Long, we might... Oh, that's the first time. She said to log back in ASAP. Okay. if you're happy to wait, we'll just...
She's going to call back in, is she?
Yeah. Let's just give it a minute and see if Senator Waters can log back in, and then if not, we'll go to Senator Wong until... I'm not going to...
She's jumping in the what? No, I'm not on it. I try not to use that flat platform as well, other than for family. Oh, it's a signal. No, I don't want signal and WhatsApp. No.
I think given we can't
Okay.
see any sign of Senator Waters, I'll go back to you, Senator Wong, and if we can all just try and be flexible in handing the call over, if we can manage to get Senator Waters reconnected, that would be great.
The issue of Mr Porter, which Senator Waters was dealing with. The first question I have is whether or not Mr Porter sought any advice from the Prime Minister, Mr Morrison's office or this department before establishing what is a so-called blind trust to receive donations towards his private legal fees.
Not from the department, Senator.
Prime Minister or his office?
Not to my knowledge of any senator.
When did he first seek advice about disclosure obligations in relation to the trust? I'm asking for of the three entities, Department, Prime Minister's Office and Mr Morrison. When did Mr Porter first seek advice about disclosure obligations associated with the trust?
So from the department's point of view, Senator, we first found out about this on the 15th of September, but Mr Porter did not seek advice directly from us.
How did you become aware?
From the Prime Minister's Office, Senator.
So what did they tell you?
So in the initial phone call, they advised that Mr Porter had updated his register of parliamentary interests and that they would be talking to us again to discuss the issue.
So who was this phone call from and who
that
was it
initial
to?
phone call on the 15th was from, I don't know the title, Senator, but the senior advisor who deals with parliamentary issues.
Who's?
In the Prime Minister's office.
Which one's that? I'm sorry.
We don't tend to name staff.
I'm sure.
And it came from a senior advisor in the Prime Minister's office.
And that first phone call was to Mr Reid. Mr Reid indicated that we would likely need more knowledge, more understanding of the issue, because at that stage it was a statement of fact, and then we had further conversations from the 16th to the 19th.
Okay, I'll come to those in a sec. But the 15th of September...
Sorry, Senator, I apologise. The very first phone call from the Office of the Prime Minister was on the afternoon of the 14th.
14th, okay. And then there was another one on the 15th?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and the first one was to you or to someone else?
It was to me, Senator.
Okay, and you were asked, can you give me your version of the call?
The fact that Mr Porter had updated his parliamentary register was brought to my attention, and I was asked in general terms about it. I hadn't seen it at the time.
What's in general terms?
I was asked whether I'd seen it and whether I'd turned my mind to the fact that Mr Porter had updated his parliamentary register. I hadn't seen it at the time. It was the afternoon of the 14th. The senior advisor in the Prime Minister's office then walked me through what the change had been made, what changes Mr Porter had made to his parliamentary register, and I responded that I didn't think there was enough information that I'd been given by the Office of the Prime Minister to understand the context.
In order to answer which question?
I wasn't asked a question at that point, Senator.
So what was the purpose of the phone call?
To understand whether I was aware of Minister Porter's change.
And how did the Prime Minister's senior advisor explain the details of the disclosure? Is it a he?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so did he explain to you what the vehicle that was the subject of disclosure was?
I understand, Senator, he simply read to me the the amended register that Mr Porter had filed.
Did he explain to you his knowledge or understanding of what that pertained to?
No, Senator.
Was there any discussion about legal fees?
No, Senator. Oh, not beyond. Sorry, Senator. I misspeak. From memory, in Mr Porter's amended register, there is a reference to legal fees.
Right. Did you understand, as a consequence of that first call, that this, what had been disclosed, was a legal vehicle to enable anonymous donations to Mr Porter for his legal fees?
Senator, I think on the basis of the first conversation, I understood no more or less than what Mr Porter had put in his amended
Which
register
at
of
the time was
parliamentary interests. From memory, Senator, and I could look over it. It noted that a trust had been created for the purposes of the payment of Mr Porter's legal fees. From memory, Senator.
Right.
But that's all
When
on
did you
parliamentary
first become aware that it? Because the relevant point here is not the vehicle. The relevant point is anonymity or lack of transparency. And there's a whole separate discussion about the vehicle. But when did you understand that this vehicle, legal vehicle, would prevent or would be used, operated so as to prevent disclosure of donors?
Senator, I think over the course of conversations between the 14th and the 15th of September, it became apparent that the nature of the trust prevented Mr Porter knowing the identity of the donors to the trust.
Who told you that?
I think that became apparent based on what the Office of the Prime Minister was able to tell us, based on what Mr Porter had put into his register.
Did you make a file note of this or subsequent conversations?
I would have had notes, Senator, yes.
Yeah, I'd ask that you table them.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Do you often get asked to look at disclosures that are made on the parliamentary disclosures?
Senator, it's not we have in the past, yes, it's happened before.
When was the last time before this?
I wouldn't remember, Senator. I have to take that on notice.
Well, how long have you been in this role, Mr Reid?
3 years, Senator.
Right. How often have you been asked to advise the Prime Minister on a change to the parliamentarian's disclosure on the parliamentary register?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Approximately. Can you remember any other time?
I think I can recall one or two other times, Senator.
One or
but
two
I'd
other
need
times
to
over
take it on
3 years.
notice.
So it's reasonably unusual.
It doesn't happen regularly.
Doesn't happen regularly. Did you speak to Mr Porter at all?
I didn't, Senator.
Who did?
I'm not sure, Senator.
No
Right.
one in the department did, Senator.
So the subsequent discussions that you say occurred from the 14th to the 18th, between whom did those occur, to your knowledge?
So, Senator, that was between myself, Ms Foster, and the
And-
Senior Advisor in the Prime Minister's office.
Right. And what was the purpose of those discussions, Ms Foster?
So, Senator, it was to establish whether or how an arrangement such as that entered into by Mr Porter could be compliant with the ministerial standards.
And what was the result?
What was the result,
No,
Senator?
no, no. Of those discussions, I know what the Prime Minister's announcement.
The result was the Minister's resignation. Senator.
I understand that, but I'm asking whether or not the advice or the decision that, the assessment the department came to was that it was not compliant.
So, Senator, what we were doing was asking for information about how it would work and whether or not disclosure would be possible under the arrangement. And the ultimate answer was, as the Prime Minister and Mr Porter announced, that a level of disclosure that would allow there to be no perception of not meeting the standards within that arrangement was not was not Mr Porter's chosen course.
Well, hang on.
Was not possible.
Hang on. There's a whole range of things. It's quite a narrow path people tried to tread through this extraordinary, avoidance of transparency. But so you weren't asked to advise as to whether or not the fact of the blind trust was not compliant with the ministerial standards. What you were asked to advise on was whether or not Mr Porter could disclose the donations to that trust.
It was whether or not, Senator, the arrangement could operate in such a way to be compliant with the standards.
And was it your judgment assessment that it couldn't? Or that he didn't want it to?
Senator,
Now, this is an important point, Ms Foster.
Yeah.
I think there is a set of questions about whether or not the trust or the blind trust, the vehicle, could operate in such a way as to comply as a matter of law or rules. Then there is a question about whether Mr Porter was prepared to ask the question. Okay? I'm asking only about the first. Was it your assessment that it was possible for that to operate so as to comply with the ministerial standards?
Senator, we did not seek to answer whether or not the legal construct of the trust could be made to work in that way.
That's just what you told me. You said to me that the question you were asking was whether the arrangement could operate in such a way so as to comply. So
Yes.
what was your assessment of that?
So I think, Senator Wong, just because there's a distinction there between looking at the legal structure.
It's looking at whether or not the reason there's no compliance is because Porter
versus-
refused to actually tell people who
versus
donated.
whether having a trust
Yeah.
could
All right.
still
Let's
operate
just
in a way
rewind.
that was compliant.
You said the
Code of
question
conduct.
that you were assessing was whether the arrangement could operate in such a way so as to comply. What was your assessment?
So, Senator, when I said the arrangement, I meant not the technical legal details. What I meant was the proposal that Mr Porter was putting in place.
Which included him refusing to tell people, to ask the question.
And so those two things are not
right. So you were never
separate in my
asked.
mind.
Okay. He could have asked. He could have asked the trust to disclose, couldn't he?
Well, that's in some ways that's a matter for Mr Porter. Mr Porter.
Oh, well, I'm
made-
asking-
Mr.
I mean,
Porter made
they've
clear
assessed
that
this.
That he did not believe he was in a position to ask that, and that, as the Prime Minister indicated, given that that would not allow him to conclusively rule out the perception of a conflict, he accepted the difficulty of that position and therefore resigned.
When did Mr Morrison first become aware that Mr Porter had established this entity to receive, or there had been an entity established so as to receive these donations?
To my knowledge, Senator Wong, when the disclosure was made.
Can you just...
But I will...
Did the PMO know that before?
I will let you know.
Did the PMO or Mr Morrison know that before the disclosure was put in?
Yeah, if there's any variance to the answer...
I mean, that's
then
an
I will
extraordinary thing,
update.
to say that a Cabinet Minister wouldn't even tell the Prime Minister about a disclosure of that import, or his office.
Well, Mr Porter obviously made the disclosure. The disclosure then triggered the chain of events that led to, ultimately, Mr Porter's resignation.
Senator Wong, noting that we're still on a similar topic, I'm going to give the call back to Senator Waters.
Oh, is she back, is she? I was
Yes,
looking
she
over
is.
there. Sorry, yeah, go for it.
she's
I was
called
looking,
in.
I was checking the screen. Apologies, yes,
no,
I didn't realise she wasn't
I don't
back.
think the screen is always the best place
No,
to
no,
for
that's
these
fine, of
things.
course, yeah.
So we'll give the call back
Absolutely.
to Senator Waters and she'll take us through to lunch break. Thank you.
No worries.
Senator Waters, you have the call, hopefully. Senator Waters, any chance you're on mute? No?
Okay.
I might go back to Senator Wong.
Okay, I'm happy to.
Okay.
She can text someone, can't she? If she.
Oh, hang on.
Are you back?
Yes, she's on the teleconference, but we can't hear her.
Well, that's not much use.
No.
She can't really ask questions. Then.
No, that does make it difficult. Senator Wong, I'll give you the call.
Thank you. Did you provide advice in writing in
No,
relation
Senator.
to? That's convenient. What was your advice?
Senator,
Assessment.
when we were asked the question, when we're ever asked a question about ministers' interests, we always prepare and provide that advice in the context of it going to the Governance Committee of Cabinet. And so the primary purpose, if you like, of the formulation of our
So it was to get
advice-
cabinet confidence so you don't have to release it, but that's not what you told me. You told me you didn't prepare advice. I know.
I'm sorry, Senator?
Sorry, you've just given me an explanation as to how you utilised that governance committee so as to avoid providing information because it's cabinet in confidence. But your previous evidence was that you didn't prepare advice.
You asked me, did I provide written advice, Senator?
Yes.
And the answer is no.
But you prepared a cabinet submission.
No, we were providing, we were discussing the issue orally. That initial formulation of advice was done by us in the expectation that any advice would go to the Governance Committee of Cabinet.
Okay.
So that's our standard practice when we're looking at ministers' interests.
Can I just go back though to ministers also disclose to the Prime Minister, don't they, their interests? So there's a parliamentary register, which we're all subject to, and then there is an additional obligation upon ministers from memory which goes significantly further or goes further than the parliamentary register. Is that not
And
correct?
that's captured in the ministerial standards, Senator.
Correct. When did Mr Porter what do you call that?
The
Personal interest declarations.
Okay, when did Mr Porter update his personal interest declaration? Was it on the same day?
Senator, that would go from Minister Porter to the Prime Minister's office, so we'd have to ask them when they
Did you ever
received-
see an updated personal interest declaration?
I believe it was on the same day, Senator Wong.
Did you ever see one, Mr Reid?
So, no, Senator, I haven't seen that.
So at no stage did you see any updated statement under the ministerial statements of his personal interests?
That's correct, Senator.
When did I'm asking when Mr Morrison saw that and when his office saw that?
So I believe it was received on the same day as the update to the House of Representatives. But again, if I need to vary that to Senator Wong, I'll make sure I bring it back.
Ms Foster, there's a tweet with some footage of you in this estimates. Now, I don't know if you've got a medical condition, but where you appear to wink at Senator Birmingham when you're being asked questions about these donations. Stella Todorovic, I think. I invite you to look at it and then you can explain what that was about.
So, Senator, I can say without looking at it that I have at no stage intentionally winked at Senator Birmingham, and so it's either capturing me with an eye closing or there's some other reason.
It's interesting footage. Why don't you have a look at it and come back to us after the break.
I will, Senator, but I can say categorically I have at no stage intentionally winked at Senator Birmingham.
Okay. So just going back, so this stage, you are taking on notice when Mr Morrison knew. Your assertion is that he only became aware of it on the day that Mr Porter filed his new register of interest in the Parliament. Is that your evidence?
That's my understanding, Senator.
And how did he become aware?
Oh, well, I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't know whether he... I assume he became aware because a staff member would have brought it to his attention, but I'll seek to confirm that.
Right. So is it your evidence that the Attorney-General of the country... Was he Attorney-General then? Or was he already moved? He was already moved.
The Minister for Industry.
Industry. That a member of the Cabinet didn't tell the PMO before he did this?
Well, Mr Porter, as I understand it, provided his updated statements to the House and to the Prime Minister's office in accordance with the normal processes for doing so. The issue that unfolded subsequent to that was obviously around the content of those statements.
Okay. All right. Now, you say nobody sought any information from Mr Porter?
That's correct, Senator.
And you say no advice from the department's end, it didn't proceed from the oral assessment to an advice and submission process before the resignation occurred.
That's correct,
Right.
Senator. Sorry, I didn't quite hear the question.
Sorry, I was just saying you have the discussion, you were dealing with the matter orally, you said you hadn't yet progressed to written advice and a written submission to Cabinet prior to the resignation occurring.
That's correct, Senator.
Mr Porter said on the day he resigned, I also considered that the additional disclosures I provided under the ministerial standards were in accordance with its additional requirements. What were the additional disclosures, Mr Senator Birmingham?
Sorry, Senator Wong, I just might need you to repeat that.
I'm reading from Christian Porter's transcript. I also considered that the additional disclosures I provided under the ministerial standards were in accordance with its additional requirements. I would like to know what those additional disclosures to the Prime Minister were.
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator Wong.
You don't know?
No, Senator Wong.
Well, we might come back to that because, I mean, did he disclose how much money he got or who the donors were?
So it's not clear to me from that statement, Senator Wong, whether Mr Porter was referring to the fact that he made an additional disclosure,
right,
which may have been in identical terms to the one made in the House, but was an additional disclosure.
I precisely want to know that.
Or whether
was
there
the additional disclosure that he is referencing here in identical terms to that provided to the House, or did Mr Porter provide additional information to the Prime Minister?
Yes, I'll take that on notice, Senator Wong.
I'd like to know, did he disclose to Mr Morrison how much money he got? I'd like to know, did he disclose to Mr Morrison where the money came from? Did Mr Morrison ever ask Mr Porter where the money came from and how and the quantum?
Well, Senator Wong, I think both the statements from Mr Porter and the Prime Minister made clear that they had discussions about the adequacy of the disclosures that have been made, the potential for perceived conflicts to exist unless further information were provided, and ultimately that resulted in Mr Porter's decision to resign following those discussions.
So Mr Porter's no longer a minister, but he still has refused to disclose the identity of donors. Is the Prime Minister, Mr Morrison, comfortable with a backbencher pocketing cash from anonymous donors via a vehicle that lawyers and accountants have cooked up to keep those donations secret?
Senator, I think you highlight the fact that there are questions around the nature of disclosures, and that's why Mr Dutton, in relation to the House of Representatives, and me in relation to the Senate, have written to the relevant committees responsible for those declarations of members and senators' interests,
Except he hasn't declared.
asking them to look at whether those rules warrant clarifying, noting that questions have been asked in relation to others as well about the adequacy of
Are you
disclosures
comfortable?
under such
Are you
arrangements.
comfortable with $1 million being provided to a member of the government anonymously?
Well, I'm not
Do you
aware,
think-
Senator Wong, that has occurred, but I do think, Senator Wong, that there's an appropriate level of transparency in these matters. The rules also need to be clear to ensure that members and senators understand what they are expected to comply with. I understand the principles in relation to a blind trust arrangement in which a member or senator seeks to be protected from knowledge of who
exactly.
of who contributors
Please don't
are,
tell me. I don't want to know.
So as to avoid any potential.
Your words
so as
are
to
actually
avoid, so as to avoid
no,
any
but your
potential
words
for
actually
conflict, but these
demonstrate the
are-
problem. You said seeks to be protected from knowledge.
So as to avoid any potential
Yeah, I mean, I
for
just
that to
think that's-
influence any of their
oh.
decisions, Senator Wong.
Yeah, but we
I
don't.
mean,
even really?
that is how blind trusts
I know how they
in
work.
terms of assets and investments have operated in relation to a number of members and senators over the years in different ways.
Yeah, but those go to where you are distant from decisions to invest, so you can't make policy decisions that could increase basically the return to you.
Yes.
You know what's happening here. The money is going to your legal fees.
Well, they go, Senator Wong, to the point that you are unaware of where your investments are
Because
placed.
he chooses.
So
he
that,
chooses to.
No, I'm talking about investments there.
Yeah,
You're
but
unaware
this-
of where your investments are placed so
Sure.
that it does not influence your decision making in relation to matters that may or may not impact on those investments. Mr. Porter's contention in this regard is that it provided that same degree of protection from the influence of decision making.
So was it consistent?
However, it's obvious from the end result that the Prime Minister, following those discussions, was concerned about the alternate perception existing. Mr. Porter subsequently resigned following those discussions.
Did he breach ministerial standards or not?
I think there is work in relation to, as I said, house code and practice. And,
Did he
and
breach
equally to
ministerial
make sure-
standards or not?
Well,
Do you think that is it the Prime Minister's assessment he breached the ministerial standards or not?
I think it was the Prime Minister's assessment from the conversations that greater clarity was going to need to be provided to avoid any perceptions, and Mr. Porter determined to resign as a result of those discussions. Now, as I've just said, I think across a number of these codes, there's grounds for greater clarity to make sure it is clear for members and senators in the future.
This is
On
don't
that
ask, don't
note-
tell, isn't it? Like, this is the problem.
Well,
People looking in at this proceeding will look at your answers and rather than answering clearly, what you're doing is
Order, Senator Ayres.
shifting
Order, Senator
and
Ayres.
obfuscating.
I have a point of order from
Well,
Senator
well-
Patterson. I've called order. Senator Patterson.
Commentary, it's not a question, and
We
we
are
are
overdue
overdue
for
time
lunch.
as
Yes, I
well,
was-
and the opposition's had an amazing run for the last hour or so.
Well, what I'd like to see is some
got a chair
direction
again.
and leadership from the chair on these questions. If ministers at the table can't answer questions clearly and are incapable of showing some basic relationship, firstly with the answer, then there is going to need to be some direction from the chair to ministers to get them to answer questions. That's what I want to see.
Senator, as Mr. Porter tendered his resignation as a minister, we're exploring the issues around that. There are complexities to those issues. It's certainly why the relevant House and Senate committees have been asked to look at how they may update those codes to avoid
Ministerial
any
standards. That's
sense
what
of
I asked about. I
ambiguity
didn't
in
ask
the
about
future.
that. I didn't ask about the House. I
Okay.
asked about the minister's
Order.
standards.
I'm going to break the
And
committee now.
Mr. Porter has resigned, Senator Wong.
I asked, did he comply or
Order.
did he breach or not?
Order.
Following discussions with the Prime Minister, he resigned, given, as I said in those discussions, concerns about the perception of possible conflict that may not be able to be resolved without further disclosure.
Thank you for that response, Minister. The committee will now break for lunch and we will reconvene at 2:35 p.m. the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. And before I give the call to Senator O'Sullivan, I understand, Ms Foster, you have a response to a question that was taken on notice you'd like to provide.
Yes,
the committee.
Mr Martin has a breakdown of the official delegation that's going to Glasgow, which he can provide to the committee.
Okay.
Mr Martin, do you want to add to that?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the question was in relation to the official party accompanying the Prime Minister to COP26, and we're just tabling a response to Senator Wong's question. The two ministers, well, the Prime Minister and Minister Taylor, are the two members of the Prime Minister's official delegation.
What does that mean?
They're the
Official delegation, so no one else is on the delegation? Sorry.
So, Senator...
No other MP or senator?
So, Senator, I think there's a range of other MPs that are seeking accreditation through DFAT, but they're not part of the PM's party.
Okay, so Mr Ench is not part of his party?
No, Senator.
Okay.
And the numbers of PM&C staff that Mr Martin referred to earlier, many of those are support staff. So there was a disparity between Mr Larson and Mr Martin's answers. In fact, a
massive disparity, because Mr Larson says 15 primarily DFAT, and you said 17 PM&C.
So many of those, Senator, are protocol, comms, etc., and that breakdown. Protocol, the technical communications people, and Mr Martin has included that in his breakdown.
How many of his staff, personal staff, are going?
10 in total, Senator.
10 personal staff?
9
Sorry,
advice.
that wasn't actually even like pretend outrage. 10 personal staff.
What do you do with that? Senator Wong, I was going to give the call to Senator O'Sullivan first.
Wow.
So Labor will have time to
I don't get out of bed.
ask further questions about this issue when I give you the call.
That's extraordinary. Political staff.
Well, Senator, that covers advisors, advancers, and the official photographer.
Oh, 10
Okay, I'm giving the call to Senator O'Sullivan.
plus 17 PM&C.
Let me ask some questions about the Digital Technology Task Force and also the Digital
I'm sorry,
Economy
Senator,
Strategy.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Yeah, I'm going to ask questions about the Digital Technology Task Force and the Digital Economy.
Sure,
And then I'm going to go to questions just to help with officials. Then I'm going to go questions on COVID.
Certainly.
I think it's Mr Chisholm, isn't it?
Yes, that's
yes,
right.
I just haven't got your name.
My apologies, I'll just pull that one out.
Thank you.
Ms Dowdall, who's the head of the Digital Technologies Task Force, might also be available from the department.
Yep.
But I can help you out initially.
Is he going to be on a screen, is he? Or is that right?
She, Ms
She?
Michelle
Sorry.
Dowdall, yeah. But if she's not, I can help
Okay.
you.
So it was established in 2019, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so what have you been up to since then?
So, Senator, the task force has undertaken detailed work on the development of a strategy and consultation. That's included extensive engagement with a number of industry groups and representative bodies and digital technology workshops. And through the development of that has worked with the government to develop a range of possible policy measures that could assist Australia's transition to a technology future that makes most advantage of the potential for business for new digital technologies. And as for specific initiatives or next steps on that process, I've noticed Ms Dowdall has joined us, so she may jump in at any point as well.
Thank you, Ms Dowdall. I think I can just read that. Thank you, Ms Dowdall.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are the specific things that you're looking at, and maybe what have you achieved so far?
Thanks, Senator. So Michelle Dowdall, Head of the Digital Technology Task Force in PM&C. So the task force, as you said, was established in 2019 in November. Through COVID, the task force worked with a range of agencies and led the coordination of the Digital Business Plan, which was released in October 2020. We've then worked with Minister Hume and with agencies in the development of the Digital Economy Strategy that was released on the 6th of May this year. The strategy brings together a range of initiatives across government to support the government's vision for Australia to be a leading digital economy by 2030. It also includes a number of measures totalling $1.2 billion announced at budget, and we're working with agencies on the implementation of those measures to ensure they achieve that objective.
Can you just step us through some of those measures, please?
Sure. So the strategy is divided, is centred around 3 pillars. So the first being ensuring the right foundations are in place to build a digital economy. That is included, one of the measures at budget was the 5G Innovation Fund, which provided funding to businesses who can develop new and innovative ways of using the 5G technology. The expansion of the NBN also formed part of the digital business plan. The other pillars of the strategy relate to digital skills and inclusion. How do we ensure that all Australians have skills to participate in the digital economy? One of the measures from budget was the digital cadetship, which is being developed by the Department of Employment with employers, looking at new ways of building digital skills. And then the AI Action Plan was also part of the digital economy strategy under our second pillar of building capability in emerging technologies. So that includes the new National Centre that the CSIRO will host and other opportunities for small businesses to engage with researchers to develop and adapt opportunities for using AI within their businesses.
And how have you engaged with business and industry on this?
So we've had a series of roundtables early last year. We've also accepted written submissions, and we've received over 14 written submissions that are available on our website. And we continue to engage with a range of not-for-profit entities, businesses and researchers who are active in this space and continue to accept submissions through our website. And
I take it particularly over the last 18 months, 2 years, since the world has had to go digital in so many ways as we are right now. What other things have emerged? Why are we needing to do this? What is the need for Australia to really embrace this?
So, Senator, as you flagged, there's been a significant adoption through COVID. Some estimates put the digital transformation at 5 years' worth of transformation in an 8-week period at the beginning of the pandemic. And we've seen a number of businesses, both in terms of maintaining their employees or identifying new business opportunities through digital technologies. But increasingly, it will be an issue for all businesses and for all Australians to participate through an increasingly digital society. So one of our key focuses is on digital skills, both in terms of employment, in the specialised technical skills like emerging technologies, through to the skills that all employees will need, but an increasing focus on those skills that all Australians will need to participate in a digital economy and society. So that includes some of the programs like Be Connected, which is focusing on improving the digital skills of older Australians. So skills is a key focus. One of our the other pillars of the strategy is on ensuring our systems and regulations are in place and are fit for a digital age. So I know Mr. McDonald flagged the work on the modernising business communications work that the Deregulation Task Force has been doing. We're continuing to work with the Deregulation Task Force and other agencies to look at how other regulatory systems and regulators can support digitalisation.
And has there been a particular focus on small businesses?
There has. So small businesses was identified by the government as one of the digital growth priorities, which is the third pillar of the digital economy. That has included to date an enhancement of the Australian Small Business Advisory Service and their Go Digital campaign, which is a Go Digital program, which is a specific program that provides direct tailored advice to individual small businesses on how they could digitise their own business operations. We are also looking at how we can continue to build the digital skills that small business employers need, but also the digital skills of the organisation, the small business themselves.
And what's been the feedback from industry, and we're just talking about small businesses, so what's been the feedback across various sectors with this strategy?
Quite positive feedback from across businesses. The fact that there is an overarching vision is seen as quite key in providing leadership, along with the specific investments that have sat under the strategy. The other strong feedback we've had is that the strategy is providing a overarching coordination of a range of government initiatives is also quite useful to ensure that those initiatives are working together and not competing with each other. So that's across cybersecurity, privacy, and research and development innovation. That all of those initiatives are working together to support digitisation of the economy.
Terrific, thank you. I just want to ask some questions with regard to COVID, and thank you, Mrs. Dowdall. So I just want to ask questions about the international comparisons in particular.
Sure, we'll ask Ms. Brame if she could come to the table.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, just getting my nameplate. Alison Frame, Deputy Secretary, Social Policy Group.
Thank you, Ms. Frame. I'd like to just understand and just, I guess, place on record the comparison of Australia's, the cases of COVID here in comparison to the world, where we are, where we rank internationally, and also by demographic, comparatively to other countries, particularly in the OECD.
Yes, certainly, Senator. I would need to take it on notice to get you exact numbers, but as you would be aware, in terms of case numbers, and that includes the per capita case numbers, Australia is incredibly high performer in terms of low COVID incidents and lower rates of hospitalisations, and also very high vaccination rates that continue to increase, as you would be aware. But if there's anything specific, I can get you our exact positioning on OECD tables and some other things that would be different depending on exactly which metric was applied.
Okay. So, look, obviously a lot of these figures we can find. I was asking as a prelude to, I would love to really understand what role we're playing internationally in assisting other countries that maybe aren't in the enviable position that we're in Australia. So if I can get some bit of an indication of what we're doing to assist, particularly those in our region, to deal with COVID, and given we've positioned ourselves magnificently as a country, every Australian should be highly regarded for how we've done that, and of course various levels of government, including the federal government. So I'd really, like to understand what we're doing. Speaking to just give some time for the official to get to the table.
My colleague, Senator, can give you some specifics about vaccination numbers that we have donated to countries around the region, and also part of the Quad commitment. Mr Brazier, Acting Deputy Secretary, can give you some very specific numbers on that. Thank you, Mr
Thank
Brazier.
you, Senator. Rod Brazier, Acting Deputy Secretary, National Security and International Policy. The Australian Government has provided a range of assistance across the region and globally since the pandemic began. Early on in 2020, when the impact of the economic impact and the health impacts became apparent, the Foreign Minister reoriented large parts of the aid program to focus on health systems improvement, purchase of vaccines to be donated to neighbouring countries, and also work to assist countries cope with the drastic economic impact of the pandemic. For example, Fiji, which is highly reliant on tourism, and that trade was, of course, decimated almost overnight. The approach to vaccines has consisted of direct donation of doses produced in Australia and physically sent from Australia to partner countries. That's largely been, or completely been focused on the Pacific and Southeast Asia, with contributions in the several millions to large countries like Indonesia and Vietnam, and smaller contributions, smaller quantities to those countries with smaller populations in the Pacific. The government has also procured through UNICEF a large number of doses that will be donated again across the region, but not directly handled by the Australian government. The Australian government also quite early in the pandemic made a commitment to the COVAX advanced market commitment, which is administered by the WHO and Gavi, and that was a mechanism through which donor countries would pool their resources, and that institution would buy doses and distribute to them. And COVAX has also made a contribution in our region, including to some of our near neighbours.
We saw several months ago the images broadcast on our screens and written reports of the devastating impact of COVID in India, and I was really pleased to see that the Australian government was able to step up, work with partners as well to get support on the ground, breathing machines and other facilities, other devices that were assisting. Can you quantify some of that for me, please? What was the scale of what we were able to achieve there?
You just give me a moment. I have you'd remember we all saw those images from India around April, Senator, when the rates of infection were skyrocketing. India is not a traditional recipient of official development assistance, but did put out a call for assistance, given the scale. And in response, Australia put together a package which included 37 tonnes of medical supplies, including 3,000 ventilators, 250 oxygen concentrators, an 8-tonne oxygen tank delivered to India through Defence, delivery of 8 rapid polymerase chain reaction machines and 5,000 COVID-19 testing kits, $2 million from the Queensland Government to the Australian Red Cross, $2 million in relief funding from the Western Australian Government, and a $200,000 donation from the Tasmanian Government were conveyed to India. And the Australian public also donated $12.2 million to via an ACFID appeal. The Indian government was able to overcome the worst of that and began being able to produce PPE, vaccines and other vital materials itself. And so India announced on the 7th of June that it no longer required international assistance.
Great. And one final question, Chair. Just in relation to trade flows here in and out of Australia, what has your department done, or what's the Australian government done to assist with that, both inbound and outbound trade?
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has administered a number of programs to support Australian businesses and particularly exporters through the worst of the pandemic. For details of that, I'd suggest you ask the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but there was a program that comes to mind which provided essentially a subsidy to some of the freight movement in and out of Australia. But I'm afraid I've reached the frontiers of my knowledge on that program, Senator, and DFAT, I'm sure, could answer.
No, thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. We are going to make it the third or fourth time, hopefully lucky, and try and get Senator Waters on the call.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you, Senator Waters.
Great. Let's hope it continues. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Last I left off, I was speaking with a Mr. Reid and asking about the National Australia Day Council. So I'd like to just pick up with that line of questioning. Thank you. I think I can see him coming to the table. Now, you mentioned that the Chair had received the PMO commissioned review. What date was that, please?
John Reid, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division. One moment, I might have that date in my folder, otherwise I can easily get it in the next few minutes.
Senator, from memory, it was about 10 days ago.
Okay, thank you. While Mr. Reid's checking on that, last time we discussed in estimates, we had said at the time that the report would be completed by around the end of May. So I'm just interested in when the report was actually completed. And if it was completed ages ago, why was there such a delay in sending it to the council and to the chair?
So, Senator, we received the final report on the 18th of June, and the report was provided to the chair of the NADC board on the 8th of October.
And what was the reason for the time lapse in between those two dates?
Senator, the government was looking at how to respond to the review and what next steps should be taken.
Okay, and have any of those decisions been taken?
So, Senator, the review obviously went to the capability and composition of the board of the National Australia Day Council. On the 8th of October, 3 part-time directors were appointed to fill 3 vacant board positions, and they were appointed on the basis of a breadth of skills and experience, the sorts of things that came out of the review. So that was done in response to the review.
Okay, so in the time between when the report was finalised on the 18th of June and when it went to the chair on the 8th, did the PMO make any changes to the report?
No, Senator.
Or set any changes to the report?
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And I was going to ask you whether there's any intended changes in the composition or the operation of the council to take effect prior to the next Australian of the Year appointment. Is that what's occurred already on the 8th with the appointment of the 3 new folk? Can you just walk me through that, please?
Of course, Senator. So on the 8th of October, Ms Nikki Govan was appointed until March 2023. Ms Danita Warren was appointed until March 2024, and Mr Bao Huang was appointed until March 2024. I'm not aware of any... and also, of course, Senator, Ms Danny Roach was reappointed as chair until March 2023. There are no, as far as I'm aware, appointments falling due between now and the next, and Australia Day 2022. All of those appointments were made by the government, conscious of the recommendations that had come out of the review.
Okay, so the actions flowing from the review have already occurred in that folk with a different skill set have been appointed. Is that right?
In part, Senator, I think there's probably more detail in the review around how the board operates. but certainly one of the focuses of the review related to the composition and expertise of the various directors, and that was certainly taken into consideration when the government made these recent appointments and reappointments.
Okay, so when will the review be released?
So that will be a question for government, Senator, once the board has had an opportunity, the chair and then the board has had an opportunity to look at the review and provide comments or feedback to the government.
Right, well, I mean, you finished it in the 18th of June. You've then made appointments that you say are consistent with the review, but it's somehow not in your hands to say whether or not it's going to be released publicly. It just doesn't quite add up.
As I say, Senator, that'll be a question for government once the board has had an opportunity to review it.
So, Senator, perhaps I can help. The actions in response will be all matters for government, and it's the government who appoints the members to the board. And
yes,
so,
but you've already appointed 3 new members and you're still not even saying whether you will release the report, which I find confusing.
I guess the point I was trying to make is it's the government who both appointed the members and the government who will decide when to release, rather than Mr. Reid.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you for that point. Why has the government not already decided whether to release? Is it a question of whether to release or a question of when to release?
Both of those questions are for the government, Senator.
Well, I'm not sure if the minister at the table is able to shed any light on why the decision has not yet been made as to whether or not to release it, and what possible reason there is not to release it publicly.
Thanks, Senator. Well, I haven't seen the content of that report. As I understand from what officials have said, the report's with the council itself for any comment or consideration. It would be logical to consider that prior to determining the outcome and whether there is any content that goes to matters around the board's or the organisation's activities that may for some reason not be appropriate to release. I don't know, but I imagine they would be the types of considerations to ensure that what is released is respectful of any considerations that could come up around privacy or other factors.
Can I ask whether or not the review was influenced by the number of Murdoch paper opinion pieces criticising Grace Tame?
No, Senator. I think we canvassed this in the last estimates in terms of the genesis or otherwise of the review, and it certainly had nothing to do with those sorts of matters.
All right. Has the government given any directions or guidance to the council about selection criteria or seeking to moderate the behaviour of future Australians of the Year?
No, Senator, not as far as I'm aware.
No, Senator, not at all.
All right, thank you. And just for clarity, is it the intention for any changes in the composition or the operation of the council? Is it the intention that takes effect before deciding the next Australian of the Year?
So, Senator, those 3 new board appointments have already taken effect, and the selection process for the Australian of the Year in all 4 categories will take place in December.
Yeah, so I guess I'm trying to get at the effect of the review, and as we've canvassed, you've already appointed some new people. It's just hard to know what the review says when you won't even commit to putting it into the public arena. So I'm a bit baffled as to why you still haven't taken that decision. I genuinely don't understand what the reason is there. It's very difficult to ask questions pertaining to it without knowing what the damn thing says.
Understand that, Senator.
All right, well, I'll move on to other matters of a complete lack of transparency, sadly. Just onto FOI issues now. The Information Commissioner's annual report says that the PMO, once again, is one of the worst performing agencies in terms of FOI requests. they say that more than half the requests are not finalised within the statutory timeframes. I'd like to know what's being done within the department or within the PMO to improve FOI request handling.
So, sorry, Senator, could you just repeat the question element of your statement there?
Yeah, the Information Commissioner's annual report says that once again the PMO is one of the worst performing agencies in terms of complying with the statutory timeframes for FOI. More than half of the requests are not meeting the timeframes. What's being done to improve FOI request handling, if anything? Because clearly something needs to be done.
Well, Senator, I'm happy to get any further detail that I can add for you there. FOI requests require dedicated resources and time to work through them. I understand for this calendar year to date, or to end of September, there have been some 67 FOI requests of the PMO itself, and the office works through that for the last financial year, so over a full 12-month period, there were some 97 requests, which was significantly up on 67 the year before and 44 the year before that. So those issues are worked through to try to respond in as timely a way to what is obviously a fairly significant increase in numbers.
Look, thanks, Minister, but I'm afraid that doesn't really answer my question. The point the Information Commissioner was making was the PMO is consistently poor at meeting statutory timeframes. So the difference in the number of requests hasn't changed that status of being a very poor complier with statutory timeframes. My question is what's being done to fix the fact that more than half of the requests are late? Or rather, the response to the requests.
Well, arguably, as the numbers have effectively doubled in a couple of years, obviously the resourcing and other requirements around handling them change during that time frame as well. But and so I'm sure those matters are reviewed and looked at as to what resources are necessary.
Well, that's what I'm asking, and perhaps it's not a question for you, Minister. I don't mind who answers it. I'm just after what is the PMO doing about the fact that you can't meet the FOI response timeframes, because it's not satisfactory that you can't meet them. So how are you fixing that situation?
As I said, Senator, I think, clearly, if there sort of additional resources may have been applied, but the number of applications has also gone up quite dramatically.
Well, have they or have they not been applied, the additional resources? I'm sorry, but you're not being very clear. Is there a relevant officer there that might have the detail to hand?
Officials can add if they do in relation to arrangements in terms of the staff in the PMO who handle FOIs, but otherwise I have to take it on notice in terms of what the actual operational arrangements in the PMO are for staff handling of those. And the department would be obviously well placed to talk about how the department resources and handles PM&C handling as distinct from PMO handling.
All right, well, look, if you have to take on notice what you're doing to fix the problem, I must admit it does sound like you're not doing anything to fix the problem. I will accept your request to take it on notice, but I really hope the response is that the PMO is dedicating appropriate resources to meet statutory timeframes, or ideally being more proactive about the release of information. All right, I'll move on to my last trance of questioning. It's about the Open Government Partnership. What is the current status of Australia's third Open Government Action Plan?
Senator, the government's third National Action Plan is currently with government for consideration.
And how long has it been so?
It was approved by the Open Government Forum in November of last year, Senator.
Okay, so it's almost a year. What's government waiting for? Does it not like open government?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't catch the end of your question. Sorry.
I'm just wondering why the delay of 11 months. How long does the government need to consider the concept of open government?
So Senator, the plan contains sort of more than concepts, I suppose. There's a range of commitments and a plan going forward, and the matter will be considered by Cabinet.
Yeah, but if it was finished by the council in November, it's already October. Why is it taking so long? What's the cause of the delay?
Senator, I'm not sure what more I can add to the comment. The government is looking at the commitments under the third National Action Plan with a view to considering and approving that.
Is there a time frame on the consideration and approval of it?
Not at the moment, Senator.
How many folk are staffed to work on that issue?
In the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Senator?
Well, presumably, since you're the guys at the table.
So, Senator, as you'd be aware, different commitments under the Open Government Partnership sit with different agencies. We have an Open Government Forum, which includes 8 government members drawn from across the public service, relevant to the commitments the government has made, either under the National Action Plan 2 or under National Action Plan 3. Within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, we have a small secretariat that's responsible for doing a number of different tasks. One of those tasks is managing the Open Government Partnership.
Okay, so would you describe PMC as the lead agency, or is it a different
No,
department?
Senator, sorry, Senator. We're certainly responsible for managing the partnership and for managing the forum.
Okay, so how come it's taken you 11 months and you're still considering action plan number 3 and you don't have a time frame for when you'll finish considering it?
So as I said, Senator, the matter's been submitted to government for consideration.
Well, perhaps the minister could intercede then. What's the hold-up, Senator?
I'm not aware, Senator, but I'm happy to take it on notice and try to ascertain the sequence there if you wish.
Yes, please. It's somewhat telling that the Open Government Action Plan is itself being delayed, and given the history of this government in terms of transparency and the lack thereof, it's quite damning that you have been almost a year and you can't tell me what the time frame is for whether you'll sign up to the National Action Plan phase 3, third action plan under the Open Government Plan. Can I persist anyway? Does the partnership, the Open Government Partnership, require any notification of bills that are likely to contravene the commitments?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't quite. Do you mean the international partnership, or do you mean the domestic forum?
The international partnership. Is Australia required to notify, for example, of the COAG Amendment Bill, whereby National Cabinet is now deemed to be a variety of decision-making fora?
Senator, I don't believe there is any such requirement, nor I think would we characterise the COAG Amendment Bill in that way.
Okay, well, certainly one of the witnesses did. Dr Coble of the Accountability Roundtable said that the bill was impossible to reconcile with the Open Government Partnership, and he says either you're in favour of open government and you reflect that in your legislation, or you're not and you don't. So just for clarity, you're not required to advise any of the other partnership members of that legislation which is now passed?
No, I don't believe so, Senator. If that's not correct, then we will correct the record.
Senator Waters, you've been going for about 15 minutes now.
Thank you. I've just got one final question,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Will the passage of that COAG Amendment Bill impact Australia's ratings under that Open Government Partnership and Action Plan?
No, Senator, not in any way I can see. It may relate to commitments under either the second or the third national action plans, but I can't immediately see the relationship.
All right, well, if you wouldn't mind taking on notice just to double check that, and including checking on whether there was any requirement to notify of either the AAT case or the bill that then gazumped it.
Certainly, Senator, we'll do that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Waters. Senator Wong, you have the call.
I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things, if I may. First, in relation to Mr Porter, Senator Birmingham, you were following up whether or not a range of questions, which essentially went to when did the Prime Minister first know about the proposed blind trust arrangement for Mr Porter?
I don't have any further details at present, Senator Wong.
Did you try?
Senator, there are a couple of issues chasing down. Obviously, I expect people are monitoring. I think what I said was if I had updates, I would bring them back to the attention of the committee, which is what I'll do.
Yeah, no, I'm asking if you asked them. This is a very simple question. Did the PM know before he was told on the 14th or 15th?
14th.
I'm not aware of the
No, I know you're not. You were
Senator
going
Wong.
to check.
I don't have an update at this time. Senator.
Okay. I mean, we're going to have a Gaetjens inquiry. Is another one of these things where Prime Minister doesn't know what the staff know, doesn't want he knows, and so we're going to get Mr Gaetjens to do another job?
Senator Wong, if I can get some details in terms of timelines, I will let you know.
Ms
if
Foster,
anything differs from the information that I've provided
Sure.
already.
Ms Foster, the dates that were given by Mr Reid and you, I think, were different. So 14th, 9th to the 18th, 14th of September, and then you said 15th of September to the 18th, correct?
Senator,
Discussions?
I wrongly said 15th.
Okay. So 4 days, 14th of
to
September.
the 19th.
To the 19th.
And Mr Reid corrected me and said it was actually the very first phone call was in fact, what I would describe as a heads-up phone call.
14th of
on the
September to
14th.
the 19th of September.
Sunday the 19th.
Okay, and did you get any written... Did Mr Porter give you, for the purposes of that, what you describe as assessment, like documents? Did you talk to him? How did you go about your assessment over a 5-day period?
Senator, it was through discussion with the Prime Minister's office, not directly with Mr Porter.
Did they provide you with information from him?
Senator, they didn't provide us with anything in writing. My understanding is that some of the...
What did they tell you?
Information.
I mean, this is 5 days. You are a Deputy Secretary. I assume the FAS is involved as well.
Yes, Senator.
Right, so this is a serious issue. You spent 5 days on this. You said nothing was written, conveniently. But I assume in conversation or in discussions, you were advised about facts upon which you could make your assessment and provide advice verbally, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Who by?
By the senior advisor in the Prime Minister's office who deals with parliamentary issues.
Right. Was it only him?
Yes, Senator.
And had he spoken directly to Mr Porter?
I don't know, Senator, whether he was speaking to Mr Porter or to his staff.
Okay. So, to an outsider, 5 days to look at this, what it looks like is you were working on, with the PMO, working out whether or not you could find a way to make this comply.
So,
is that what was happening?
As I described before...
I'm putting a proposition to you. I suggest you respond. Were you trying to find out a way to make this comply with the ministerial standards?
Senator, I answered that question earlier very directly, that the question we were asked was, as we understood what Mr Porter was proposing, was what would need to happen to make it compliant. And so we were indeed talking about the sort of information that would be necessary, in our view, to make it compliant.
Which would be?
So, Senator, as I also said before...
Well, I can ask you the question again, Ms Foster.
We were providing our advice in the context that any advice that we provided would be for the consideration of the Government's Committee of Cabinet.
Why is that relevant now?
Because, Senator, that means that
Oh, you're putting that up so you don't have to tell me.
the nature of the advice would be covered by a
Okay.
cabinet.
So this is yet more secrecy in the government. Fantastic. Thank you, as an independent public servant, for making sure you don't provide the answers.
Senator,
There was no cabinet decision. So you are now refusing to answer questions on the basis that it might have gone to cabinet hypothetically.
Senator.
Senator Wong, as Ms Foster said, is prepared with that expectation.
So you're not going to answer questions about that?
About the content of the advice,
Yeah.
Senator, no.
All right, addicted to secrecy. Okay, Senator Birmingham, when were you told Mr Pitt would be returned to cabinet under the terms of the National Party's net zero list of demands?
Well, I gather the Prime Minister.
No, when were you told?
Well, I gather the Prime Minister has made an announcement since we last discussed this matter in relation to Mr Pitt's return to cabinet. It was a matter for the Prime Minister to formalise
Sure.
that and to make a decision
No,
about
he's-
when it would occur.
Okay.
I was aware it was a possibility, Senator Wong.
When?
Well, I was aware it was a possibility over the course of the weekend.
Okay.
But in terms of the decision
Sure,
and the timing of that was all the Prime Minister's decision.
When was the department told, Ms Foster?
So my understanding is the department was advised shortly before the announcement, as we normally are, Senator, because we do work to bring
that
those
right,
into
Mr.
effect.
Yes, Senator.
What has to happen is, he's already sworn in. Is there anything that's required for him to go into the cabinet? There's
No, Senator. All that's been required is a fresh ministry list being prepared.
A fresh instrument?
Ministry list.
Ministry list.
Yes.
There's no exco requirement, etc.?
No, Senator.
Okay. So no one in the department knew what was advised by anyone in the government prior to the Prime Minister, until just prior to the Prime Minister's announcement. Is that your evidence?
That's right, Senator. And it was just in order that we could have that revised ministry list ready for the Prime Minister to table in question time.
So that comes first, does it? Prioritising a job for the National Party comes before settling the net zero emissions position. Is this the down payment, Senator Birmingham?
Senator Wong, I'll let you run commentary, as I have no
I'm
doubt
asking you.
as I have no doubt you will. The Prime Minister's made a decision in relation to particularly the importance of that portfolio and its place around the cabinet table. And of course, I refer to all of my previous answers in relation to the timing for consideration around those matters going to cabinet.
It's a payoff for the net zero emissions position, isn't it?
Bit of the deal. What's next? Big pork barrel fund.
So the only decision on net zero he's actually made so far is to put an opponent of net zero into the cabinet.
Senator Wong said you can run your own commentary.
No, well, I'm just to say
you can run your own.
That is
commentary.
the case, isn't it? You've told
the
me
Prime
the
Minister,
net
as I've
zero
said,
and 2030
will announce-
positions are as they were under Tony Abbott. That's the evidence earlier today. No change. So the only thing that's changed, despite all the colour and movement, is at the moment you put an extra national in the cabinet as a down payment on
the
your...
evidence from earlier today is that the Prime Minister will announce different commitments, statements and plans that he will be taking to Glasgow later this week. And that's what he'll be doing.
Okay. I have a set of questions on AUKUS, but why don't I start? I think Senator Geller has some other questions. I'm happy to come back later and do them. I'm just flagging that because you may have questions too, but I've got to go in 15 minutes.
So I was going to give the call to Senator Patrick.
Are you going to AUKUS now or something else?
Something else.
Okay.
Okay, call to Senator Patrick and then we'll come back most likely to Senator Gallagher. I think, unless Senator Wong's back and, yeah, great. Senator Patrick.
So, thank you very much, Chair. My questions are going to go to the status of National Cabinet, in particular in and around FOI.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so I note that since Cabinet was formed, there were 62 FOIs that have taken place. Since the decision of Justice White on the 5th of August, there's 50 requests, so I presume that means this is an answer to a question on notice. I'm presuming there were about 12 requests made for National Cabinet documents prior to the decision of Justice White.
I've got the figures here, Senator.
Thank
That's
you.
roughly right, yes.
Okay, so I'm just, then you've gone on to say that as of the 27th of September, 36 are not finalised. Is it 36 of the 50 requests or 36 of the 62 requests?
My understanding, Senator, is that 36 of the 62 requests.
Okay, thank you. So I imagine, noting the position of the department, that prior to the decision of Justice White, any decision made, so there would have been 12 decisions made that relied on Section 34 of the Act that in some sense would have to be revisited. That's not a criticism, but it's likely that there would have been a claim of National Cabinet. Someone's put that aside. Some of them may have been appealed, but we move forward and a decision was made by Justice White. Some of those matters that were ruled Section 34, I presume someone can just resubmit an application for the same documents?
So, yeah, well, that's right, Senator. There's 2 points I'll probably make. Is one, in relation to the 12 that were decided before the decision of Justice White, Deputy President White, not all of them would have been Section 34.
Okay.
I've got the figures here, but I think a couple of them at least were practical refusal notices
Okay.
and were withdrawn on that basis, and I think there was another that was withdrawn on a basis other than Section 34. But going to your question, of course, any of those applicants could seek a fresh FOI decision, and they could do that, and I think a couple have.
Okay, thank you. Since the decision of Justice White, have any decisions been handed down for access to National Cabinet documents that have involved a claim of Section 34?
No, Senator.
Okay, so basically you're upholding the decision of the AAT.
Senator, to be clear, no decisions around National Cabinet documents have been handed down since that decision.
Okay, that's interesting. Is that because of I'll declare I've got at least 2 FOIs running at the moment in relation to the minutes, and it's clear that a bunch of those decisions have gone off for consultation with the states, and that seems a reasonable step in the circumstances. That would indicate to me in my particular case, and I'm not asking anyone to make a decision, I don't know that's not appropriate here, but that would indicate to me that they're not going to rely on Section 34, they're going to look at other exemptions that might apply.
Senator, I think we'll have to wait until the decisions are finalised, because as you might recall, the decision-making is delegated within PM&C to the subject matter experts.
And you have
so
no
we'll
control of it. No, I understand
several
that.
decision-makers, and Mr Reid's team coordinates that overall process.
Okay, but for example, if the Information Commissioner took Justice White's decision and incorporated that in the Information Commissioner's handbook or guidelines, the FOI guidelines, I presume the decision makers would then be bound to not attempt to use Section 34 in relation to National Cabinet. But I just wonder whether that sort of decision has been made internally in terms of guidance to FOI decision makers.
So, Senator, I think we've said that we're continuing to look at each FOI request that comes forward on its merits on a case-by-case basis.
I understand that, but I also want to be very clear. Justice White was asked to find whether the documents I sought were Cabinet in confidence, and the claim it was made by the Department that they were on the basis that National Cabinet was a committee of the Cabinet, and it was found by Justice White that that is not the case. And so there was a legal decision, a legal determination that was made that fit with some certain facts. That doesn't undermine the fact that in law, Justice White found that it is not a committee of the Cabinet. And I'm just trying to work out whether or not you're seeking to still apply that rationale in the face of Justice White's decision.
So Senator, Mr Reid can augment this answer, but Deputy President White was making decisions on a particular case on the basis of the facts in front of him in that case.
He was making a decision on the basis of the facts in front of him, but in order to do that, he had to determine at law whether or not National Cabinet was a committee of the Federal Cabinet, and he found that that was not the case. That's not a finding that is specific to any particular document. That's a finding that says exactly what it says, that it is not a committee of the Cabinet. And some new set of facts might apply in that you might have a document that comes to you that also went to the Cabinet, for example, and one might accept that's a reasonable circumstances where you depart and say, well, it's still Cabinet in confidence, but not because of National Cabinet. I'm wondering the guidance that you've given to because it goes to Senator Wong's, concerns about just absolute secrecy across government. I'm hoping people are respecting Justice White's decision and giving guidance accordingly.
So, Senator, absolutely, the department has respected Justice White's decision and, as you're aware, has released the documents subject to that decision.
No, but moving forward as a precedence, that's the way these things work.
So, Senator, as you're aware, a decision of the AAT has no precedential force beyond the facts before it.
No, it has precedential force in FOI. In the FOI domain, it absolutely has precedential force. You can't have a decision maker just ignore a decision made by the AAT, which is 2 levels up in terms of decision making. Okay, that's the hierarchy in which it works. You can't do that.
So, Senator, the department absolutely is not ignoring a decision of Justice White, and the decision of Justice White is drawn to the attention of all decision makers, and I can assure you that has happened. But the other point to make is that a decision maker looking afresh at facts is in placing themselves in the shoes of Justice White, who
no, they're not. That's in an appeal case.
Maker.
In an appeal case, you place yourself in the shoes of the original decision maker. Okay, that's the way that works. That's how a merit review works. Okay, an original decision maker doesn't put themselves in anyone's shoes. They simply make a decision, but they must make a decision in accordance with the facts and the law, not just the facts. And one would think that Justice White's decision is being referred to by those decision makers.
It certainly is being brought to the attention of decision makers.
Okay, so let's go to one where we can talk about in the Senate. Senator Gallagher received a letter from the PMO, from the Prime Minister's office, making a public interest immunity claim after Justice White's decision, making a claim that the document that the committee was seeking was a document that was subject to Cabinet exemption. So that was a public interest immunity claim. And I'm moving away from the precedents in the AAT to the Senate now. On what basis can you make a claim that a document that went to National Cabinet attracts the public interest immunity claim of Cabinet in confidence or Cabinet deliberations when it's been found that it is not a committee of the Cabinet?
Senator, I'm not aware of the document you're referring to or the document that Senator Gallagher received or what it was relating to. Is it possible to see?
Yeah, sure, we can get it. I mean, we put in requests for all the information that had been denied, and to my knowledge, nothing has changed. Nothing has been released. So I'd be interested in what guidance PM&C is providing to other agencies about how to deal with that, if you can provide it.
So, Senator, in terms of advice we're providing to other agencies, we have drawn Justice White's decision to the attention of other agencies, but we have also asked that Prime Minister and Cabinet, as with all matters of Cabinet confidence, that Prime Minister and Cabinet is consulted on any FOI decision that relates to National Cabinet.
So in relation to claims that have been made to the COVID committee over National Cabinet, why, on what basis are those documents no longer being provided to that committee? Now that it's absolutely clear that the National Cabinet is not a committee of the Federal Cabinet, it is an intergovernmental body, yet the claims that have been made to Senator Gallagher as the chair of the COVID committee still are relying on National Cabinet, and some so after the decision of Justice White.
So, Senator, as I say, I haven't seen those those documents, or if I have, I don't recall them. The only other point to make, of course, is the government's position remains that National Cabinet was established and intended to be established as a committee of the Federal Cabinet.
Yeah, but it's found to be erroneous. The Prime Minister might want to do lots of things, but he can't act outside the law. He can't just make stuff up. Well, I know he tries, but that's not how it works in our system of government.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. So, again, someone must know the basis that PMO are still withholding information from the COVID committee. I just don't want to understand the basis for that withholding.
So I think Mr Reid has said that the government maintains a position that the National Cabinet is a committee of cabinet.
On what
and
basis?
That was always its intent.
On basis, he just wants to overrule a judge, does he? Is that how you think it works in this democracy? That a member of the executive, if they don't like what a judge says, just says, no, I'm going to do my own thing. You're public servants, your duty is to the public. Surely you've explained to the Prime Minister that that's not how it works. Has anyone gone and knocked on his door and told him?
Senator Patrick, I think officials have canvassed the answers there in terms of the response to the case that you brought and highlighted, and the provision of information specific to that case. The fact that the government remains of the view in relation to National Cabinet's status.
How does it do that, Minister? How does it do that when a judge has made a really clear decision, one that you weren't willing to challenge because it was multi-tiered and there was no way you would win an appeal? Why are you not following the law? Why are you acting outside the law by simply making up the rules? It's a very serious thing that you're doing, in the way in which our Constitution is constructed. If the High Court rules something, you just say, I'm not going to do that. Is that how it works?
Well, the High Court has not ruled anything in this regard, Senator Patrick. You're well aware of that.
No, but just in the principle, if the High Court makes a ruling and the government doesn't like it, you know what? They either have to do what the High Court says, or alternatively change the law. Now, in this instance, you are attempting to change the law, but you haven't done so yet.
And in this instance, we have complied with the findings in relation to the AAT case. And yes, we are separately attempting to change the law. That's a correct observation too.
So in the case of in the case that Justice White dealt with, it's clear that you've complied with that. I'm trying to understand the basis upon which you're refusing to provide the Senate with documentation on the basis of a National Cabinet in conference claim. It's clearly erroneous, and it's clearly reckless in our system of government, where we have separations of power and respect for each of the arms of our government, that the Prime Minister would do that. And I know that he's ignored the Speaker of the House. He's ignoring Justice White. Is there anyone that this Prime Minister doesn't ignore? Just breaking conventions left, right and centre. You wonder why you're going down in the polls, Minister? It's because the government is perceived as corrupt by the public.
Senator Patrick, I will remind you that you've been going for about 14 minutes now.
And there was a lot of political commentary there, but not a single question, Chair. So,
So
again,
I won't detain
do you not
committee
respect the
responding to
boundaries
political commentary.
between? Do you not respect the boundaries between the three arms of government and the responsibilities and the long-standing conventions of respecting the different roles that they have?
Yes, Senator. Understand that.
So why aren't you respecting the decision of Justice White in this instance?
Well, Senator, we did respect the decision of the AAT and we complied with that decision. Other matters are considered on their merits, and indeed there are legislative proposals before the Parliament too.
Yeah, well, I'll leave it at that.
Follow-up, can I?
Yes, Senator Gallagher.
I've got a couple of follow-ups. So is PM&C's evidence on guidance to agencies following the AAT decision in Patrick versus the Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, that you have provided guidance and that FOIs will be determined on their merit by individual decision makers that flow from, requests for information?
So I think there are 2 points there. The first point is that within PM&C, we assign FOI requests to decision makers.
Understand that.
And Mr Reid's team provides support to those. With regard to advice to other agencies, to other departments and agencies in the Commonwealth, Mr Reid was just restating what our normal practice is, which is that when agencies are determining FOI decisions that relate to Cabinet, that they consult with PM&C.
Okay.
So it's not a new practice after the case, it's our standard practice.
Okay, so say a request for information that has previously been denied, but say it went through a question on notice, which we did, or another FOI went to another agency, are they able to determine that on their own, or do they have to come back? And how does that work in the FOI Act if PM&C is basically got oversight over all of these requests?
So, Senator, it's not so much oversight, it's been standard practice for as long as there's been a Cabinet exemption in the FOI Act, that all matters relating, that whenever a department either thinks a Cabinet exemption should apply or intends to apply a Cabinet exemption, that the department consults with PM&C. PM&C doesn't overtake the decision or anything like that. The decision remains with the decision maker in the department. Okay. So none of that has changed.
All right.
Senator.
Well, can you then explain for me, when I put an FOI into the Productivity Commission, because I've been after, I don't know why they just didn't provide it, to be honest. The Productivity Commission did a presentation to National Cabinet around, essentially around economic recovery from COVID, I think, and we asked for that, and it was denied on the grounds of National Cabinet in confidentiality. So then I put in a FOI request asking for all the guidance communications that PM&C and other agencies might have provided to the Productivity Commission in their answering of my question. And we got limited, a lot of redacted, but there was a couple of emails where they have released it, and it says, "This is what I have from PM&C at this stage, which is suitable for answers to blackout, confirming that we are not changing our position on the provision of documents under FOI or in answers to questions from the Senate until the government settles its position." So how does that does look like PM&C has sent out instructions that you are not to provide any information under FOI or questions on notice from the Senate without, it does look like there is a blanket answer. So I don't know how you can say it's up to individual agencies then.
So, Senator, I haven't seen that information. I'm not aware what either is in front of you or what the Productivity Commission is referring to. What I can say is that PM&C, since the decision of Justice White, has been restating the need for agencies to consult with PM&C on any question arising around National Cabinet.
But it's stronger than that. It says, "This is what I have from PM&C at this stage, confirming that we are not changing our position on the provision of documents under FOI or in answer to questions from the Senate."
I haven't seen that, Senator.
Okay, and then it goes on, this is from a Treasury official. "As briefly discussed this afternoon, PM&C doesn't yet have a settled view on action following the AAT decision below. We are working with AGS and Council to have a consistent, defensible approach to the current and expected FOI caseload as well as PII claims before parliamentary committees."
Well, Senator, I'm not sure when that communication is referenced, but
23rd of August. I can provide
Senator,
you with the FOIs.
Senator, if I can that was before the government made a decision on appeal, which may go some way to explaining why we didn't have a position, because no decision on an appeal from the matter before the AAT was made until the 2nd of September. So until then, our communications with agencies would have been, we don't yet have a position because no decision on appeal has been made.
So you wanted a consistent, defensible position.
Well, they're not my words, Senator.
Okay, that's a Treasury official's word. So you're saying that was, so if FOIs came in and claims of documents came in before you had made a decision about an appeal, there should be a defensible consistent approach from agencies. You
As I
didn't
say-
want agencies going out releasing information, so you made that clear.
Well, as I say, Senator, they're not my words.
So what, is Treasury not telling the truth here? I mean, these are emails from people, it goes to the Treasurer's office. I mean, he's up to his eyeballs in it.
Senator,
Like, there's a lot of political handling to make sure that we don't get any of the information that we've been after.
So during the time before the government made a decision on appeal from the AAT matter, I would have to go back and check, but the communications to agencies at that time were to confirm that no decision had been made on an appeal and that agencies should continue to consult us.
To help out, I have a letter here to Senator Gallagher from Dr Brendan Murphy, dated the 27th of September, which was after the appeal period was over, and it says, "The Australian Government maintains the view that deliberations of National Cabinet should remain confidential. This includes information received by National Cabinet. This is consistent with long-standing practices of Cabinet confidentiality."
Yeah, and I've just had a load of questions on notice returned by Health today that have exactly the same answer.
So what's the government doing? You know it's not a committee of Cabinet. That is an affront to the judicial system. I appreciate the difference between a deputy president and the fact that that the deputy president is not acting in the capacity of a judicial officer, but there's no question the weight of his decision is significant and ought to be respected by this government, which seems to have trashed every convention
Senator Patrick,
in relation to this. Well, it's a really serious issue, and one would hope we could protect the Senate in terms of its ability. Senator Gallagher and I might have to take up that conversation again about taking over the Senate in the last couple of weeks until we get all these documents.
Senator
I
Gallagher.
reckon I can get One Nation on board with this.
It looks to me like PM&C is coordinating across agencies to make sure nothing gets released. I can't see how it is being left to government, individual departments to determine. Have you released anything that has been sought under FOI or questions on notice since that case that was denied? Other than what Senator Patrick was, you were required to release?
As Ms Foster said, no decisions have been finalised since, no decisions under FOI in relation to National Cabinet material have been finalised since that case.
But a lot of questions on notice have been, and they're all coming back saying it's just long-standing practice of Cabinet confidentiality. Like, it's just a lazy kind of blanket no.
It's not lazy, it's actually disrespectful.
Senator Patrick, Senator Gallagher has the call.
So have you advised Health that they are not to release any information on questions on notice? For example, the day the AHPPC first briefed the National Cabinet on COVID-19. I mean, it's the most ridiculous question that I've been fighting now 18 months to get an answer on. But that is Cabinet in confidence, apparently. Is that from PM&C that you've advised them not to answer that?
I'm not aware, Senator. I'm not aware of any communication from PM&C to Health on that question.
So, but would they come to you and say, well, this is where they want some National Cabinet information? You just said they had to.
No, certainly, Senator.
That was in the context of the FOI system.
Okay, so
Senator.
it's not in. So you don't have any role on questions on notice. They're just individually answering that.
Well, I can't control what departments either consult us on or don't.
Senator, though,
Really?
I think it. I return to what both Mr. Reid and I have said, and Senator Birmingham, that it remains the position of government that National Cabinet is a committee of Cabinet.
On what basis?
Yeah.
How do you get that? You just make stuff up, do you?
Senator Patrick.
Seriously?
Senator Patrick. Senator Gallagher has the call.
Well, we've had a judicial ruling on this.
Senator Gallagher has the call.
So your evidence is PM&C has not provided guidance
Supposed to be
to
apolitical.
agencies that they are not
Serve
to
the public.
to release
disrespectful.
National Cabinet documents.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't hear the question.
My question is that you can confirm that PM&C has not provided central guidance to agencies to not release documents to Senate committees that have gone to National Cabinet.
I'm certainly not aware of any such advice.
So they're just all answering exactly the same way on their own bat. Ms Foster, do you find that a bit of a surprise that we're all getting the same answers back? Looks like a bit of a coordinated effort to me.
So, Senator, I don't believe that there's any lack of clarity about the government's position on National Cabinet, and so all agencies would have access to that information.
Supplementary. What's the
No,
basis
order. Order. Senator Patrick, please.
What's the basis for it?
Senator Patrick, you don't have the call, and Ms Foster is trying to answer the question that Senator Gallagher asked her. I would like to hear the answer to that question from Ms Foster before I determine that you can have a supplementary.
So, Senator, for example, in the recent inquiry into the COAG Amendment Bill, the officers present made that point. That's a publicly made point.
That the government hasn't changed its position
on
okay,
National
so
Cabinet.
you've let that information has gone to agencies, has it, in a form of guidance, or just they watch a committee hearing and learn that way?
Well, the point I was trying to make, Senator, is that not only has the government introduced a bill to give effect to its intent, that National Cabinet is a committee of cabinet.
Yeah, it's a try-on, yeah.
PMNC have provided evidence in fora that are public, which have restated the government's position. So
I think you're answering in a cryptic way. You're answering yes. PMNC has provided information to agencies that the government has not changed its position.
No, Senator, but I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, but that's what you're saying to me, that you've made it clear.
So I'm not aware that there's been any formal guidance that's gone to agencies saying that. What I'm saying is that there have been a number of actions, including the introduction of the legislation, which make that position abundantly clear.
Okay, so it's just a very strange coincidence that we're getting all the same answers back saying that National Cabinet should remain confidential.
Position of government. So what's the basis of that? Have you got some AGS advice that now differs? I mean, what's the basis upon you making the claim or maintaining a position that it is a committee of the federal cabinet?
So, Senator, I'll let Mr Reid help me with this answer, but essentially my understanding is that the AAT decision was made on the basis of the case before it, and that were different facts.
So why do you need the legislation?
Were different facts in front of a different court, then a deputy president or a judge may come to a different conclusion.
Oh, it's just bad luck. Is that what you're saying?
So that's advice that you've received from the AGS not to comply with, or noting that it's a fairly weighty decision, and the decision wasn't just about the documents. The question that that the AAT needed to ask, and you know I'm intimately familiar with it, was were the documents that I requested subject to Section 34, and the finding of Justice White, he went through all of the necessary criteria to work out whether or not National Cabinet was a committee of the Cabinet. He made a finding that is not related to the documents, that the National Cabinet is not a committee of the Federal Cabinet, and then he went on to say, and therefore the exemption in the statute couldn't be made out.
So, Senator, he made that decision based on the facts in front of him.
No. So that just so you understand, he made those decisions on the basis of.
Senator,
it was
I was trying to
inquiry.
answer the question.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Yes, Senator O'Sullivan.
The Deputy President made his decision based on the information he had in front of him. I'm not talking about the decision just about the release of the documents, but about his finding that National Cabinet was not a committee of Cabinet. The point I was just making to Senator Gallagher was that were there different information in front of him?
So
or
what
another
different information
Deputy
could there be? I accept what you're saying.
For example, one of the documents in play in that decision was the terms of reference for the National Cabinet. And so with those documents publicly available to be used as evidence, then a different decision could be made. For example, since that time, we've also had a statement from all members of the National Cabinet about their intent and what they want to see moving forward with National Cabinet. So,
but that doesn't change the law. See, the word cabinet doesn't exist in the Constitution. It appears in a couple of acts, including the FOI Act and the National Archives Act. They're the only acts that I'm aware where the words cabinet appear. Actually, that's probably not true. That word cabinet is properly determined in terms of its the understanding of what that means by the judiciary, not by premiers of states, not by prime ministers. It's a question of statutory interpretation, and that rests fairly and squarely with quasi-judicial and judicial bodies.
Senator, just to further what Ms Foster was saying, the findings that Deputy President White came to in relation to his view on the legal characteristics of a cabinet apply only to the facts in front of him. It's simply a statement of fact, Senator, that the findings that he made don't carry judicial precedential force beyond his matter.
Sure.
So whilst he did apply his legal assessment to the facts, which were the documents that you had sought in that case, the legal assessment itself relied on facts available to him at the time. And as Ms Foster has said, a different Deputy President, a different judicial member, a different judge, a different decision maker under the FOI Act could reach a valid different decision based on different facts.
Okay, but you haven't challenged that. You haven't put it before a different judicial officer or a different tribunal member.
We haven't had the opportunity.
And the facts of the case were, and you know, if you thought that somehow Justice White was wrong, why did you not appeal it?
Well, Senator, at appeal we wouldn't have the opportunity to introduce new facts. Okay,
so what you're saying is that you went into that case completely ill-prepared because the facts, the document was a last element of the decision-making. The first part was, is it a cabinet? And he went through all of the reasons, citing a number of High Court cases, a number of federal court cases as to what is a cabinet. Okay, that had nothing to do with the documents. He simply had to establish first up what was a cabinet. That was effectively what he was doing. And if you had additional information in relation to that, why didn't you present it to Justice White? I mean, and if you had, Justice White was presented with an affidavit from Mr. Gaetjens that said, "Don't worry about those precedents in the courts. It is a committee of cabinet because the Prime Minister says so." Very arrogant statement. That was effectively what was said in the affidavit. And
Senator Patrick, this is a very long question.
You've just gone on.
Sorry,
Thanks.
I do that from time to time. I apologise. I'll stop.
I know, we noticed.
I'll stop. I'm just
Okay.
completely amazed that
I know,
Senator
me too.
Birmingham hasn't sort of looked at this and said, you know
Yeah.
what, this needs to be fixed. This is
Senator
wrong.
Patrick.
Can I give you
Sadly, Senator Birmingham doesn't ever challenge anything.
The call is going back to Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. Can I give you another example of an issue with FOI too, and it relates to National Cabinet, but where the Leader of the Opposition has asked for copies of minutes in possession of PM&C from National Cabinet meetings held over the month of July. It's taken a month to go back to the Leader of the Opposition, so you run down the clock. So the request was made on the 6th of August. On the 6th of September, so a month later, the Leader of the Opposition is given a letter which says, we're going to charge you $775 to process this request. Is that best practice, to take a month to send a letter asking for that? And then asking the Leader of the Opposition to pay $775 for you to proceed?
So, Senator, on the issue of issuing charges is entirely.
Yeah, but you take a month
open.
to do that, do you? So
Senator,
28
I don't
days.
have that matter in front of me. I'm not sure
Well, I can tell you
what the scale of the
Well, it's the
The
6th
search.
of August, and you replied on the 6th or FOI section on the 6th of September. All I'm doing is there's a pattern of behaviour here about, you know, the way that you are dealing with FOIs and questions on notice. I wrote to Senate Secretary Gaetjens on the 13th of October asking why I think there was more than 18 questions on notice, which are now 171 days overdue, and would you please answer them so that we could have them for estimates? The letter isn't responded to, the questions aren't tabled. I mean, it's disrespectful. You know, there is a reason why we have these scrutiny processes, but you guys can work around it, like running down the clock, not replying, being 171 days overdue, and there's no consequence.
So, Senator, on the question of our record on FOI, we've actually done an extraordinary amount over the last few years to improve our performance, and in the financial year, the last financial year, I think we achieved 100% of decisions made on time. That came at an enormous cost, not just in terms of resourcing, but to the people doing it. And so I just wanted to make the point that we take our responsibilities legislatively under FOI really, really seriously, and our performance has been very strong.
Well, these examples that we've just been discussing don't paint that picture.
But
Ms. Foster.
Senator, the actual standing back and looking at our total performance shows that we've actually made significant headway. And in fact, I think that our performance in that financial year was the best in the Commonwealth.
Certainly the best it had been. And Senator, just...
But you buy yourself time, don't you, by sending this exactly 1 month after the request goes in, buys you more time to process so that at the end you can say you were 100% compliant.
Senator, the other point I'd make is that we've had an enormous number of FOI requests.
Because you're the most secretive government since Federation. That's the issue. It's not open government, so we have to FOI everything. And that's not your fault, Ms Foster, that's the executive's fault, because they are the ones that are refusing to release documents like the Productivity Commission's report or all the matters that Senator Patrick went to the AAT over. I mean, they're not state secrets. This is the point. So no wonder your FOI section's inundated. And no wonder we're getting 171 days overdue for questions on notice, because it's the only way, well, even then we don't get information. Well, it's a frustration. I mean, this is a scrutiny committee and this is a scrutiny process. And how can we scrutinise if 171 days later we still don't have questions that we want to follow up at this estimates? I mean, that is the issue. And FOI, the clocks are run down. I mean, this letter says it's going to take us half an hour to find the documents you want, half an hour, and then it's going to take 43.28 hours to redact all the information, and we're going to charge you $775 for it. Anyway.
Senator, if I can just correct advice I gave Ms Foster a moment ago, it was calendar year 2020, not financial year 2021. Apologies.
Okay. Well, my submission to the executive is maybe you won't be inundated so much with questions on notice and FOIs if you actually released information that the public deserves to have made public.
And they paid for.
Yeah, exactly, and they paid for. Okay, Miss, do I still have the call?
You do. Senator Cox does have a couple of questions, and this is her first estimate. So if you're changing topics, I might go to Senator Cox
fair enough.
to do so.
I see to you, Senator Cox.
Senator Cox.
Thank you. I've got a question in relation to the National Strategy to Prevent Sexual Abuse. The government announced $146 million for the first phase of the National Strategy to Prevent Sexual Abuse, and nearly $40 million was going to new funding for AFP. The government expects to finalise this national strategy in September and for it to be released in September this year. It was supposed to be, basically it hasn't been finalised, so wanting to know when it is going to be finalised and what's the hold-up.
Senator, looks like we have officials at the table.
Senator Lee Steele, First Assistant Secretary, Intergovernmental Relations and Reform Division. So the National Strategy is due to be launched this coming Wednesday. and I believe the PM mentioned in his speech last week, marking the anniversary of the apology to victims and survivors, that it would be launched this week. So yes, this Wednesday will be the launch of the national strategy.
Right. Will funding commitments be available for jurisdictions to implement this strategy? If so,
yes.
when?
So there will be a number of new initiatives announced this week with the launch that go to work we will be undertaking collaboratively with states and territories.
Okay. And were there any consultations, or are there any occurring with First Nations people and organisations in relation to this strategy?
Yes, there have been a substantial number of consultations to inform the national strategy and also in terms of implementation of the national strategy. So I think since 2018, the National Office has conducted 14 non-government workshops with hundreds of stakeholders, including targeted workshops with priority cohorts. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are very much a priority cohort. And we, this year, in terms of working with key stakeholder groups on implementation, we have had some specific Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander consultations which were facilitated by the Healing Foundation.
Okay. And how will the strategy reflect the needs of First Nations communities?
So the national strategy is very much built on the recommendations and evidence base of the Royal Commission, and that did identify some particular vulnerabilities and needs with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander groups. So some of the initiatives, particularly some that will be announced on Wednesday, go to those needs more particularly. But generally speaking, a lot of the measures are whole of population, but with a view in implementation to ensure that they're taking into account the needs of different groups such as victims and survivors, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and people, people with disability and people from coloured backgrounds.
Okay. Is that what the 10.9 million is being used for? Or has been outlined in Minister Morton's press release from June?
Sorry, Senator, just finding that. Yeah, so the $10.9 million is for one initiative that will be led by the National Indigenous Australians Agency that will co-design place-based Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander healing approaches to support victim survivors. But there'll be a range of other initiatives that include support to those communities but might be more whole-of-population based.
Okay. And the reporting mechanism to the Coalition of Peace?
I'm not...
Under Closing the Gap as the initiative?
We were very conscious of the very close links with Closing the Gap, and we're trying to work through the details of how that will work together, ensuring governance. So we're still working out those linkages in governance, but it's something that's very much front of mind, and we are very keen to co-design a lot of that. There is a strong emphasis in the national strategy on evaluation and reporting and making sure that that's very strong and evidence-based as well.
And apart from the Northern Territory AFP pilot, which I heard about this morning, are there any other jurisdictions that have been already looking at implementation?
There's a lot of work happening in jurisdictions, again, since the Royal Commission, and we've been working cooperatively with states and territories to design the national strategy going back a number of years now.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Senator Cox. Senator O'Sullivan.
To be efficient, I have a question on this
Okay.
related topic. Ms Steele, are you the official responsible for the National Office of Child Safety?
Yes, Senator, that is a branch within my division.
Okay, I'm hoping you could just help me then. Today there was a question asked by the Leader of the Opposition in the House. Could you, with regards to the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sex Abuse, are you able to step us through an outline of the contact between the National Office of Child Safety and the responsible minister with the Australian of the Year, Grace Tame?
Yes, Senator. On Australia Day we did find out Ms Tame was the Australian of the Year, which is, and she is a notable advocate in this space. So quite soon after we got in touch with the Australia Day Council in terms of how best to engage with her, noting we were conscious she would be very busy and swamped with requests. So in March this year, there was a day when Ms Tame gave a presentation to the press Council, National Press Club, and on that day, not long following that address, Ms Tame went with the head of the National Office for Child Safety, and they discussed the national strategy. Also, at the time of the federal budget, we provided additional information through to Ms Tame's team to advise of the package of measures that were in the budget. Also in June, I think it was the Monday of the June long weekend, Queen's Birthday weekend, Ms Tame and Minister Morton travelled to Tasmania to meet with Ms Tame. So the head of the National Office and Minister Morton travelled to Tasmania to meet with Ms Tame. Right. They did mention the national strategy, but the primary purpose of that consultation was to hear from Ms Tame about her priorities, particularly around things like consent laws. I understand Minister Morton has also had phone conversations with Ms Tame separately, but I'd have to take on notice the dates of those.
Thank you.
Ms Tame was also invited to a consultation workshop with victims and survivors in June this year, and she's also been invited to the launch this Wednesday, and she's indicated that she is happy to attend that. And she's in recent days had some discussions with the head of the National Office too in terms of what is happening this week with the launch, and we look forward to continuing to work with her.
Thank you.
Senator, if I could just add, at the point that Ms Tame was appointed, named as Australian of the Year, the strategy was already very well developed because it had commenced from 2018 when the Royal Commission findings were released. So there had been extensive consultations over 2019 and 2020 with a large number of victims and survivors. And so we had quite a well-developed strategy. But this year in particular, the consultation with Ms Tame, since she was named as Australian of the Year, has been really beneficial for us in terms of her input on implementation of the strategy, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with her in that regard.
I'm pleased that that's happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. Ms Foster, have you had time over lunch to have a look at the video that is circulating on Twitter with you winking?
I have, Senator.
And what is your response? Well, I'm interested because it does look like a deliberate wink to me, to my eye, but I'm just wondering whether there is a further...
Order.
No, I think it's a serious question in the sense that we have to, you are an apolitical officer of the public service, and, I'm giving you the opportunity to...
Thank you.
To say, now that you've seen it, whether there is an explanation for it.
Thank you, Senator. And in fact, Mr Reid, I think, has in part provided the explanation. It's his understanding that I was actually looking up and welcoming him to the table when he came up. I wasn't consciously winking at him, but I did look up, as I will usually do when my staff first come to the table, just to acknowledge their presence, say thank you for coming to help. So I can repeat what I said earlier.
I think that is an important clarification.
Categorically, I was not making any contact with the Minister, but it would not be at all uncommon for me to make some contact with my staff.
And you can't see from the video who you were looking at. That's right. But I think that is important to have. I don't think we should have a situation where you leave that unaddressed.
So you might otherwise nod or wave. A nod is as good as a wink to a blind trust, I suppose.
The other issue, without going into too much detail, I can also see from the video that I was trying to get my hair out of my eyes. So it's just possible that my eye was irritated because I had hair falling into it.
Thank you, Ms Foster. Now, can I ask you about this Newgate training that there was allegations raised publicly that a consultancy was brought in to train the media unit at PM&C on how to avoid scrutiny during Senate estimates. Is there any information you can provide the committee about that?
I certainly can, Senator, and I'll ask Mr Martin, who's responsible for that area, to come and join me at the table. And Mr Martin, jump in as you've got further detail, but my understanding is that the training was essentially a train-the-trainer exercise, so we wanted to be able to provide training for our staff, and Newgate was employed to help get those staff who are going to do the
Okay.
training in an ongoing sense up to speed.
So they were contracted. Do you know how much it cost, the contract?
I'll let Mr Martin look for that
Thank
detail.
you.
Senator, it was $9,500 was the total cost of the training.
Okay, so they came in, and for that 9,500, that's why I don't think there is a contract on Oz tender for that, because it's below the
That's right, Senator.
threshold. Okay, and so what did you get for the 9,500? What is that? Is that a couple of days' work?
Senator, that's about right. I can't remember the exact number of days, but it was a fairly short presentation to a number of our media staff from the company Newgate in order to train them as trainers. So we'd made the decision that we would conduct our training internally, and the purpose of the Newgate training was to train the trainers.
So they became the trainers in what?
To prepare senior executive staff from the department for their appearances before Senate Estimates committees.
Okay, so it was specifically for Senate estimates.
It was for all parliamentary committees, Senator.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Senator, I've now been subjected to this training on several occasions
Okay.
prior to estimates, and I can say categorically that there is nothing in the training which is about helping me avoid answering questions.
Okay.
The whole focus is preparing me for the likely focus of Senators'
Okay.
questions so that I can be well prepared.
Okay, so the presentation that's provided, can we have a copy of that?
Senator, I can take that on notice. Certainly.
Ms Foster, if there's nothing going on here?
Absolutely, Senator. We'll have a look at the presentation and make sure that
Okay.
there's no sensitivity that we're not aware of sitting at the table.
Now, is there a list of senators deemed to be most risky for executives provided as part of that training?
No, Senator. So there certainly was a list of the current members of the committee at the time that the training was delivered, as I recall. So that was in the first part of 2020.
So the people who sat on this committee, for example?
That's right,
Yeah.
Senator.
Including government, opposition and crossbench.
Okay.
And again, Senator, as a recipient of the training, at no stage, so I've done the training every time since the train the trainer work was done, at no stage has there been any discussion about specific senators. So if that was part of the train the trainer package, it was not carried through. to the
Okay, and so
training.
do you do it in a group situation? So you get someone from the media unit trains all of the executives?
What we tend to do is to do it in groups, and so I do the training with Mr. Reid, Ms. McGregor, and the staff. So any staff who might be called to the table from governance group, and then the training is also delivered to the domestic policy group, to the coup group, because thematically my group will be focused on the same bunch of questions. And certainly, in this particular training, this is very practical. Literally, we sit down and the media team, a couple of people, play senator. And so they ask us questions and we answer as if it's live.
Okay, so it's like a mock estimates.
And that's when we discover, I
Mhm.
don't know those dates.
Who plays Penny Wong?
We actually use the real names of the media staff so that we couldn't be seen to be
Doing that.
parodying or being inappropriate with senators.
Okay. And so it's a mock estimates. You do it before every hearing. And tell me, what do you cover? Like, is it how to take a question on notice, or or is it themes that are currently issues that you're trying to manage?
The real value I find from it is that when you're immersed in the policy or the governance work of your group, you think about your work as an insider. The media team comes to it from a very external perspective, and so their point of view, their perspective is often more like the senators than an internal one. So a lot of the work that they do is by actually, say, trawling the media, finding out what issues have been current, and then asking us questions about them. Obviously, they are internal staff, so they know something about our work. And typically, the way that I use it is I will sometimes volunteer to them that there's a particularly complex issue in X or Y. Could you please make sure that you ask me detailed questions about that so I can make sure I'm absolutely prepared?
Okay. So, and how long do you do this before every estimates? What is it, like a couple of hours or?
It's typically sort of about 90 minutes, so I think it varies from group to group depending on how many issues are live, how many issues are current. So we'll typically do a session and then those people who've been asked questions and answered them will get feedback from others.
Okay. Did you do it before this hearing?
I did.
Okay. And what were the list of issues that you went through?
Not dissimilar to the issues that were covered today, Senator. So we talked about National Cabinet, we talked about Mr Porter.
Did the answers on National Cabinet improve with rehearsal, or is there a...
So, Senator, I should make the point that it's about helping the witnesses understand where they're not well prepared. So, for
Like
example,
when they might answer or provide information.
For example, I should have picked up at the mock estimates that the dates in my brief around the times that we discussed with the PMO, Mr Porter's situation, were wrong in one brief, and that's the sort of thing it helps us pick up.
But it sounds like it's more, because it's done by the media team, it's more of a media management of how you're handling these issues rather than, you know, a provision of information, a flow of information between senators and
Senator,
yourself.
They sit in the Ministerial Support Division, so it's Ministerial Support Division that
I thought we'd
prepares us.
I thought we'd confirmed it was the media team
Yes.
that was
It
doing
is
it.
within that division.
It's within-
Yeah, so the media team sit within your division, but
Yeah.
it's not the policy unit telling us what you can say, is it? It's
Nobody's
not policy officers, it's media managers.
telling us what we can say. What they're doing, Senator, is bringing an external perspective to the questions.
Do other departments do this, to your knowledge, mock estimates?
I've certainly done mock estimates in other departments. Almost all departments have a process to help prepare witnesses so that they come prepared.
And are people trained in, you know, the responsibilities to provide truthful and accurate information to committees as part of it, of that training? So they are sort of...
Senator, so the basis really of the training is the guidance for official witnesses that are appearing before parliamentary committees, and we use that as the basis of the training, and part of that is to be able to provide answers to the committee and to prepare so that we can provide answers.
Okay, so we have a mock estimates process that's done before every estimates, but you've now made this, you're not employing Newgate for this anymore.
So Newgate, Senator, was simply hired to train the trainers. They were not the providers of mock estimates training.
And in fact, we don't use the material that Newgate used in their training as part of our ongoing...
Okay. Well, can I have a copy of the PowerPoint or the presentation you use, and also the list of issues that you were prepared for this estimates? That would be useful. Thank you. Thank you. When do we break at 4:30, do we?
4:45.
Oh, 4:45, no problem.
4:45, yes.
Okay, I do have some questions around the National COVID Vaccine Task Force, which were appointed by the Prime Minister. Did your area, Ms Foster, is that your area?
No, we'll get Ms Frame back to the table for
Ms
that.
Frame, okay. The Prime Minister wrote, or do you want to wait for Ms Frame, or
I
she
would like
must
to,
be in the
because
ante-room?
as
Yeah.
she walks between the two rooms, she'll
Yeah.
miss the question.
Yeah, yeah. Hi, how are you, Ms Brown?
Oh, thank you.
How did the Coordinator General of the National COVID Vaccine Task Force come to be appointed by the Prime Minister?
He was appointed directly by the Prime Minister, Senator. That's all I'm able to provide on that.
What do you mean? Like, was there a shortlist? Did you do a list of names?
Certainly PM&C did not, Senator. It was a direct appointment by the Prime Minister. You're referring to General Frewen and his role?
Yep. So it was just, that came to you from the Prime Minister?
That's right, Senator.
Okay. So you didn't, with other appointments, you have from time to time put a list together for the Prime Minister's office to consider, but in this instance it was a direct appointment without involvement from PM&C?
Yes, Senator. I can't think what would be comparable where we would have provided names, but...
I think the National COVID Commission, for example, you did provide names for that.
Okay.
Senator,
I wasn't in the department at the time, but that may have been the case.
Yeah. Okay. So the Prime Minister wrote to General Frewen on the 8th of June this year, appointing him as Coordinator General. Did the department prepare that draft letter?
I need to take that on notice, Senator. We certainly prepared some subsequent material about roles and responsibilities and how General Frewen would be supported across the public service. I need to take it on notice whether we actually provided any input to the letter of appointment.
Okay. Well, okay, if you can do that. And also, do you know what date you became aware that the Prime Minister was going to appoint General Frewen as Coordinator General?
On the 8th of June, Senator.
Oh, so you found out on the 8th of June, the same date the letter went?
As far as I will take that on notice to confirm that, Senator,
Okay.
but it was... The Prime Minister told the Secretary and I that General Frewen had been appointed.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that Secretary Gaetjens... I have to take it on notice.
Okay, well,
Senator.
if you can, and also when Secretary Gaetjens might have been advised. So it's not a Cabinet appointment, it's a direct appointment
That's
from
correct,
the Prime
Senator,
Minister.
that's
so
correct.
it didn't go through Cabinet. Rightio. Did you have any... Oh, I think we covered that. But in... I think the Prime Minister's letter, when you read that, it says that he has discussed the appointment with the Chief of the Defence Force. I've discussed this matter with the Chief of Defence Force and I have his agreement. Do you know when that happened?
I don't, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Do you know when the Prime Minister first spoke to General Frewen about his appointment?
I don't know that, Senator.
Okay, I'll ask him that on Wednesday. And do you know when the Prime Minister first spoke to the Health Minister? The Health Minister's copied into this letter. Are you aware of that? Like, was that the first
Yes.
he knew?
I don't know. I don't know what discussions may have occurred before that with the Minister for Health, noting, Senator, that General Frewen reports to both the Prime Minister and the Minister for Health.
Yeah, okay. So really, from PM&C's point of view, you didn't know a lot until it was all stitched up, or the whole arrangement of this vaccine task force and having... Did you know about the vaccine task force being appointed before the Coordinator General?
We were working very closely with the Vaccine Operations Centre, and as you know, Caroline Edwards, Associate Secretary Caroline Edwards, had been leading that work. This was all a time of transition when Ms Edwards was leaving the department and General Frewen came in. It was all a matter of days.
Okay, so you were working with Department of Health. You could see what was happening with the vaccine rollout and the problems with it. So was it a recommendation from PM&C that there needed to be another arrangement to manage the logistics of the vaccine rollout?
No, Senator, we were working very collaboratively and constructively with the Health Department.
Okay. So where did the idea of the vaccine task force come from?
As I said, Senator, there was a Vaccine Operations Centre, and it effectively transitioned to be the COVID Shield Task Force led by General Frewen. But many of the people in that vaccine task force remained in their roles.
Okay, so it was
General Frewen was
rebadged,
appointed.
Vaccine Centre was rebadged Operation COVID Shield and General Frewen was brought in.
Certainly General Fruin was appointed as the lead, as you know, to jointly report to the Prime Minister and the Minister for Health. The Department of Health, Senator, would be able to give you more specifics about structures underneath that and who exactly remained in place. But from our experience in Prime Minister and Cabinet, it was a very seamless transition to General Fruin assuming control as the COVID shield.
So did the Department of Health recommend the task force?
I don't know, Senator.
So the Prime Minister just dreamed this up himself, that he'd have a task force with a general in charge of it. I just find that hard to believe.
Senator, just on some of the detail that you were asking at the start, Mr Reid's just advised me that he in fact prepared the letter for the Prime Minister, so he's come to the table to help with those questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, I wasn't following the line of questioning, but you were asking Ms Frame about the letter that the Prime Minister wrote to Mr Fruin.
I asked if the department provided a draft.
So I prepared a draft of that letter over the weekend immediately preceding. I think it was the letter would be dated on Monday. I was asked to prepare a letter on the Friday evening by the Prime Minister's office, simply alerting me to a decision that had been made and arrangements that had been agreed between the various principals. So I prepared a draft of that letter and provided it to the Prime Minister's office over the course of the weekend. So I just wanted to clarify the advice that Ms Frame gave.
Thank you, Mr Reid. So you knew on the 4th of June, which was the Friday...
The Friday evening, Senator, yes.
Friday evening, that you were going to be doing... that this decision had been made by then, but the National COVID Vaccine Task Force was appointed or had been agreed to at that point, because that appears in your letter, but nobody can tell me where this idea came from the task force. It certainly didn't come from PM&C. We can rule that out.
Not to the officers at the table, and I would expect if anyone had more information, like Mr Reid, they would come and let me know.
Okay. Does that happen, is that normal that, you get basically a phone call and told this is what's happening, as opposed to being involved in developing up the idea? You are the Prime Minister's department. I would have thought that you would have been brought in perhaps to help shape this it was the top priority for the government.
So, Senator, in this instance, because the policy responsibility didn't lie with Mr Reid, he was essentially performing a governance function. It would not be unusual that he was asked to prepare material to put in place arrangements that had been agreed elsewhere.
And certainly, Senator, I can confirm that Mr Reid, when he's clarified those dates, the team that worked alongside the vaccine task force were involved. We gave some input to that letter.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to take it on notice and I'll come back to you with exact dates.
So on that weekend, you were... Could we perhaps have a copy of the draft letter?
Senator, I can take that on notice. I don't have one with me, Senator.
You've done your training, your mock estimates training, haven't you, Mr Reid? No, sorry, you have been helpful. All right, well, I don't imagine I'm going to see that, but thank you if you take it on notice. Who in the Prime Minister's office deals with the COVID vaccine task force? Just at the position level, the title, not individual name.
So I think it's the Director of Policy.
That's correct.
Okay, Director of Policy is the person you liaise with on vaccine-related matters. Is that right?
That's right, Senator.
Okay. Okay. So I don't know, you may have heard, but in question time on this year, the Prime Minister referred to a briefing from General Fruin that the government had yet to arrange for the Leader of the Opposition, despite the Leader's office agreeing to a briefing on the 25th of June. Do you know how the Prime Minister's office came to learn that the task force had yet to arrange a briefing for the Leader of the Opposition? How would that information have become known to the PMO?
I can't comment, Senator. I don't know, Senator.
So it wouldn't have come from PM&C?
So, sorry, the question was...
Well, it was an issue was raised in question time by the Prime Minister that the Leader of the Opposition hadn't been briefed by the task force,
right,
despite the task force engaging directly with the Leader of the Opposition to establish a time, and I'm just wondering how the Prime Minister would have become aware of that information.
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not aware.
Okay. So there's a Mr. I think I'm looking for the organisation chart, but there's a Mr. Blunden who works for, I think it's Strategy and Comms for Operation COVID's Shield. And he was the officer that first made contact with the Office of the Leader of the Opposition to arrange that briefing. Did the Prime Minister's office learn of the briefing from Mr. Blunden?
I don't know, Senator.
Nothing that you can add, Ms Foster? It did come up in question time, so I presume the department was watching and interested in this.
Sorry, no, Mr. Blunden works for COVID Shield Task Force.
Yeah, so
In
we're
health.
not aware, and I was just checking, Mr. Blunden's not one of our staff.
But the Prime Minister raised this issue in question time around the Leader of the Opposition and his engagement with the Vaccine Task Force. So we're wondering how the Prime Minister became aware of that and whether you followed up. I mean, it was raised in question time. I presume people in PM&C watch question time.
Yes, Senator. I didn't personally, and Ms Frame has already indicated that she doesn't know and that she'll take that on notice.
Okay. Did the Prime Minister's office have anything to do with Mr. Blunden's appointment to the task force?
I don't know, Senator.
Do you know how appointments were made to the task force?
I think Ms Frame's already indicated that it was based on an existing group of staff working on the vaccine rollout.
Okay, so was Mr. Blunden working in the vaccine centre prior to Operation COVID Shield, was he?
I need to take that on notice, Senator, about when Mr. Blunden started. As Ms Foster said, it's not.
I know,
they're not
but-
PM&C staff. They're working for the Department
but you
of Health.
said you were directly engaged with you were working very closely. In earlier evidence you gave that you were working very closely with the vaccine centre prior to it moving into Operation COVID Shield. There's not that many staff that work there. Was Mr. Blunden working there when you were engaging directly before it became Operation COVID Shield?
He was not someone we were working closely with, Senator. We were working closely with the policy people, and they were often involved in briefings with state and territory governments, and it was certain people in the task force that we had very regular interaction with, but there were many other people in the task force whom we didn't interact with.
So you didn't have much contact with the strategy, communications and media side of the operation?
Certainly I didn't, Senator.
Did the Prime Minister or his office suggest Mr. Blunden's name to anyone, including General Fruin, the task force or to the Health Department?
I don't know, Senator.
Mr. Blunden is a very connected Liberal friend of the Prime Minister, who's now being engaged as a senior executive in the public service on the communication strategy for a bungled vaccine rollout, and you're telling me you don't know anything about this gentleman's appointment?
It's an appointment in the Department of Health, Senator. It wasn't the Prime Minister and Cabinet.
But Operation COVID Shield was appointed by, we've gone through this, that this was a direct appointment of General Fruin, and the establishment of the task force seems to have been a Prime Minister's decision as well. And then his Liberal mate turns up as head of strategy and comms, and nobody knows anything about it. No.
Officials have taken the questions on notice.
Do you
Senator.
know, Mr. Birmingham, where Mr. Blunden might have arrived from?
No, Senator, I'm not aware of the process that was undertaken within COVID Shield.
Okay. So that's a matter for health, really, is it? Is that the evidence from...
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. And Ms Foster, you didn't know about Mr Blunden's appointment?
I didn't, Senator, but unlike Ms Frame, I've not been closely involved with health on the COVID rollout, so I think if Ms Frame doesn't know, then we will need to take it on notice.
Have you been working with Mr Blunden now, Ms Frame?
No, Senator. I mean, I have been in a few meetings with him, but I have not had occasion to call him about any of the PM&C and health work on the task force, on the vaccine rollout.
Okay. I have some, I'm still in COVID hospitals or health. Shall I just keep going?
For another minute or so, yes.
Okay. The hospital preparedness work that's been done by the Department of Health, is the government going to release that document that exists and has gone to National Cabinet a few times?
It hasn't been finalised, Senator, but once it has been and goes to National Cabinet, as with most things that go to National Cabinet, it would be a decision of the National Cabinet to release publicly or not.
And so is this another version of it? Because there have been presentations by the Department of Health to National Cabinet, which we know
Yes.
occurred. So is this another version of it?
Just
or?
more detail and updated, as I understand it, Senator. It's iterative work, and they continue to add more content and working with jurisdictions as they add content and more analysis to
and
that.
when's it due to go next to National Cabinet?
To the next meeting of the National Cabinet,
Which is
Senator.
when? When's that?
I believe that's at the moment scheduled for 5th of November.
5th of November. Okay, and it's gone, I think it's gone to the last 2 meetings. Why is it taking 3 meetings to get this document complete when the country is opening up? I mean, this is critical to the safe opening up of the country. Why is it taking so long to finalise a document like this?
Senator, you would certainly get more detail on that from Professor Murphy and Sonia Bennett, the Deputy CMO, who is leading that work with Professor Murphy. They have been extensively involved in this work with jurisdictions over the last, I would say, 5-6 weeks. They have continued to bring back detail, as you're aware, and you've referred to previous presentations to National Cabinet. So one of the reports that came was very extensive and lengthy, voluminous, and they have continued to refine that and work on what are the key elements of system preparedness across jurisdictions, and Professor Murphy has been leading that work with health CEOs nationally.
Yeah.
But he would be able to give you more
Yeah, and we'll
detail.
have questions for him. I guess the point I'm trying to understand is what is the state of knowledge of the Prime Minister, and he's leading the national plan. So I would presume PM&C was pretty involved in the work that's being done around hospital preparedness.
Certainly we're working with health on it, Senator, but it is led by Department of Health. And the other point I would make is that jurisdictions are also drawing on that and using that as iterative versions of the work come to National Cabinet. So jurisdictions would be using that analysis and applying that to their preparations for COVID cases rising in line with national plan reopening.
Okay, so how does that happen? So I would have thought that the states and territories actually have all the information about what the hospitals look like now, and then what the Doherty modelling is put on top of that, is it, to actually try and get a picture of what the hospitals are actually going to really look like when we reach certain points?
Yes, Senator, the Doherty modelling is the input that is giving indicators of potential case numbers, potential hospitalisations, potential ICU hospitalisations as a subset of that. So the Doherty modelling models different settings in jurisdictions around public health and social measures and at different vaccination levels, and then gives some clinical indicators that are then used to align with jurisdictions' own preparedness and analysis of their health system capacity.
Okay.
We're overdue for afternoon tea,
Oh, okay,
so
sorry,
I might call the break now, and we will suspend and return at 5 minutes past 5. Thank you, everyone. So that Senator Wong can ask her questions with the Hansard on.
So Ms Miller has returned to the department and Rod is acting in her position until it's filled permanently.
I can't hear you at all.
So
you've turned is your microphone turned a little? Yeah.
Ms Miller has returned to DFAT.
Yeah. So Mr. Brazier, you're acting up, are you? Yes. Okay. Look, I'll try and cover what I can. The first thing is I want to get timelines. The Prime Minister is quoted in the Financial Review as saying he began the process of abandoning the Future Submarines contract more than 18 months ago. Morrison says the idea to dump the French subs and start exploring the nuclear option was his. Morrison says he began the process more than 18 months ago, etc. Tellingly, he never raised it in several meetings with Trump. The push was elevated to a political level only in April. So can someone confirm to me that this report is correct and that the Prime Minister, quote, began this process, end quote, in March 2020?
Senator Wong, Lachlan Cahoon, First Assistant Secretary, National Security Division. I'll answer that to the best of my ability, noting that, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of this information was very tightly held for a long period of time.
Yeah, but he said the Prime Minister's chosen to speak to people about it, so...
Yeah, and so what I'm aware of, Senator, and the Department of Defence may be able to elaborate on this, is that there was a direction by the Prime Minister to the Secretary and the Chief of the Defence Force to undertake a strategic review of into defence capabilities. Noting the changing strategic circumstances we were facing, the Prime Minister reasonably asked them to look at the forthcoming capabilities and whether they remained adequate.
In relation to submarines? So this is not just...
This was across the board, Senator.
Okay.
Sorry.
When was that?
The exact start of that review, I don't know, Senator.
And who was asked?
The Secretary of Defence and the Chief of the Defence Force were asked by the Prime Minister.
So CDF and
Secretary Moriarty.
Okay.
Yep.
No one from PM&C involved in that?
No, correct, Senator. We were not briefed.
At all?
No, not
When
at
did you become aware of the existence of this review?
I became aware of the existence of a review, actually through the Senate estimates process last year.
Okay.
Because by that stage, if I've worked through the timing, it'll make more sense, Senator. So following that review into defence capabilities, Defence assessed...
When was that?
Sorry?
Well, you just gave me a timeline without a start.
Yeah, I don't know when the Prime Minister tasked the Secretary of the Department of Defence and the CDF, and I don't know when they delivered the review. I was not briefed, I was not involved. No one PM&C was briefed or involved.
Was it in writing?
I do not know, Senator.
Okay, and then what?
Then I'm told that Defence, when they delivered that assessment, they assessed the need to invest in high-end, what was described as high-end capability, and of particular note, the criticality of our submarine capability. And at that time, the Defence assessment proposed to the Prime Minister that we investigate the feasibility of a nuclear-powered submarine.
Okay, what's the date of that?
Again, I don't know the date.
Approximately.
I genuinely don't know, Senator. I was only briefed into this material with a very small group of people this year.
There was an article in The Australian which stated the Prime Minister began turning his mind to submarines in August 2019 after attending the G7 as a guest. He brought in his defence advisor, Jimmy, is it Kiplocks?
Correct.
And asked him to make discreet inquiries as to whether a technical question should be asked for defence. Do you know anything about that?
That sounds like the timing of the timeline I've walked through, Senator.
Well, you told me you didn't know what the timeline started.
I don't. I'm simply aligning the statement you talked about and what I've been told about formally.
And there's also, so can you tell me on notice, Senator Birmingham, is it August 2019 or March 2020 when this process begins? There's both dates are on the public record.
My understanding is March 2020, Senator Wong, but if there's some clarification to add to that, we'll do so.
So March 2020 is when you date the PM asking Secretary of Defence and CDF to look at strategic capability, and the answer came back, including nuclear-propelled submarines.
That's my understanding, Senator Wong.
Okay, perhaps I'll notice. So if someone can confirm that the article in which someone's been briefed that it was all Jimmy Kiplocks from August 2019, if someone can confirm whether or not that is in fact correct or not, on notice. There was an informal technical group that's reported publicly, including Mr. Finkel, Dr. Finkel, Professor Finkel, sorry, I don't know what his title is, which I assume was part of the group which then led back to the advice going to government that you've described. Who was
yeah.
on that group from PM&C?
No one that I'm aware of. Senator.
Do you know who was on that group?
No, I do not, Senator.
Do you know who provided secretariat or staff that
I
group?
believe that was all done out of the Department of Defence, Senator.
DOD, okay. And then it's then the SMH. Amazing, all of this. No one can tell me in estimates, but it's all in the papers because it's all been backgrounded. So the Sydney Morning Herald is then told that it was only after receiving a discussion paper on this and convening the task force did the Prime Minister tell his first colleague, then Defence Minister Reynolds. Can anyone tell me what this discussion paper is?
Senator, I would purely be speculating. I am aware that the Prime Minister directed Defence to look at the feasibility of acquiring nuclear submarines in May 2020, and that in December 2020 the Prime Minister received the brief on that nuclear submarine.
Sorry, what were the dates again?
In May 2020, the Prime Minister asked Defence to assess the feasibility of acquiring the nuclear-powered submarines. So is it even possible?
Yeah.
And then in December of 2020, the Prime Minister received that briefing from the Department of Defence on the outcomes.
Okay, well, I'm all very confused where the March 2020 and May 2020 questions go.
Well, again, Senator, as I said at the outset...
Well, the Minister has said that it was March 2020. You've now said May 2020.
For the nuclear feasibility, sorry, Senator.
I believe, Senator Wong, and again, Defence will be best placed to provide, I trust, some detail around this.
Yeah, okay.
But March was a high-level discussion initiated around submarines, capability, deterrence factors, etc. May was a more specific request in terms of, okay, the strategic advice and outlook is suggesting changed environs in relation to submarine capability. Therefore, would it be feasible, possible, as has been said, to actually look at nuclear-powered submarines as an option?
Okay, so when Mr Dutton was appointed, the same article, I think by Mr Harris, in another article by Mr Harris, no, by Simon, this is an article by Mr Benson and Mr Chambers, says that when Mr Dutton was appointed Defence Minister in March of 2021, much of the technical work had already been done. Is that correct?
That's correct to the best of my knowledge.
So had the Prime Minister already decided by March 2021 he would be walking away from the attack class contract?
No, I don't believe so, Senator. To the best of my knowledge, there was a process about assessing the feasibility, but then it's a matter of whether the technology would be released to Australia. So it was important to continue with the attack submarine, and within Defence for exactly that reason there was, I now understand, there was a very strong wall put up between the two programs.
So tell me, when did PM&C first engage with this?
Yep. Secretary Gaetjens was the first person in the department briefed on the 18th of December 2020, when that first nuclear feasibility study was released and briefed.
And who else in PM&C was briefed after that?
Yeah, following that, Carolyn Miller was briefed on the 4th of June, and prior to that, I believe, Mr Brazier, it was the 3rd of June.
So 3rd and 4th of June,
and
2021.
Yep, and then I was briefed on the 29th of June along with one of my staff.
And that was the first time PM&C were engaged at official level?
The first time was the 18th of December 2020.
But Mr Gaetjens was not on the committee, was not involved in the process. There was no policy work. But were members of the PMO involved in the review?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Who in the PMO knew and when?
I'm not certain, Senator, but I
Senator
believe Mr
Birmingham?
Kiplox knew.
Mr Kiplox knew? He's in the
I
public
have to
record.
take it on notice as to what other
And when?
staff, certainly Senator, understand.
So the decision to walk away from the attack class, so this is another decision. So I think you said to me the reports received in 2020, December 2020, that's when Mr Gaetjens is advised, 18th of December. Does that go to both, we should, well, what is the nature of the decision at that point, or the nature of the government's position? Is it we should look at nuclear propulsion? Is it we have to go nuclear propulsion? Is it we have to get out of the contract with the French? What's the decision at that point?
My understanding, and I stand to be corrected because I was not involved, as I've said, but my understanding is that was purely about the delivery of the nuclear feasibility study.
So when is the decision to junk the attack class?
The decision to not proceed with the attack class came once the government had made the decision to pursue a nuclear submarine, because you can't pursue
What
them
was
both.
the date of that decision?
Well, it was a cabinet decision prior to the public announcement on the 16th of September.
What was the date of that decision?
Senator, as you know, it's a cabinet decision. And
Yeah, well, come on. What was the date of the cabinet decision to junk the attack class and to proceed with nuclear propulsion?
as you know, Senator,
No,
it's
that's not correct.
It's
The
long-standing
dates of
practice not to
decisions, you can give me the date, and it's all announced. And in fact, whole details of it have been given to journos. So just answer the question, when was the decision made?
Senator, I'll have to take that on
All right,
notice.
so
I don't have the date.
Senator Birmingham, when was the decision made? How many days before the opposition were briefed? How many days before the announcement was made was the decision made?
The final decision, sorry, Senator, I was just trying to see whether I could assist with a date, but days is the right time to count.
Days
in.
before it was public?
In terms of, that's right, the final decisions all being lined up in terms of the full analysis and decisions that have been made to inform the decision on proceeding with the nuclear-powered submarine program, and the consequential decisions around not proceeding with the
But
attack
at this
class.
stage in December 2020, the government's already looking at nuclear-propelled submarines.
Yes, Senator. It's received the
So-
feasibility study saying that it's possible, but the question, of course, then becomes the fact that it's possible for Australia to do it is whether we can do it, given that we're not going to develop the technology
Right.
ourselves.
When did you first become aware of the possibility that there would be an ending of the French contract, Senator Birmingham?
I think around March, Senator Long.
Through cabinet process?
Initially through a discussion with the Prime Minister.
So at that stage, as at March 2021, are other members of the cabinet aware, or is it still a smaller group?
My understanding is that, as you referenced, the Defence Minister was part of discussions prior to that, and I believe the Foreign Minister.
Okay, so by the time you know, Defence and Foreign are aware.
There may have been others, Senator
Yeah,
Long.
but I'm trying to understand, when you are brought into the loop, is that the whole cabinet or only selected members of the cabinet?
I had a discussion with the Prime Minister prior to there being a Cabinet Committee discussion.
Right, on the issue?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be correct to say around then is when the broader NSC became aware? Although other individuals on it would have been aware already?
Without going into Cabinet discussions.
Yep. All right. Now, the government hasn't actually released the strategic partnering agreement. You've released an announcement. So who's got a copy of the agreement?
That's best directed to the Department of Defence, Senator.
Well, you don't, it's
I do not have
between
a copy.
leaders.
I do not have a copy of the SPA.
You haven't seen a copy of the AUKUS?
No, I have not. Of the AUKUS MOU, sorry, you said the Strategic Partnering Agreement.
Sorry, I thought it was the... well, hang on, let's have... How many documents are there? So there's an MOU?
The SPA is the original agreement between the Australian and French government on the attack class.
Yes.
I've not seen the SPA.
No, I'm sorry. I thought there were two agreements under AUKUS, one which is the political level and then the partnership agreement. Have I missed? I've got, right, okay. So what are the correct names?
They're both MOUs at this stage, I understand.
Both MOUs. So there's an MO, tell me what they both are.
There's a public MOU and a classified MOU.
Okay, has the public MOU been released?
I believe it has, Senator. I'll take...
And there's a
notice to triple
classified
check.
MOU as well?
Yes, there is.
And when are they both finalised, or are they still being...
No, they're both finalised, Senator.
Were they, what date were they finalised?
I don't know, Senator.
When did you
I'll take
first
that on
receive a
notice.
copy?
I received a copy long after the public announcement, Senator.
All right, so did PM&C have any role in the MOUs?
No, there was a negotiating team, as Admiral Mead testified before a committee a few weeks ago, that he led, a multi-agency
No.
negotiating team.
This is. So the Prime Minister has this big fanfare about our forever friends, the AUKUS partnership, of which one component is the submarine capability. Correct. Okay, so it's a much. I'm wondering about the bigger thing, the forever friend thing. What is the document that gives life to that?
That's the public AUKUS MOU.
Okay. And was PM&C involved at all in negotiating that?
No.
Who was?
It was an interagency team.
Between
from
who and who?
DFAT, Defence, Navy individuals.
Who are the signatories on the MOU?
Attorney General's Department. I don't know off the top of my head, Senator.
Is the Prime Minister a signatory?
I don't know off the top of my head, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
This is supposed to be this huge part. Is it secretary to secretary? Do you know who the parties on the MOU for the AUKUS agreement are, Senator Birmingham?
In terms of who has actually signed, Senator Wong, no, not offhand. Obviously, I'm, like everybody, well aware of the fact that it was publicly announced and confirmed by
Can you table the
President
public
Biden,
MOU?
President Johnson and
Yeah. I saw the
Prime
press
Minister Morrison.
conference, right? But can I get a copy of the public MOU? Because I have actually looked online and I haven't found it, but that might, I appreciate I might not have searched every detail. Can you provide that?
I will take that on notice, Senator.
Well, can you?
Happily.
No, because
I will
Thank
seek to get
you.
the copy as soon as humanly possible.
humanly possible. I like your style. All right. And you can't tell me, no one can tell me who is actually the person signing on behalf of Australia. So it's not the Prime Minister?
I'm not saying it's not, Senator.
Oh, you don't know?
I simply don't
Does
recall.
anybody know at the table? This Forever Friends partnership? Who actually signed, was the person for Australia?
As I say, Senator Wong, I mean, obviously, it was not only a unique announcement in terms of what the announcement was, it was unique in terms of being a COVID-style announcement where the three leaders were all remotely in different parts of the world. So whether it has been executed between leaders, as you would expect it to be if they were all there in person, or perhaps between ambassadors, is something that I'm not sure, or there may be other officials in between. That's a matter of detail, point of process and detail that, as you've heard, we'll try to get an answer for you on.
Okay, so December 2020, the advice about the possibility of propulsion is received, nuclear propulsion capability, etc. I'd like to understand, first, when did the Prime Minister, when did the government first approach the United Kingdom about the proposal?
That's either a question best directed to Defence, Senator, as they were running the process,
It's
or I can take it on
all the
notice.
papers tell us that it was all the PM's work, or Mr Kiplock's or someone. So when did the government first approach the UK about this?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Well, to you, Senator Birmingham, when did, at a political level, when was the United Kingdom first approached by the Prime Minister, his office, or one of the ministers?
I have to take that on notice, Senator Wong. I'm aware, as I think the Prime Minister's publicly referenced, that he discussed the matter directly with both Prime Minister Johnson and President Biden at the Trilateral Leaders meeting on the 12th of June.
I just would like, is it possible to
in
get me a
Cornwall.
timeline of all of this, please? Is that something I could get on notice?
On notice, certainly, Senator.
What I'm a little confused about is the reporting seems to suggest that the UK were involved well before the United States. So, which suggests that we were looking actually at the Astute class or successor and we're approaching the US for sign-off rather than actually approaching for a Virginia class. So I'm just trying to understand who started approaching the United Kingdom, at what level. Was it a chat between leaders? No? No one can tell me? Do you know?
No, Senator, I'll have to take that on notice in terms of the nature of the first engagement, which is what you're seeking.
So when, and what about the US? When and at what level did we first approach the United States about the proposal? Was anyone from PM&C involved in that?
Not to my awareness.
Was anyone from the PMO involved in that?
Again, Senator Wong, I'll take the same question on notice there.
When did the Prime Minister first engage with the US about the proposal?
Well, again, Senator Wong, I think he's made some public reference to that, which I think you referenced before. I'm aware that in a face-to-face context, he discussed it with President Biden at that meeting in Cornwall. In terms
Was
of
this
the
the
prior
first-
discussion with President Biden or other officials, I'm not sure.
Well, I'm assuming that the Carbis Bay meeting on the 12th of June was not the first occasion in which the Prime Minister made his request for US nuclear propulsion technology. Or was it?
Senator Wong, I think I wouldn't want to trade in assumptions, but as I've indicated, I think it's appropriate to get the answers on notice for those earlier exchanges that I understand that you're seeking to understand when and at what level the exchanges with each of the governments, and also then the political exchanges that may have occurred.
So it's been reported, I think in Axios. I'll read this. The Biden administration was first approached by Australia and the UK about AUKUS in February and March, at which point the Australians said they would cancel the diesel submarine deal they'd signed with France in 2016 in favour of gaining nuclear technology and expertise from the US and the UK. Before agreeing to anything, the Biden administration sought assurances from Australia that its decision to abandon the French contract was a fait accompli and was not dependent on US actions. Did we tell them it was a fait accompli? Did the Prime Minister indicate to the President in Carbis Bay that we'd already decided to junk the attack class contract?
Well, I will take it on notice because it's obviously a very sensitive topic you're asking, Senator Wong, and I want to make sure that there's an appropriate answer. I'd note that the extent to which conversations between world leaders are detailed is limited, particularly around sensitive or security matters. Just put that caution on the record there. Equally, as officials have said, from an Australian perspective, there was certainly a need to go through the processes to ascertain a sufficient level of confidence around the nuclear-powered submarine option prior to making the final decision to withdraw from proceeding with the attack class.
I really don't want to have to push PM&C back any further, but I might have to. I'm just letting you know. The Australian reported on the 17th September that during the dinner hosted by President Macron, the Prime Minister assured Macron that he had complete confidence in Naval's ability to deliver the best attack class submarine. Can you explain to me how that's correct with claims to just 2 days later from the Prime Minister, quote, I think they would have had every reason to know we have deep and grave concerns about that capability?
Senator Wong, at risk of simply responding to media comments and analysis, but to dissect those a little bit, confidence around the building of and delivery of the attack class is one thing. Confidence around whether it is going to be the best capability outcome for the Australian Navy and our defence posture going forward is a different consideration.
Right. Can you confirm that the Prime Minister advised the President Macron of the decision to abandon the future submarines the night before the AUKUS announcement, that is the 15th of September?
I believe in terms of the advice on the final decision.
Yeah. Mr Brosier, were you involved in that or was Ms Miller?
I was not involved in it.
Was Ms Miller?
I don't believe so.
Can you confirm it was by text message, Senator Birmingham?
The Prime Minister has said it was by personal correspondence.
Why are you answering a question when I haven't asked it of you when you said you had no involvement?
I understand, Senator Wong, that between...
Can you confirm, Senator Birmingham, that it was by text message?
Sorry, I can't confirm that, Senator Wong. I do understand, again, as is already publicly known...
What's the nature of the personal correspondence?
Between the 13th and the 15th, multiple requests for calls were made.
Yep.
But that there was other communication that occurred as the PD.
Okay, all right. So what's the personal communication? Did he speak to him?
No, I assume not, Senator Wong. because
Okay,
it's
so the
known
Prime Minister
that the
didn't speak to him,
calls-
but what is the personal
that
communication
calls
the Prime
that were
Minister?
sought did not occur.
Okay, fine, he didn't speak to him. So what is the nature of the, quote, personal communication, end quote, the Prime Minister references? Email?
No.
Text?
Well, I know there's been correspondence, Senator Wong. There may well have been text as well as correspondence.
Right. A letter?
I believe so, Senator.
Can you table that letter, please?
Well, I don't know whether I can, Senator Wong.
Well,
I'll
what
take
is
it
the
on
letter,
notice.
when was the letter sent?
I'll have to take it on notice in terms
Or
of...
was it sent before they heard about it?
I'm not sure, Senator Wong.
Well, it wasn't, was it?
Obviously, the
I
Prime
mean,
Minister sought to talk to President Macron personally.
The French
as
officials
as did the Foreign Minister and the Defence Minister to their counterparts.
Whatever the reason, the version that is publicly reported from the French government is that they learnt of the decision when the Australian press were reporting it.
Well, I'm aware, Senator Wong, not of the precise times, but I'm aware that, as I understand it, both the Foreign Minister and the Defence Minister had conversations with their counterparts.
So there was a letter and a text message, likely.
I understand there was a desire for a phone call first and foremost, Senator Wong. So the timing
So,
of the letter
yeah,
may
okay,
have been
that didn't
subsequent
happen,
when
so-
that had not eventuated.
Right, so this is what we know publicly, that French officials are adamant they learnt of the PM's decision when the Australian press was reporting it. It says that Morrison had tried to reach the President when the rumour about the end of the contract was already in the press. Is that correct?
I don't believe that would be correct, Senator Wong. I say I don't have the precise times for different things, but
Macron
my
refused-
understanding is there were attempts to try to schedule the call.
That is a different thing. Macron refused to take the call without prior clarification. Morrison ended up sending a letter which arrived a few hours before the public announcement. Is that all accurate?
I'd say, Senator Wong, I'm not, in terms of trying to interplay the timing alongside when press reports occurred, I don't have that level of minute-by-minute detail.
No, but I mean, did we junk the largest procurement project in Australian history with about an hour's notice?
Well, Senator, we made the Australian government's decisions after a lot of careful deliberation and analysis.
That's not what I asked. Did we give them about an hour's notice or any notice before we walked away from the largest contract any Australian government has ever been in?
There had been discussions that had been had about the changed capability, challenges and strategic environment that Australia faced. And in the time leading up to the announced change in direction, there were discussions, as I understand it, by both the Foreign Minister and the Defence Minister.
I have lots of quotes from the French I could put to you, but I'm actually interested in another quote. There's a quote from a government MP about the French government's reaction. They are just having a sook. Do you know who said that?
No, Senator.
Has anyone ever said that to you from your government?
No, Senator. It's
pretty-
not a word or a phrase that I've heard used in this context.
It's unbelievable, isn't it, really, that a government MP, a member of the government would say that.
Well,
But whatever the justification for the capability, it's a separate argument. Doing the whole job involves making sure you try and manage this diplomatically. I haven't even come to the Indonesians, but let's just deal with this. We don't get hold of them. They perceive that we didn't give them notice. And then someone in the Australian government describes them as having a sook.
Yeah, the comment is quite inappropriate, Senator Wong, as I've said publicly, the Prime Minister and others. The disappointment of the French is entirely understandable. The decision taken was purely in relation to our capability assessments and the value we place in terms of France's engagement, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, is in no way changed by the decision that was taken.
Yeah, well, I think they think it does, and how it was done. Now, we've already had it's been reported the delay in the discussions of the EU on the EU FTA. I don't want to ask about that. What I do want to ask about is the EU-Australia Leaders Meeting. So the EU-Australia Leaders Meeting, which occurred in November last year, the PM said the annual Leaders Meeting is a big step with a partner that is becoming even more important to Australia and the Indo-Pacific, and I look forward to deepening our cooperation. Obviously, annual meetings occur annually. What's happened to the 2021 annual EU-Australia Leaders Meeting? Is that going to happen between now and the end of the year?
I don't have any details on that, Senator Wong, so
Mr. Brazier?
I can take it on notice if nobody else does.
Senator, ideally that meeting would take place annually. Of course, the pandemic is making it very difficult to schedule such meetings.
They can do it virtually. So why is it?
It was done last year virtually.
Yeah.
We're approaching an extremely crowded time in the next couple of weeks with the G20 and the COP26, and the government would still like to have those scheduled this year, but they're not confirmed yet.
Is this another consequence of the diplomatic fallout from the way we mishandled the announcement with the Europeans and the French?
I have.
I think Mr. Brazier's unable to confirm the status in terms of the meeting unless a direct comment has been made by the Europeans. I'm not sure who could really respond to that question.
Okay. I've got some questions, thank you, about Quarantine Services Australia.
Just while the officials are swapping over, I will advise the committee that we will discharge the APSC from their scheduled appearance at 5:40 p.m. Senator Waters has agreed to put her questions on notice for that witness, and I do express my thanks in her doing that, given it will assist us with time management. So we'll just continue with PM&C for now.
So, Quarantine Services Australia, are you aware of this group?
Sorry, Senator. was I-
Quarantine Services Australia.
That, Senator, that's the proposed model for industry-led quarantine? Is that that's what you're referring
It's
to?
an advisory group.
It's not something we interact with in PM&C, Senator.
You've never come across them before?
I've come across the name, but I have not had any engagement with them.
At all?
At all, Senator.
So you've not been asked to provide, you've not been informed in any proposal from Quarantine Services Australia?
Senator, as I understand it, they are chiefly engaged with the Department of Home Affairs around their proposal.
I asked if you, the PM&C, had any involvement.
I haven't, Senator. I will take it on notice whether anyone in my team has, just to make sure that there might have been some contact that I'm not aware of.
Amazingly, it operates out of the same office as DPG Advisory. It has the same address. DPG Advisory obviously is owned by the PM's close friend, Mr David Gazzard, and employs Mr Scott Briggs, another close friend of the Prime Minister and a former advisor to the Prime Minister when he was Treasurer, Sasha Grebe. Were you aware of that? The relationship between Quarantine Services Australia and DPG Advisory?
No, Senator.
Has the department discussed the QSA proposal with Mr Gazzard, Mr Briggs or Mr Grebe or Ms Holton, who is also on the advisory board?
No, Senator.
Mr Birmingham, Senator Birmingham, to your knowledge, has the PM or his office been involved in any discussions with representatives of either QSA or DPG Advisory?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Has the QSA proposal been considered by the Cabinet?
The Department of Home Affairs, as Ms Frame said, has had some engagement. I don't believe there's been any consideration of a particular proposal from QSA.
Right. Has Mr Gaetjens had any involvement in considering QSA's proposal? given obviously he worked with the people who are, stand to make money out of this?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Presumably that's something he could answer questions about if he was
Yeah,
here.
perhaps on notice you could take, Ms Foster, could you ask the Secretary to advise whether or not he has had any discussions with any people in relation to the proposal from QSA Advisory or DBG?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I just want to ask, I think Senator Gallagher was going to do these but has had to leave for another meeting. Senator Birmingham, was anyone from the PMO asked to provide a witness statement by the Australian Federal Police in relation to Ms Higgins' case?
Senator Wong.
I'm not going to ask.
The answer to that is I don't know.
Yeah.
But even if I did know, I'm not sure whether it would be appropriate for me to answer given the prosecution that is now before the courts in the ACT, and I note...
Have all potential witnesses cooperated with the investigation, to your knowledge?
I'm not... let me answer that perhaps a different way, Senator Wong. I'm not aware of any suggestion that anybody has failed to cooperate.
Was any information or documentation requested from the PMO in relation to by the AFP?
Senator Wong,
and was it provided?
I don't know, Senator Wong, and I think we are now sailing well and truly into the territory that the AFP Commissioner and the ACT DPP have cautioned about.
Did the department provide any advice to the office or to any ministers or staff on the parameters of participating in any AFP investigation?
No, I'm just processing the question, Senator. I think the answer is no.
So there wasn't you may be required to give evidence, you should cooperate, you may be required to give a statement, you should do so?
No, Senator, and we would have no role in advising the PMO how they should conduct themselves in any...
Right. Was any advice provided to staff by the Prime Minister or Mr Gaetjens or the Chief of Staff about cooperation with the AFP inquiry?
I'll take it on notice, Senator Wong, but I'm pretty sure I have previously said here that there would have been an expectation of full cooperation.
Okay. Has the Prime Minister or anyone from his office met with Ms Higgins since the April 2021 meeting that was publicised?
Not to my knowledge, Senator Wong.
Has there been any other form of communication?
Well, I think there's been communication to some extent that in relation to some of the processes, particularly Ms Foster and Ms Jenkins' processes.
Right, so some discussion in the context of the Foster review and also the Jenkins review, but I'm actually asking about her whether or not, sorry, I can see how you answered that given the way I asked the question. So there might have been engagement through the Foster, your process, Ms Foster, or through the Commissioner's process, but no communication since April 2021 at a political level. It's a question. So.
Yeah, I understand that, Senator Wong. Again, I will take it on notice, not to my knowledge, but it is possible even in terms of some of those intersections with reviews that there might have been some communication. You've said at a political level, which kind of
I meant ministers or their staff.
Not to my knowledge, Senator Wong.
Can you tell me why the Prime Minister did not invite Ms Higgins to the Women's Safety Summit?
I can't provide any advice on the guest list around the Women's Safety Summit and how that was prepared.
Ms Frame is walking to the table.
Just a little bit of context there, Senator. Ms Higgins was invited, DSS, Department of Social Services, managed the invitation list for the summit, and as I understand it, Ms Higgins was a invitee of the ACT government.
Yes, my question still is, why did the PM not invite her to the summit? What was she? Is she not an invitation from the federal government? I mean, this obviously, this is a... I think women and men around the country responded to a great deal of courage being shown by Ms Higgins, as is most demonstrated in terms of numbers by the march. I would like to understand why the Prime Minister didn't think it was a good thing to pick up the phone
Senator,
and get her to
I
come.
can't. I'm only surmising, but it could be that
then don't.
Department of Social Services saw that Ms Higgins was already invited to the summit. But
that's
well
just your surmising.
I can take it on notice. I can take it on notice, Senator, and find out more information for you. But certainly we were aware she was attending the summit.
When did you become aware of that?
I'll take it on notice, Senator. It would have been in the weeks that all state and territory jurisdictions provided their invitee list.
So did you do the invitations?
It was led by Department of Social Services, but the Office for Women were also involved,
Right.
Senator.
But she wasn't on the Office for Women list?
Not that I'm aware, Senator. I'll have to check the timing of when
why
list
not?
came in. Sorry, Senator?
I'd like to know why not.
I'll take it on notice.
Yep, okay.
Yep, certainly.
And the timeframes?
Yes, no problem.
Because they go to content in the circumstances of your surmising.
As I said, Senator, we were aware that she was invited to attend.
Were
the
you
summit.
aware of that at the time the list was done?
And that's what I said I would take on notice,
Right,
Senator.
okay. I'm happy to cede to Senator Smith.
Thank you
Sorry
very
to keep
much.
you waiting, Marielle.
Thanks, Senator Wong.
Right, always a pleasure.
Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Just checking you can hear my audio okay.
We can,
Yay.
thank you.
My questions go to the Lodge and quarantine arrangements there. How many days has the Prime Minister spent in quarantine at the Lodge this year?
Senator, can I ask you just to hold the question, because the official has to walk from the waiting room to the table, and so they'll need to hear the question when they get into the room.
No worries, that's not visible to me online, so that's fine.
Yeah. So we now have Mr Martin, who manages the Prime Minister's residences.
Mr Martin, the question was from Senator Smith, how many days has the Prime Minister spent in quarantine at the Lodge this year? I'm sure I'll... Yep, there's a nod.
Senator, I think there were 3 separate occasions this year, so each of 14 days, so 42 days.
And have any officials or staff spent time in quarantine with him?
I'm sorry, Senator, would you mind saying that again?
Have any officials or staff spent time in quarantine with him?
Yes, Senator. So the Prime Minister on the 2 occasions this year when he came back from international visits and had to quarantine, had 2 of his staff stay with him at the Lodge.
2 personal staff?
2 personal staff.
And the 3rd occasion?
Senator, the 3rd occasion he was returning from a interstate, so it was a domestic quarantine effectively, and I think on that occasion he did not have any staff quarantining with him.
Or officials?
Or officials.
And his personal photographer, how many stints of quarantine did he do with Mr Morrison?
This year that would be twice, Senator.
And that's the 2 after overseas, or?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And can you tell the committee how many domestic staff currently serve the Prime Minister at his 2 official residences?
Senator, there's 2 full-time staff at each of the 2 residences, the Lodge and Kirribilli House.
Okay, and it's only those 2 full-time staff who do domestic work at those residences?
Senator, if I heard you correctly, yes, they look after the day-to-day running of the properties, provision of food, maintenance of the property generally.
And can you tell me how the wellbeing of those staff, particularly at the lodge, has been protected during these quarantine periods where the Prime Minister has been there? For instance, have they been told to stay away from the house? Have they been coming to work but using PPE?
Yes, Senator. So, look, it's a very important point. We took this extremely seriously. So the household staff that attended were separated from the Prime Minister and other staff quarantining there. So they were, we had a quarantine plan which we worked through with the Department of Health and ACT Health, which was designed to separate the Prime Minister and the individuals quarantining from the household staff. The household staff, when they were in the property, were required to wear PPE.
Okay, but how did you actually do that? I mean, how did you keep them separate? Was there sort of a roster system of coming in and out of rooms, and what did that look like?
Yeah, so it was a zoning arrangement, Senator. So there was a back of house and a front of house, if you like, and the household staff remained in the back of house. On the occasions when they had to go into an agreed area to drop or collect, that was arranged so that they would not cross paths with the individuals quarantining, and they wore PPE and adhered to strict health requirements when they went into that area.
Okay, but they were still working in the house at the time?
They were, Senator. Yes.
Okay. So in August, the Treasurer, Mr Frydenberg, told Australians he was staying with the Prime Minister at the Lodge for a sitting fortnight. He told Channel 7 Sunrise program that he and Morrison were doing their own cooking and cleaning because it was just the two of them there. Is it the case that during that period between 23 August and 2 September there were no staff present at the property?
Senator, I have to take on notice the exact arrangement with staff during that period, but my understanding was that was not a period when the Prime Minister was in quarantine, but the ACT was in lockdown. And it would certainly be our normal practice for the household staff to continue to support the household during that period.
Okay, so it's your understanding that there would have been household staff serving the property during that period?
Senator.
Okay. Not the case that it was just the two of them there?
No, there would have been household staff still continuing to operate the property at back of house, Senator.
All right, okay. Remind the committee, please, who pays for the food and drink at Kirribilli House and the Lodge? It's the taxpayer.
Sorry, Senator, would you mind just repeating that question?
Yeah, who pays for the food and drink at Kirribilli House and the Lodge?
Yes, Senator. So the sustenance is provided and paid for by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay. So Mr Frydenberg made it clear he was enjoying that hospitality. I think he told Sunrise there was enough bottles of ginger ale for both of them. Long-standing PM&C guidelines require guests to stay at the official establishments to pay board. Is that correct?
Senator, for short stay, there are no requirements for any cost recovery, but the guidelines do refer to longer term stays. Anything other than a short stay, there is the option of...
So Mr Frydenberg then, given he stayed for 2 weeks, he would have paid board for that stay then, would he?
No, Senator, that'd be considered a short stay.
Well, what would be considered a not a short stay then?
Senator, historically there have been a few circumstances where there are non-dependent adults that have stayed in the lodge, and in those circumstances there would be cost recovery.
Right, but if you're staying for 2 weeks at the property during that period, consuming food and drink and beverage and services, you're not required to pay any board, is that correct?
Senator, that sort of period would be considered a short stay.
Okay, there's also been reports that Mr Moulton has had sleepovers at the lodge, is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, Senator.
You're not aware of whether he's spent time at the lodge for a short or extended period?
I'm not, Senator. So the department doesn't actually retain any records of, we have no visibility of who might stay there on a day-to-day basis.
Well, then how do you know who's required to pay board and who's not? If you don't keep any record of it.
So if the Prime Minister has a non-dependent adult or someone who's staying there for a longer period of time, then we would consult with the office and make the appropriate arrangements.
So you rely on the Prime Minister's office to tell you that, do you?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chair. That's all of my questions. I think Senator Eyre wanted to follow me.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator Ayres.
Thank you. I had some questions just on the national apology to thalidomide victims. So I might just wait for the right official to come to the table.
Sorry, can Ms Frame come back while we're...
I think she'll be on this one too.
Yeah, okay, because I've just...
Well, you go first, and then I'll, yeah.
Before we get to the question from Senator Ayres, can I just follow up on something? Someone's just sent me something. On September 6th, Ms Higgins did tweet some concerns about the National Women's Security Summit and talking about can't match the government's actions to the platitudes and warm sentiments they're extending today. But relevantly to your time frame, she says, on another note, I'd like to give a big thank you to the ACT government and the Victims of Crime Commission who kindly stepped in at the last minute to have me invited as a delegate to listen in to today's event. So I'd suggest to you what that indicates is that Ms Higgins was invited at the last minute by the ACT and the Victims of Crime Commission and was not prior to that on any PM&C or federal government list for invitation.
I was not aware, Senator. I said I'll take it on note. I was not aware of the tweet.
Well, it's just that your evidence before was that you surmised that she wasn't on the government's list because she was on another list, but what this suggests is she was never on your list.
I said, Senator, it may have been the case.
Okay.
I said
so
I would
why,
take it on notice.
if that is the case, if my sort of interpretation of the tweet, and it could be wrong, is correct, my question is why?
And Senator, I said...
you can take it on notice,
Yes,
but
thank
why was she not on any federal government list for the summit?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Senator. We'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Frame. The Senate Community Affairs Committee issued a report which the government responded to on the 12th of October. And one of the report recommendations said, the committee recommends that the Australian government apologise to Australian thalidomide survivors and their families. And the government's response on the 12th of October was, the Australian government supports this recommendation. The government said that it would offer a national apology. We are more than 12 months since that date. Why has there been no national apology to the victims of thalidomide and their families?
Sorry, Senator, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. Sorry, I mistook it for the National Apology anniversary of victims.
We will take it on notice, Senator. We will take that on notice and bring you back some information.
Senator Birmingham, this commitment's been made by the government. Sorry, I took it from the interplay that you did know about it and you have some detail about it.
Senator, so you're saying the government response has been tabled?
Yes, on the 12th of October last year.
And accepted that recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know Senator Ayres, but I am happy to certainly look into that. And I understand which minister or agency is meant to be leading that process.
There's been nobody in PM&C tasked with dealing with this question. It's a commitment made on behalf of the government.
Senator, there could be someone in the social policy group who is across the status of that, and that's why I will take it on notice and bring you back some information about that. I'm not aware.
But you're the Deputy Secretary Social Policy and you're not aware. So the government's made the commitment, but you're not aware of any work being done on this issue for 12 months.
Senator, I think what we need to do is establish which agency has the lead, and then we'll be able to find you some information.
Well, why don't you establish that, given you're the government and you've got thousands more people looking at this than we have?
That's what I just wanted
Sorry,
to do.
I thought you said what we would do.
No. Senator, I just said What we'll first do is establish who has the lead, then we'll get information and come straight back to you.
It is a comment of the Prime Minister.
Yes, Senator.
Bingo.
Okay.
I think Senator Gallagher might have some follow-up. Do you want to just give us...
So I understand the government response at least, and I assume that this would indicate Department of Health would be the appropriate agency. The Australian government supports this recommendation. The government has publicly stated that it would offer a national apology and would establish a public memorial as a site of recognition for Australia's thalidomide survivors. The Department of Health has had discussions with members of Thalidomide Group Australia regarding suitable options for a site of recognition. I'm happy. We've taken some questions on notice, Senator Ayres, but I also would telegraph at least to officials that when Health appears, they should be ready to have some direct answers on this issue, Senator.
Yes, of course, and I'm sure questions will be asked there, but you can see why if an answer is given on behalf of the Australian government about a national apology to the victims of thalidomide and their families, that Australians would anticipate that somebody at the centre of government is in charge of coordinating that response. It is not simply a matter for health. So I understand your answer and we'll pursue questions there, but it is a surprise to me that having given that commitment that at the centre of government somebody isn't coordinating
I understand
the work that would be required for the Prime Minister to make that apology, because it won't be Minister Hunt giving that apology, will it? Presumably it's envisaged that the Prime Minister would give that apology.
I would imagine it at that point, yes, Senator Ayres, it would be the Prime Minister. It's not unusual for a lead agency to do the work that ultimately the Prime Minister then gives the apology or makes the statement following that work, bringing agencies together. I didn't keep reading the response. It references also engagement with the National Capital Authority in terms of site selection and so forth.
Yeah, so there's some work to do. Yep.
And so up for Health to outline the steps they've taken, but I would imagine they've been undertaking that work with NCA. It may be that the apology is intended to align with an announcement around the memorial too, rather than being...
Can you tell me, there's been a series of other significant events like this. Presumably Prime Minister and Cabinet has been tasked previously, Ms Foster, with work around apologies where the Prime Minister's giving an apology?
Senator, I'm just trying to run back through the apologies. I don't recall the level of PMNC involvement, but it would typically have happened within Social Policy Group rather than my own. And so I think we're probably best taking that on notice and finding out the details of our involvement.
You can tell me that as well on notice then. Okay, thank you.
Finish off with this, because I think most of it will be more relevant to health. But Ms Frame, how does the Prime Minister get briefed on the health system and pressures in the health system? Do you brief him with information from the Health Department, or does he get that directly?
Senator, he is briefed directly by Professor Murphy, the Secretary of the Health Department, and Professor Kelly about any work that he may be doing also. And then PM&C also provide additional briefing if we think there's any other elements outside of health or anything else that the Prime Minister might need to be aware of. But the primary briefing on health-led work on health system capacity is from the Secretary.
And is that arranged as required, or is there a formal process?
Arranged as required, Senator.
Okay, so that's not like a regular weekly briefing, but just as like in preparation for National Cabinet or something like that?
Certainly on those occasions, Senator. There may be more frequent meetings than I'm aware of also.
I think Senator Gallagher, it's important too. So at the generic question you asked, arranged as required, but certainly during COVID, the Prime Minister has put in place for different things, including health briefings, regular updates.
Okay, so are they regular is it in the diary each week, or?
So, Senator, it's varied depending on the
different stages of the
different stages. And so at some stage it was some stages it could have been as regularly as daily.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
I understand. A cross-jurisdictional working group was established at National Cabinet to basically brief, I presume, or come back to National Cabinet on health and hospital system capacity and workforce. Has that group reported yet and reported to the Prime Minister?
Senator, that group has also provided some interim information to the National Cabinet, or some updates, as I'm aware, and that work is being led by the Chief Nurse in the Department of Health, and she is working across jurisdictions.
Right.
So that group has certainly been very active in undertaking that work.
Okay, and the letter that the states and territories signed around hospital capacity or, cost pressures around hospitals that was signed by all states and territories, I think that was sent on the 5th of October or thereabouts. Has the Prime Minister formally responded to that letter?
I'll need to take that on notice, Senator.
Why would you know
because
that?
I can't recall. It was.
Is anyone here who can tell us if he's replied to the states and territories' call for extra funding? It seems pretty important.
I would be able to find that out for you, Senator.
Okay, if someone could, in addition to that, is anything happening to assess the request that you're aware of? Like, has the Prime Minister asked you to, or has asked the Health Department for advice on assessing the request that the states and territories have made?
As you're aware, Senator, that the work around the health system capacity continues. So that the letter came in when Brendan Murphy was already leading those discussions. They have continued with all health CEOs.
Yeah, but there's two separate things going on here. There's the hospital system capacity, which seems to be done with this working group, and the work that's reporting back to National Cabinet. And then separately to that, there was this letter from the state and territory health ministers, all signed from everywhere, saying that they needed extra support or crisis funding for hospitals. And I'm asking what's happened with that. Has the Prime Minister, what's the assessment of that request? How is it being handled? And has it been formally responded to?
Senator, I think we're checking for you. I'm getting the information. My recollection is the letter was to Minister Hunt. Is that correct? But we're checking for you, Senator.
Well, I think it was to both, to be honest. It may have gone to both. Certainly, in a joint letter to Health Minister Greg Hunt, yes, but the Prime Minister has responded to it through media comments. So I'm wondering what is the process for handling that letter, whether the Prime Minister, who's told us that he believes the health system can cope, how has he reached that conclusion when this letter has arrived? And has he asked for any assessment of it?
Well, Senator, as you've heard, the Prime Minister has regular
He's
briefs.
made that assessment.
Sorry?
He's made the public statement, Senator Gallagher has referred
And
to.
he's had regular briefs with Professor Murphy, Professor Kelly and health officials, which certainly have traversed issues around health system capabilities and preparedness.
Okay. Well, can you see if Minister Hunt has... Well, I'll ask these in health as well, but... So the Prime Minister hasn't formally responded then to
That's
this
what
letter?
we're confirming that, Senator,
Okay.
for you.
But when he says the states have had 18 months to ready themselves for surges in hospitals and any struggling with the strain have failed to manage the problem, how has he reached that conclusion? Would that have been advice provided by Health or by you, by PM&C?
Though comments made by the Prime Minister
Yeah.
publicly, Senator?
Yes, they are, on the 7th of October.
I assume it's informed by all of the information before him, including
So it wasn't informed by anything?
including the different multi-billion-dollar packages that have been delivered in relation to the health response.
There's no specific advice from PM&C in your division that grounds that statement to which you can refer the committee.
Senator, the specific advice about health system capacity would come from the Department of Health, not from Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay. We'll come back,
pursue
yeah.
it at Health.
What I propose we do now, because we only have 15 minutes until dinner break, is bring the Governor-General's office in, and then we'll break at 6:30 for dinner. And then after that, I understand Labor still have a few questions for PM&C broadly. So we will bring them in for a very short period of time before moving on for Office for Women.
Really, we just want Australian to take, because she took a whole bunch of things on notice, so maybe...
Sorry, Senator, I already have a response to one of the questions that Senator
but
Gallagher...
we've got to move to the Governor-General,
right. Okay,
so
sorry,
I wonder if we could deal with that bracket immediately after the dinner break.
Mm-hmm.
I think there were 3 or 4 sets of questions you took on notice from Senator Gallagher, no?
I'll do my best, Senator.
Thank you.
With time frames.
Was there
but I
anything
do have
else
some
on
answers.
notice that people are going to come back to me on that haven't? Because at this point I forget.
If we're...
You were coming back on
if we're-
when the Prime Minister knew about Mr Porter's trust?
If I have any info there, I was just going to ask if it's possible for the committee to deal with the Governor-General's official secretary swiftly.
Yes.
And come back to these matters.
Yes.
I don't know. Senator Ayres has a long brief on the Governor-General.
And that was
Or
my
the
intention, Minister, is to deal with the Governor-General now, Office of, before dinner, and then let them go.
Right. 2 other places to be at 8 o'clock already.
You do, Minister.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's okay, I don't want you to come back.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Can we deal with the Governor-General and return to PM&C at 6:30? If it's only a short period of time required?
What have you got now? Sorry.
I think the chair wants to go to
The chair wants to go, and he's trying to stay.
So if
We're trying to
if
do
we
what the chair
return
wants.
to at 6:30 to do what we propose to do at 8 o'clock, given what Senator Wong's just said about what some of the answers that we're after, gives you slightly less time, but you'll probably be more efficient getting some of those answers. Then I'm happy to deal with those at 6:30.
What, 15 minutes?
Subject to
Can
getting
you do
through
15 minutes?
perhaps a written statement from the office.
Can you just table it?
Yes.
Yes. Let's do that. Yeah.
If that's workable with officials, recognising that we are going to eat into the dinner break somewhat, we can make that work.
I'll have it done in 10 minutes.
And, Chair, are there particular groups of PM&C that you wish to remain? Are there any that I can release?
We were only wanting Ms Frayne to come back on Senator Gallagher's questions, and I was wanting the Minister to come back on when the Prime Minister knew about Mr Porter's trust.
Yep.
So that's all we're waiting on.
So as soon as we're done with the
And then we-
Governor-General,
and then we
let's
can
do
finish
that, and
Then we
then
can all
it's
go
job done.
home.
Yep.
That's incentive.
Very good. Thank you. We won't dismiss PM&C because they will be back, but we'll now bring in
And I will make this really fast.
the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General.
It's literally because it's but I'll
Come in. We will reconvene in the interest of getting things moving, and I welcome Mr Paul Singer, Official Secretary to the Governor-General, and officers of the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General. In the interest of time, Mr Singer, if you do have an opening statement, we might ask that you table it.
Of course, Chair. Thank you. If it assists the committee, I'd be very happy to table that statement.
That would be greatly appreciated, and I will give the call to Senator Ayres.
I do have some questions for you, and I'm going to try and rattle through them. We've got some other time pressures. Mr Joyce was elected leader of the National Party on Monday the 21st of June, which was a sitting day, but he wasn't sworn in until the following day, the 22nd of June, because I think the Governor-General was travelling in Queensland. Is it normal for the Governor-General to be travelling outside of Canberra on a sitting day?
That's entirely consistent with convention, Senator. There's nothing that suggests that the Governor-General is required to remain in the ACT or the surrounding region for a sitting day.
So the coalition parties only hold 76 seats in the 151 seat House of Representatives. What happens if there's a confidence vote or some other constitutional matter that arises and the Governor-General's not in Canberra?
Well, naturally, like many, Senator, we watch these things very closely, and if there was a requirement to bring the Governor-General back to Canberra under those circumstances, we would make arrangements to do so. On the particular day that you're referring to, the Governor-General was indeed in Queensland, and from memory we did offer to make arrangements for a swearing in of Mr Joyce that evening.
So there was an offer to return if required, but a decision to delay to the following
And
day.
in fact, action was taken to bring the Governor-General back. I think it may have even been in the normal circumstances of his
So
program.
he may have been travelling for a longer period, but he came back.
I think from memory he was in fact
Can
due
you
to
confirm
return
that on notice
evening.
for me?
I can, yes, Senator.
When Mr Morrison was elected leader of the Liberal Party, the then Deputy Prime Minister and leader of the National Party wrote to the Governor-General assuring him that Mr Morrison had the confidence of National Party MPs. Did Mr Joyce write a similar letter?
I'm not aware of a similar letter at the time of the swearing in of Mr Joyce, but I do know that the relevant assurances were provided by the Prime Minister to the Governor-General before the swearing in took place.
So they're provided by the Prime Minister, but what about Mr Joyce? Has Mr Joyce either provided a letter or has the Governor-General sought assurances from Mr Joyce?
The Governor-General in such circumstances would seek assurances from the Prime Minister and takes his advice from the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister provided those assurances to the Governor-General.
So why is it that when Mr Morrison was elected that Mr McCormack wrote to the Governor-General assuring him that Mr Morrison had the confidence of National Party MPs?
I think that particular circumstance was immediately following the federal election, and in the forming of the coalition...
No, it was when Mr Morrison was elected leader of the Liberal Party. So on 24th of August 2018 he says, "This letter is to confirm that the Honourable Scott Morrison, as leader of the Liberal Party of Australia, has the confidence and supply of the Nationals Parliamentary Party for the continuation of the 45th Parliament under his leadership." So he wrote that letter then. Why has a similar assurance not been sought from Mr Joyce?
Well, I think on that particular occasion for the swearing in of Mr Joyce, the Governor-General was satisfied with the assurances he'd received from the Prime Minister that there was no change to the so-called coalition agreement that would impact or give reservation to the Governor-General not swearing in Mr Joyce.
So there is no... just so I'm really clear, there is no... I understand what you're saying about what Mr Morrison has told the Governor-General, but there's no similar correspondence or assurance from Mr Joyce to the same effect as Mr McCormack provided in August of 2018 when Mr Morrison became the Prime Minister.
I would be happy to confirm that for you, Senator.
Yes, please. But that's your evidence now. You'll
yes.
check and come back to you.
Yeah, I'll confirm that, but I'm not aware of a letter having been provided before Mr Joyce's swearing
Just
in.
a couple of additional questions. During his recent visit to the United States, the Prime Minister presented an honorary award of the Officer of the Order of Australia to Senator Roy Blunt. Is it usual for the Prime Minister to present these kind of awards on international trips?
No, it's not, Senator, and in fact the Prime Minister was present at the investiture ceremony, but it was our ambassador in Washington who conducted the investiture and made that presentation to the Senator. And that is entirely consistent with honorary foreign awards, and it was such on that occasion that the Prime Minister was in attendance.
And what protocols, what's the difference between an ordinary award and an honorary award?
Well, an honorary award is for foreign nationals or non-Australian citizens.
And are they gazetted, honorary awards?
They are, yes.
Senator Blunt's honorary award isn't on the database. Can you tell me why?
I'll just take some advice on that, Senator.
Then I'm done.
We'll confirm for you, Senator, but I would expect that honorary appointments would be gazetted in the Commonwealth Gazette.
Senator Blunt is an American parliamentarian who is an active friend of Australia's. Can you tell me how many other honorary awards have been made on the basis of Mr Morrison's recommendation since he became Prime Minister?
Yes, we'd be happy to take that on notice.
Take that on notice for me.
And who?
And who?
And who? We'll provide a list of
Thank
who.
you.
And finally, I'm just a little bit confused about this question. I think we've traversed it before. Former CLP Chief Minister, Federal Liberal Party President, I think author of several important reviews for the Federal Liberal Party, Mr Stone. Is he still a community representative on the Council for the Order of Australia?
He is, Senator.
Which community does he represent?
He's also an agency head.
The Liberal Party.
It's a bit unusual, isn't it?
Well, I don't think it's for me.
Does he represent the community of agency heads or senior public servants?
I don't think it's for me to comment on that, Senator.
And as Mr Mundine has been appointed to the council?
That's correct.
This is the failed Liberal candidate for Gilmore, Mundine. Oh, look, I know quite a bit about this history, but I just want to it's becoming very politicised, this council, isn't it?
Oh, well, again, I don't think
they're all political appointments out of your control. Is that right?
The community appointments are on the recommendation of the government, Senator.
He's on the Conservative Political Action Committee coordinating team with... OK, I don't have anything more.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
I'm just going to take a deep breath and try and forget about that.
Right, well, Mr Singer, thank you for coming in, albeit briefly. I'm guessing no other senators have questions.
Can I just follow up a response to your
You
question,
may.
Senator? Just to confirm that Senator Blunt's appointment as an honorary within the Order of Australia was gazetted on the 5th of October, but I will come back to you with a full list of honorary appointments.
Yes, I'm just interested to see what's happened there. Thanks,
Okay.
Mr Singer.
Thank you. We'll send the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General off with our thanks for your testimony, and I believe committee members were in agreement that we were going to have the PM&C
Try and get them done.
yes, witnesses back in to endeavour to finish this up before dinner. Thank you, Ms Foster. I will ask you for that first.
So So who's coming first?
Ms Foster has a correction for us.
A correction.
And in fact, I'll pass straight to Mr Cahoon. It relates to the MOUs.
Senator, I apologise. I was incorrect. Both MOUs are still classified. Sorry.
Well, that's why I
My
did
mistake.
my research. So all we've got is a press announcement.
At this stage, Senator,
I mean, well, is anybody going to release something?
I'm sure there will be more
I
information
mean,
forthcoming.
ANZUS is public. Well, not all of it.
It's in the very early stages, Senator.
It's in the very early stages.
In terms of the 18-month task force work,
No, but we've announced the partnership. So what's the legal basis of the partnership?
I think you'd best be asking that question to the Department of Defence, or I can take it on notice.
Well, I will ask them, but the Prime Minister made the announcement. It is described as an agreement between governments, because I asked precisely this question and I was told it is not an alliance.
No, there are two MOUs, Senator.
MOU, so an intergovernmental agreement.
Government to government, yes.
Government to government agreement. Who is the Prime Minister proposed to be?
At the moment, it's just listed as government to government. I had my staff check.
Government to government, and you can't give me a copy, and they're both classified and not finished?
I believe they are concluded, but I'm not certain, Senator.
Right. Well, who was involved in negotiating them? Was PMNC involved at all?
No, Senator. As I've said, and as Admiral Mead has stated to the Senate previously, he led an interdepartmental task force that negotiated them.
Both of them?
Yes.
And both are classified?
Correct, Senator.
And you've not seen them? It's all very secret, isn't
I have
it?
seen
I mean,
them,
I accept, look, national security information, we understand, needs to be classified, but to have both MOUs completely secret seems odd. It doesn't surprise me, for example, you answer before you have a public one and then you have another one which deals with information you don't want to be made public. But we've got two and they're both secret.
At this stage, Senator, yes.
And you don't know anything about them?
I have seen them, yes, Senator.
Oh, you have seen them?
Yes, Senator.
Is there a signature?
Not to my recollection, Senator. I've only seen electronic versions.
Government to government? Are they leader to leader, department to department? What's the...
It just lists the countries at the top of the document.
Right.
Senator.
But do we know who's actually signed for Australia?
All I know is government to government, Senator, as I've said.
Has the Prime Minister signed them? So you can take that on notice?
Well, we took that on notice before.
And you still can't tell me? And can you... Okay, you can't tell me.
Mr Colquhoun's volunteered the fact that the early check has identified
You see,
that
you
they
made a
are still
mistake because it should
classified
be.
at
It
this
was a
time.
Freudian mistake because you think one of them should be public. You don't have to answer
That's-
that. He doesn't have to answer that.
No.
Senator Birmingham, can you confirm...
Senator Wong, I'm happy to further take on notice in terms
Who
of...
is signing for Australia?
Or has signed.
Or has signed?
I took that on
Why
notice
is that a
before.
state secret? I'm not... The content, whatever,
Sure.
although he's talked about that.
I understand, and,
Yep.
and once again, for officials, I'll telegraph a little to Defence and Foreign Affairs in terms of being prepared for your questions there, as well as any dialogue that may be happening between governments about what is made public.
And are you on the 18-month, you meaning the, like, PM&C, on the 18-month consultation process?
Yes, we have a staff member on the consultation
Who's on
process. It's a more junior staff member than below SES, so we normally don't mention
No,
their
I'm
names.
not, but in your division?
Yes.
And is anyone from the PMO on the task force?
No,
On the
sir.
18-month
No,
consultation?
it's
Just
all
checking.
officials.
Seems to, because Mr Kiplock seems to be in the media a bit. Have you got any information about whether or not Mr Morrison knew about Mr Porter's trusts before Mr Porter changed his parliamentary register?
I don't have an update on that for you,
Really?
Senator Wong.
That's hours and hours of
I'm
being
sorry,
able-
I have asked, and the PMO are checking in
They're
terms
checking.
of...
They're checking, working out what the story is, what the angle is.
Again. Find out.
Find out what he knew. You were going to go back to Freud.
Yes. I'm just waiting for that.
Sorry, Senator, I also have the update for you on what I
Okay.
said I would look into,
Thank
which
you.
confirmed what I had suggested, which was the letter from the health ministers was sent to Minister Hunt.
Yes.
And Minister Hunt
Sorry.
has responded to that letter. He has
formally
responded to that letter.
And did the Prime Minister ask to see a copy of that response? Or for any work to be undertaken about resourcing the hospitals?
I'm not aware of that. I have to take that
Sorry.
on notice, Senator. I
Okay.
do know that the department have a copy of the response that Minister Hunt sent to
Can
health
we have a
ministers.
copy of it?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I don't have it with me. We'll have to get it to you, Senator. I had not. Obviously, as I didn't relay earlier, I didn't have the response and I had to check that it had been sent, but it has been sent from Minister Hunt to health ministers.
Okay, and was the Prime Minister, was he copied into that?
No, he wasn't. My
Okay,
advice
but
is
you
he
have a
was
copy
not.
of the letter?
He was not.
And-
The team said they have seen a copy of the letter.
Okay.
But the Prime Minister was not copied on the response, and that it would be common practice for the team to send a copy through after a letter had been sent to health ministers, particularly when the work is being considered by National Cabinet.
Okay.
Senator Ayres, I also have an update on the thalidomide apology.
Yes, thank you.
Which is that this is from the Department of Health, and they will have more information for you when you get to talk to officials later in the week. The information I have is that the apology was deferred at the request of survivors because of COVID restrictions and the ability for them to attend in the numbers that they wished to attend the apology, and that the memorial is still under development, but the health officials will have more information for you later this week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bingo.
Everybody, thank
think
you
we
for
did
being
okay,
so
actually.
short in both your questions and your responses. The committee will now suspend for dinner and reconvene at 8 p.m. And I welcome Senator the Honourable Maurice Payne, Minister for Women, Ms Alison Frame, Deputy Secretary Social Policy at the Prime Minister and Cabinet, and other officers, and Ms Zakharov as well. I also welcome via video conference, hopefully, the Director of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, Ms Mary Wooldridge, who I did see on the screen before, and I hope she is still there, and other officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Chair, to acknowledge the new head of the Office for Women, Ms Kayleen Zakharov, who has a long and distinguished public sector career. Welcome her to this role. I'm sure senators have perhaps met her previously in other roles, and to indicate how pleased we are to have her on board, and look forward to working with the committee on these matters.
Thank you. Minister. Ms Frame, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Senator.
And I'll just check on the teleconference. Ms Wooldridge, do you wish to make an opening statement? Would be a good opportunity to test out the technology with Ms Wooldridge. Ms Wooldridge, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Chair, can I just also clarify, are we dealing with the office and the agency together or sequentially?
We have them concurrent on the program.
Okay, we would usually do it sequentially, but I'm quite relaxed. I'm sure we all are quite relaxed.
As to whether you would like to go one and then the next.
It makes no practical difference to me. However, I actually think, whilst I'm no longer a voting member of this committee, I think having them appear together is actually quite a sensible idea.
Could I just
because
clarify?
often
Usually the Office
issues
for Women
run
and
across
the
one
Workplace
another.
Gender Equality Agency go separately, one after the other.
Previously it has been the case, Ms Wooldridge, but we do have the agencies appearing concurrently today, so we might just operate with them appearing concurrently, and I'm sure that senators will be very careful as to whom they direct their questions to make it clear who is required to answer them.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we've got a statutory agency and we've got the Office for Women, the public sector. Okay. I just don't want to be in a position where, I don't want to use the word compromising, but conflating information given to the committee by two quite distinct entities. I know that the committee is very aware of the distinction and will operate on that basis. But can I just suggest, Chair, through you, if Ms Wooldridge feels that the agency is being put in a position which is not appropriate in the course of the discussions, that she feels free to advise the committee, that she would rather answer those questions out of a separate stream of questions, or whatever the issue might be. Because we've not done it like this before, even when I was representing the minister.
We can do
Thank
it
you.
like that. Thank you.
Are you okay with it? Can we just check with Ms Wooldridge that she's okay with that, please, Chair?
Yes. Are you happy with that approach, Ms Wooldridge, as outlined by the Minister? Great. And we might just get Ms Wooldridge to mute your microphone when you aren't speaking, because we're getting a little bit of feedback in the room. Sorry. Thank you.
I also
That sounds
fear
much
that Ms
better.
Wooldridge has a delay there, which I've been through before with this committee, as you might recall.
Yes.
When I've done remote from here, from quarantine.
In that case, we'll start labour off with their questions, and we'll try to manage the technology and the complexities as best we can.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to be
Not at all, Minister. Senator McAllister, you have the call.
Thanks very much. My questions in the first instance are to the Office for Women, so I'll start there. The government has recently entered into new contracts with 6 national women's alliances, and I just wanted to understand how the terms of that agreement are structured. Are they? I assume there are particular tasks they have to undertake, particular constraints that they need to observe. I'd like to understand whether they are contained in a contract, in a deed, how that administratively is managed.
Thank you, Senator. Kayleen Zakharov, First Assistant Secretary, Office for Women in the Department of Prime Minister and the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. In relation to the national alliances and their structure, so we've entered into a grant program arrangement for the 6 alliances that we have. They were established in 2021-2022 this year, and there are 6 alliances that have been established, one on women's safety, one on women's economic security and leadership, one on women from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, one for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, one for women living in rural, regional and remote areas of Australia, and women with disability. The alliances are established to inform sort of both our consolidate and elicit feedback from sector groups across Australia, and then provide that advice back through to certainly the government, to our office and others in matters that are relevant to women's issues. In terms of the deed and things like that, I might ask Ms Hall, who runs the program. She's the branch head.
Clancy Hall, Acting Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. Each of the 6 women's alliances have a grant agreement, and under those grant agreements they will develop an activity work plan which they negotiate with the department. The activity work plan sets out the deliverables that the alliances will produce under their grant agreement, the time frames and the performance expectations. We're in the process of finalising those activity work plans for the new alliances grant agreements now.
Right, and will they be publicly available when finalised?
They're not generally a publicly available document. They are something that the department works with the alliances on, and we from time to time will adjust them based on changes in priorities or things that the alliances might wish to do, or that the department might ask the alliances to do.
Are the grant agreements made public through the ordinary channels?
Not normally, Senator, no.
Okay. Can I ask that the grant agreements be tabled?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Are the alliances expected to share any media releases about their work as alliances before putting them out?
I would have to take on notice, Senator. I don't believe that's a condition of their grant agreements. From time to time, an alliance might share with us a media release. For example, the new National Women's Safety Alliance, when they were found suitable for the funding, they tested their media release with us just to make sure that we were comfortable with it.
As a courtesy?
Yeah, yep.
But it's not a requirement?
No, Senator, no.
In the Women's Budget Statement, this is also to the Office for Women, just for clarity, it was announced that there would be a National Cabinet on Women's Economic Security. Can I just check, Minister, whether this went ahead?
Senator, there has been at least one meeting on that of the National Cabinet. Yes, I'm just going to try and find the note. And I don't have the date of that in front of me, Senator, but Ms Frame might wish to add to that. There's certainly a Women's Economic Security Senior Officials meeting which supports the work of the National Cabinet. That has met, I think, a couple of times. I just can't see on my page, I'm sorry, Senator, the date of the meeting.
Senator, in line with what the Minister said, we can get you the exact date, but there was
6th of August, sorry.
There was a paper that went to the National Cabinet that commissioned a working group, effectively instigated a working group that the Minister said has been meeting since then, which has been progressing a national framework around women's economic security and some performance indicators, and they continue to meet and progress that work and will be required to report back to the National Cabinet on that work.
The Women's Budget Statement said that the National Cabinet would focus on women's economic security and further consider existing initiatives, programs and spending at Commonwealth and state and territory levels. Has that stocktake been undertaken?
Yes, Senator, that has.
And was that presented to the meeting in August?
As far as I'm aware, it was, Senator, yes.
Is it possible for that stocktake to be shared with this committee?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. It's National Cabinet in confidence, but I'll take that on notice. And as you know, it's information from the jurisdiction, so it may be that they're comfortable for that. I will.
I wasn't here, but I feel quite certain that this committee has spent some time on that question over the course of the day. Am I right?
I wasn't here either, Senator, so we'll take your word for it.
What was the verdict from the stocktake? Was it determined that more effort was needed to tackle women's economic security, or is it enough?
I think the Prime Minister's media statement of that date indicates that the National Cabinet agreed on a nationally consistent framework for measuring progress of women's economic security. The reporting framework will provide a roadmap for the Commonwealth, state and territory governments to highlight their existing measures, identify gaps and plan future investments to improve women's economic security. Senator, from the work that continues to be done, both at the Commonwealth level and at state and territory level, that recognition that this is an ongoing process and requires the engagement and attention of governments, and not just governments, frankly, of the corporate sector, public sector as well, is part of that.
Okay, so can I just get clarity about whether this meeting agreed to develop a nationally consistent framework or it adopted one?
Senator, it agreed to develop one. There were some high-level principles or some a framework, a draft framework presented, but it was tasked to the senior officers group to decide whether that was the right approach and to develop that further.
So when the PM in his media statement said National Cabinet agreed on a nationally consistent framework for measuring progress of women's economic security, he didn't quite mean that, did he?
Well,
he
as I
meant that
said,
he agreed
Senator,
to get one at some point in the future.
There was something presented to the National Cabinet, and they agreed to continue working on that as an interjurisdictional working group.
Was the Office for Women involved in developing the paper that was presented to National Cabinet?
Yes, Senator.
Did you lead it?
The Office for Women.
Yes.
Sorry, Senator. The Office for Women led the...
You did lead the paper, right, okay. Could we have a copy of the nationally consistent framework principles? I gather you indicated that principles were presented to the National Cabinet about the nationally consistent framework. Can we see what those principles are?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
You indicated that the officers group needs to report back to National Cabinet when it's completed its work. When do you expect that will be?
Senator, Ms Stratford, she's leading the officials group. She may have some more detail for you on the work of that group so far.
Okay.
Chantal Stratford, Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. So we're working with jurisdictions now to develop the framework. So far the conversations have been focused around the scope of that body of work, the terms of reference of the group, what should be included and what data is available to support benchmarking and measurement against the framework. We're working towards an end of year timeframe. That timeframe is subject to the availability of input from the states and territories, and some states and territories have signalled at this point that due to the COVID lockdowns in their jurisdictions that may be challenging for them.
Okay. Is it anticipated, when do you anticipate that reporting against this national framework will commence?
That would be a matter for government.
Minister, do you have any sense about this before the election?
Well, I think it'll be, and happy to be corrected by officials, but I think it'll be subject to the agreement of the National Cabinet membership as to when that commenced, not unilaterally imposed by the Commonwealth.
Is it anticipated that reporting against this framework will be public?
That's not yet been determined and not been discussed amongst states and territories.
Okay, so of the principles that were discussed at the last National Cabinet meeting about this, the key question about whether this reporting exercise was going to be public or a secret wasn't determined or considered?
As you've outlined, Senator, the proposed approach instigated the work that is happening now at a cross-jurisdictional level, and there has not been a decision that I'm aware of about whether the reporting would be public. The intention with all interjurisdictional reporting is that they tend to go that way, but it would be, as the Minister has said, dependent on the decision of all the jurisdictions participating in that framework and in the development of that.
Okay. Why did the Commonwealth seek to involve the states and territories in this? Does the Commonwealth not already collect data about women's economic security?
Do you want, I can answer? Certainly. Sorry, just want to check who was going to answer for you, Senator.
Sure.
There was the recognition that the Commonwealth has a number of measures and policy areas for which they are responsible that contribute significantly to women's economic security. But there are also many areas within state and territory governments' jurisdictions, like skills training, for one, is really significant, other aspects of housing. So there was the recognition that there are also areas of state and territory government policy responsibility that contribute significantly to women's economic security, and there was a desire then to bring those objectives together and to report on what the Commonwealth is doing, what state and territory governments are doing, and to consider in a collaborative way whether there could be more consistent reporting and additional benefit through integrating better those programs.
Is it expected that the framework will include any targets?
subject to discussion with the states and territories.
Okay. So I'm struggling to understand what the states and territories actually agreed to in terms of these principles, because we don't seem to have agreed whether or not it would be public, and we don't seem to have agreed whether or not it includes targets. What was it that was discussed that was agreed? Were you there, Minister?
No, Senator, the Prime Minister represents the Commonwealth at the National Cabinet.
Not the Prime Minister for Women on this occasion.
I think I answered the question, Senator.
I gather that the Women's Budget Statement and indeed the Prime Minister's statements on the 9th of April said that National Cabinet would consider whether to establish a national plan for women's economic security. Is this proceeding?
I think the work that is being done, Senator, is derived from that earlier discussion, and the idea of doing, I think we've called it a stock take or an audit, if you like, and developing the work that you're asking questions about is where that is heading now.
I might need you to clarify that answer. Are you saying that the nationally consistent framework for measuring progress of women's economic security is occurring instead of a national plan for women's economic security?
Broadly, yes. I think that is where the line of effort is going. What the Prime Minister's statement said is I think you've noted because you have it there. The reporting framework is about providing that roadmap for the Commonwealth, state and territory governments to identify their existing measures, gaps, and then plan future investments to improve women's economic security. So the planning component of it is incorporated within this.
Okay. Do you think that is the understanding of the states and territories as well? I ask because it sounds like a national plan for women's economic security was originally anticipated, and now we have a national framework for reporting, which seems like a lessening of ambition.
I don't agree with that, Senator, and I think the development of the senior officials group of both the Commonwealth and states to support this work of the National Cabinet, specifically the development of the framework and objectives for women's economic security, indicates the level of consultation between the jurisdictions, indicates the engagement between the jurisdictions, and that is co-chaired at the senior level by executives from PM&C and Treasury on the Commonwealth side. And Senator, I think that putting together a plan for future investments to improve women's economic security, which is in the Prime Minister's statement, is key to that.
Okay. Back on the Commonwealth and away from National Cabinet, how is the Commonwealth Cabinet Subcommittee on Women that you chair going, Minister Payne? Have you met on many occasions?
Senator, we met 10 or 11 days ago. I co-chair it, as you know, and it continues to work as a subcommittee of the Cabinet, Senator.
Has it progressed any initiatives that you're particularly proud of?
Senator, there's been a range of discussions. I won't go into the discussions of a Cabinet subcommittee. And
I'm really just wondering whether there are any outcomes that you'd point to. It's been more than 6 months since it was announced.
Well, since its announcement, Senator, the government has handed down a women's budget statement with a range of initiatives around women's safety, around women's economic security, women's leadership, women's health and well-being. Senator has continued its work, particularly in women's safety, has held in the context of COVID, slightly challenging context, the National Summit, continued the consultations in the development of the next national plan, commenced the response, legislative response at least, to the Respect at Work report and a number of other activities, Senator, which I'm happy to provide more information on.
Can I get an indication of how many occasions you've convened the subcommittee?
I think it's 3 or 4, Senator.
3 or 4 times, okay. I have questions for Wajir, Chair, but I wonder if Senator Cox has questions. It might be reasonable to share the call.
And just to flag, I do have a very short tranche of questions for Office for Women as well. So we'll go to Senator Cox and then myself and then back to you, Senator McAllister, and we'll start on Wajir. Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Thank you for opening statements. And first, can I start with what the Economic Security and Women's Safety Forum? So, what role did the Office of Women play in setting the agenda or invite list for the Women's Safety Summit?
Kayleen Zakharov. So the Office for Women worked very closely with the Department of Social Services to develop the program, and that was obviously based on a range of consultations that had occurred in the lead up to that. Meetings that we have with a wide range of stakeholders, representations and meetings with the Minister for Women and other ministers with portfolio responsibilities for women's issues, all informed the thinking about the development of the program.
Okay. Was there a particular reason why Brittany Higgins wasn't invited originally?
So, Senator, there was a range of invitations. States and territories were asked to nominate delegates that included people with lived experience, First Nations people, called communities, LGBTIQA plus women with disability, young women, older women, women in regional, rural and remote areas of Australia. From the Commonwealth's perspective, we were focused on inviting stakeholders as part of the there's a term that I can't see in front of me, but stakeholders that are part of the Commonwealth's usual structure, so the National Plan Advisory Group and so on. I understand that in the context of the states and territories issuing invitations, the ACT government made a request to DSS to invite Ms Higgins. That request was confirmed in writing back to the ACT government on the same day that Ms Higgins would be included in that delegation. I do understand there was a delay in the issuing of the invitation. I don't have the details of the delay, but certainly the Department of Social Services may be able to provide that information.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to clarify the Women's Economic Security Forum that was planned for July. Was that replaced by the state and territory jurisdictions principles that Senator McAllister referred to, or is this something different?
Senator, in July there were plans for a face-to-face National Cabinet in Darwin, in which they were proposing to have an extended National Cabinet discussion because of being face-to-face. That was not able to occur because of COVID outbreaks. And so the entire National Cabinet meeting was shortened, and it wasn't the lengthened full day that it was going to be to allow time for many more conversations. And as you said, that resulted in the paper and the consideration of the topic, but not in the face-to-face forum as planned.
Right, thank you. In relation to the role of the National Women's Alliances in the development of the national plan to reduce violence against women and their children, what role will the National Women's Alliances be playing?
Senator, I might just get Ms Brayshaw up to help me out with this answer, but the National Alliances obviously work with the Office for Women and others in terms of informing us on matters that can inform the development of the national plan, and my recollection is a number of the alliances form part of the National Plan Advisory Group, which is providing us advice on the development of the national plan.
Senator Ms
Shaw, Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. I might just add and confirm that in terms of the National Plan Advisory Group, with that membership, we have representatives from Harmony Alliance, the National Women's Safety Alliance, and the NATSIA, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Women's Alliance, on those on the National Plan Advisory Group. And in terms of the recent National Summit, invites were extended to all of the national alliances to be able to attend.
That's great. And will the economic security and broader gender equality goals be embedded into the plan? Is that known at this stage?
Senator, I think that it is too early to outline all of those details. The plan is informed by the summit, obviously, and the other work that is being done across the Commonwealth. But the structure of the plan itself is under discussion with the states and territories, and the priorities that will be attached as part of that discussion.
Okay, great, thank you. And just a final question, the gender pay gap has widened over the past 6 months, and has Office for Women met with Wajir or the Minister to discuss actions to address the gap in the last 6 months?
Senator, I've met with Ms Zakharov since she took on her role separately, and both virtually and in person, given the timing, and have also discussed these issues with the Director of Wajir. I would say broadly on the gender pay gap that as a government we were very pleased that we had been able to work with stakeholders, including business, to see the gender pay gap go to its lowest level on record, which was 13.4% in November last year. It was over 17% when we were elected in 2013. Currently sits, as you say, at 14.2%. We are acutely aware that the impact of COVID-19 on women has had a negative impact on the direction of the gender pay gap. And we saw that last year when we worked through the first wave, if you like, of COVID-19. We did see recovery after that first wave, and our focus is on achieving that again and continuing to drive the gender pay gap in the right direction, which is down. But I'm not naive about the challenge. It does require a collective effort across all levels of government and by business. And that is the reason, coming back to the questions that Senator McAllister was asking, in terms of women's economic security, because reducing the gender pay gap is a key objective of that work.
Sorry, I did have one final question. Is the standalone national plan for First Nations women on violence against women and their children? I know that Minister Ruston has talked about it. Is there any further update in relation to that?
Senator, Minister Ruston has confirmed that there will be an action plan, a dedicated action plan for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and girls. So that's been confirmed as a commitment under the national plan.
And is that under development, or what's the status of that?
So the action plans will follow the national plan development. So, but there's certainly some initial thinking and development that will be occurring concurrently with the finalisation of the national plan, which will be happening obviously over the next few months. The current national plan expires in June 2022.
That's right.
And I'm meeting, Commissioner Oscar again next week with other colleagues on these issues. We have met previously and, of course, discussed the work of the Commissioner and her report, and that the Advisory Council that Minister Ruston has established will, of course, lead that work with her.
Mm. And is there any particular reason why the National Family Violence Prevention Legal Services have been left off that group, given that they represent 14 legal services, women's legal services, specifically for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women across the nation?
My understanding is that there is membership on the Advisory Council. Ms Brayshaw will be able to confirm that for me.
Senator, that's correct. In terms of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council to inform the next national plan, Emily Carter, who is the CEO of, and one of the Prevention Family Violence Legal Services, is a representative of that membership in terms of that group, so is bringing those experiences and expertise to the discussions.
Okay.
And apologies that I can't pronounce the name of the Women's Resources Centre.
Sorry?
Apologies that I can't pronounce the name of the Women's Resources Centre that she's from.
Which is Manawara Women's Legal Service in Fitzroy Crossing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Senator.
but not the other secretariat, which is led by CEO Antoinette Braybrook.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah,
Senator,
so it's individuals that have been included in that group rather than representative organisations that are doing the work.
Sorry, say that again, Senator.
Sorry?
Say that again, sorry.
That it's individuals that have been chosen for that group. Is that the criteria for membership rather than representative organisations? It appears that there are lots of individuals on there that are not representing.
So, Senator, the appointments are for 3 years. There are no criteria of which I'm particularly aware, but if I can take any further aspects of that on notice and return to the committee, I will.
If you could, Senator, just to confirm the criteria or the process in which they were recruited, because that's very important in relation to the representation of stakeholders and their engagement with community to inform this plan, that obviously representatives who are individuals don't actually have the breadth of knowledge or the experience, particularly in frontline services, that I think the VPLS would definitely represent. So just if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox.
It's nice to see you at your first estimates.
Sorry?
It's nice to see you at your first estimates.
Thank you.
Many more to come, Senator Cox, I'm afraid.
Senator, can I just make one additional? I know that we'll take that on notice and come back to you, but I did want to mention that in terms of the membership of the Advisory Council, it was developed in consultation with the Coalition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peak organisations, NIAA, and also the interim chair, who was Sandra Creamer of the Advisory Council. So I just wanted to mention that they were involved in those discussions, but we'll come back on notice in terms of the selection. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And can I also, just one addition to my earlier evidence, when I mentioned that the National Women's Safety Alliance, I meant both a waiver, who was the former National Alliance on Women's Safety, and also the new National Women's Safety Alliance that has just recently been appointed. So I just wanted to clarify that both are part of the National Plan Advisory Group and both were invited to the National Summit.
Thank you for that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Just while we're on the topic of the national plan, Ms Zakharoff, you mentioned that the current plan is ending in June 2022, and we're obviously going through the process at the moment to develop the successor plan to that. Could you provide the committee with a status update on that development of the next national plan?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the development of the plan has been a work underway for quite some time. So back in March 2020, at the final COAG, there was a statement made around leaders agreed that women's safety ministers will start work on the development of the national plan, including national consultations. So it's been a long period of time to make sure that relevant voices and conversations can be had to inform that plan. In the meantime, the current plan is continuing to operate. So there have been a number of discussions in the lead up to the summit, and that included a series of roundtables in the week preceding the summit. There's also the House Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, who adopted an inquiry into family, domestic and sexual violence that was referred by the Minister for Women and the Minister for Families and Social Services. There was a lot of consultation and submissions provided to that inquiry. Ministers are obviously, the Minister for Women and the Minister for Women's Safety co-chair the Women's Safety Task Force with states and territories who have themselves agreed on a draft sort of framework or outline for the plan to sense check that it's tracking along well. We are in the Commonwealth with partners are looking to finalise the draft over coming months, but the Women's Safety Task Force will ultimately form a view about when it's ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Ms Sakharov, I just have another couple of questions on a slightly different topic. Earlier this year, the Department of Health removed the word woman from a COVID vaccination guideline for pregnant women and instead chose to refer to pregnant people. I was wondering whether the Office for Women was consulted by the Health Department before they changed that vaccine guidance.
To my knowledge, no, Senator Chair.
You were not consulted as to whether we should be removing the word woman from government guidance around the COVID-19 vaccine.
That's my understanding.
A little disappointing. Does the Office for Women support the removal of the word woman from advice around women's health experiences?
So it's not a question I have particularly turned my mind to, and it's not a question I've been asked.
Potentially not, given that the Department of Health did not ask you that question. That's all right. And again, just having the experts at the table here, I am interested to know if you can shed any light on why why government department might have got the idea that it was a good idea to remove the word woman from this sort of guidance.
I don't have any particular insight into the reason that the Department of Health have taken that approach.
Okay, I might have to ask them later on this week. Thank you very much, Ms Sakharov. Labor, any questions still for Office for Women?
I do have one more, possibly two.
Okay, Senator McAllister, and then
Great.
we'll move to Wajir.
Thanks. My final questions might go to both Wajir and the Office for Women, Chair.
Okay. I trust you can manage it, Senator McAllister.
Hopefully. Look, obviously Commissioner Jenkins in her Respect at Work report found that the Working Women's Centres were very important, and her words were this: we found they were uniquely the most effective victim-centric model that could deliver support, advice and advocacy to women across a range of issues in their work. And I understand government accepted this recommendation. When will the remaining Working Women's Centres find out what the additional funding will be to allow them to continue their important work?
Senator, as you know, the funding is delivered through, as I understand it, and again, happy to be corrected, the Department of the Attorney-General. It's not a matter which is funded through the Office for Women.
Is the Office for Women tracking the initiatives that came out of the Women's Budget Statement?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, but not tracking the initiatives related to women coming through Respect at Work?
No. Who
That's
said,
okay, it's a straight question.
Who said we weren't tracking the recommendations from Respect at Work?
Well, this is a recommendation in Respect at Work, so you're saying that this is funded by somebody else. Do you have no knowledge about the progress of this initiative?
So it is funded by another agency, another department. It's funded by the Department of the Attorney-General. We are obviously following the implementation and engagement on recommendations from Respect at Work, as we are pursuing the outcomes of the Women's Budget Statement. Senator, so I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but I'll ask Ms Frame if she has anything she wants to add.
As the Minister said, we actually have a tracking system around Women's Budget Statement measures that the Deputy Secretary in Treasury and I co-convene through a group, but I don't have I would need to take on notice the most recent report from the Attorney-General's Department. So it would be Attorney-Generals would provide information to that IDC about how their measures are tracking, and it would be fed into a comprehensive monitoring of all those measures in the women's budget statement. But I'll take it on notice, Senator, and we can get you more information about the tracking information we have been provided from the Attorney General's.
Yeah, I've met with the Northern Territory Working Women's Centre. There are only 2 left that operating in the country. They have, it's some weeks ago now since they sort of made their last statement, but they've said that they are just months away from closing. It'd be a problem if they close their doors. You're sitting on a recommendation that says that we need to expand the number of such centres.
Senator, I think there are 3.
Oh, there's a third.
A centre in the Northern Territory, as you say, a centre in Queensland and a centre in South Australia.
Yes.
I do understand, I agree with Ms Frame in terms of obtaining for you the most current update, but certainly the matter had been discussed at the meeting of Attorneys General, which was held in June, but we will seek further information for you, and I'm sure that you will take the opportunity to ask at Attorney General's estimates as well.
Sure. Senator Cox asked you about the gender pay gap, and I wanted to direct these questions to Wajia. I think, Ms Wooldridge, you're still on the line there.
We'll just make sure we have comms, Chair.
Are we connected now?
Terrific.
Excellent.
In your press release that you put out, you indicated that high earnings growth in the male-dominated construction sector is a significant driver of the widening gender pay gap. Is it correct to say that the construction boom has contributed to the pay gap widening?
So that advice was advice directly from the Australian Bureau of Statistics in terms of what they attributed the growth in male earnings to. And so you would draw, while they didn't make that conclusion, you would think that the fact that there has been investment, significant investment in construction sector is leading to wages growth.
Yes. So, I mean, obviously the government's stimulus response to the coronavirus pandemic was widely criticised as being too heavily focused on male-dominated industries and not doing enough to support the female workforce. Does the widening gender pay gap, in your analysis, reflect the government's prioritisation of male-dominated sectors for stimulus?
So we don't analyse that detail behind it. We rely on the information and advice of the ABS, who of course contribute the statistics for the average weekly earnings. And the only conclusion they drew, and I did ask if there was further analysis that they could provide, was that the growth in the construction sector wages was contributing to the gap.
Right, so as you interpret your role, it's to document the gender pay gap but not to explain it.
So we do seek to understand it, particularly from the perspective of individual companies and industries. But in terms of, and we calculate the gender pay gap in a number of ways, the calculation based on the ABS's data of average weekly earnings, we do rely on them for their advice of what's driving the growth.
Minister, have you conducted any analysis, or had the department conduct any analysis about the causes of the gap?
Senator, in terms of the work that's being done on workforce participation and economic security, we're conscious of the sorts of drivers that include a range of things, discrimination and bias, time out of the workforce, industrial and occupational segregation. One of the reasons that in the 2021-22 budget we adopted a number of initiatives to support women's workforce participation and economic security was to play a role in addressing these issues of the gender pay gap. That obviously builds on the Women's Economic Security Statement investments of 2018 and 2020. So our investment, as well as the significant childcare announcement, which we have now been able to bring forward to commencement in March next year rather than July next year, includes investments in measures to support women into higher paid and traditionally male-dominated fields. This is recognised as an important aspect of addressing gender pay gap issues. That includes various aspects of small business, but science and technology, engineering and maths, so the STEM approach, the STEM areas, that covers a range of activities, pursuing higher level STEM qualifications, establishing women in STEM industry cadetships and advanced apprenticeships, grants for women-owned and led startups, also encouraging women who want to return to work or advance their careers through things like the Mid-Career Checkpoint, the Career Revive, the National Careers Institute Partnership Grants Program. That again has a focus on non-traditional industries and occupations as well. But the work of the agency plays a very important role in engaging with employers in particular who drive change in the business community. We're obviously also in the process, Senator, as you know, of doing a targeted review of the Act itself. We've invested money in the budget to expand gender equality reporting to the public sector, to work with the Respect at Work Council to support the prevention of sexual harassment in workplaces, amending the Workplace Gender Equality Act to require public sector organisations to report on gender equality indicators. That will give us a more comprehensive data set of the Australian workforce, and the public sector will start mandatory reporting to WGEA from 2022-23, and we have a voluntary trial underway now, which I'm sure Ms Wooldridge might wish to add to, Senator.
Look, I'm conscious that other colleagues are here to answer questions. I am quite interested in the voluntary trial, but we may have to leave that to another occasion. Can I just ask, though, Minister, are you concerned that the widening pay gap reflects the approach government took to stimulus in focusing so heavily on providing support to male-dominated industries?
So, Senator, I think what we know out of 2020 and 2021 is that as a government we needed to take every step we could to ensure that the Australian economy was in a position to recover solidly from the impacts of COVID in 2020, and a number of the initiatives through those processes throughout 2020 and into 2021 addressed that. But I did acknowledge in my response to questions from Senator Cox that COVID has had a particularly significant impact on women and on the economy, the parts of the economy in which women are broadly engaged, and we want to be able to ensure that we work for the same outcomes that we achieved after the 2020 lockdown. So we know that in July of 2021, there were 78,000 more women employed in Australia than in March of 2020, before the impact of COVID-19. Part of that came through the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Plan. But, Senator, acknowledging the points that you made, our response is also contained in the remarks I made earlier about other work that we have done to invest in those measures to support women into, as I said, higher paid, traditionally male-dominated fields, to support women into business, those STEM measures, the mid-career checkpoint, the career revive, and so on.
But no analysis about whether the widening gap is a consequence of government stimulus? That isn't work that's been done?
Senator, not by the Office for Women, no.
That's all I've got, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator McAllister. Senator Cox, back to you for questions for WGEA.
Thank you. Recommendation 42 of the Respect at Work asks WGEA's work with respect to the At Work Council to consider how good practice indicators for measuring and monitoring sexual harassment prevalence, prevention, response may apply to reporting in relation to sexual harassment under the Workplace Gender Equality Act 2012. Has this work commenced yet?
You have to unmute, Mary, please.
Hopefully that's, I wasn't on mute, but can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, sorry.
Great. So, Senator, yes, that work has commenced, but it is reliant on recommendation 46, which the Attorney-General's Department is leading, which is where those suite of best practice indicators are developed, and we're working with the Attorney-General's Department to help them in their work to develop those indicators. Then recommendation 42 will kick in, which is applying how they might then be applied in the context of reporting through companies. I'm a member of the Respect at Work Council. We've put this through with the council in terms of that sequencing of recommendations, and they're fully supportive of that, and that work is underway.
Great. Just a subsequent question. The budget provided $4 million to strengthen the role of WGEA to play preventing workplace sexual harassment. What work has been done to support that work of the council in education awareness aimed at primary prevention of sexual harassment and to promote educational tools?
So, Senator, that funding of $4.35 million in the budget was to do two things, both that recommendation 42, but also recommendation 43, which is to enable the public sector to report through WGEA, as has been mentioned already in this hearing. So there's been significant work on the public sector reporting, including the voluntary trial, which is currently underway. That has been where the bulk of the investment to date has been spent, but we have been working in addition, as I said, with the Respect at Work Council. We've put additional resources and links through to on our website in relation to sexual harassment. It is not an area that the agency has been very involved in previously. We've had a small number of questions and haven't engaged a lot of resources. So we've enhanced those resources, we've enhanced our understanding. We're working with the Attorney-General's Department and supporting the work of the Respect at Work Council.
Right. Just one last question. Has there been any consideration of adding the number of sexual harassment claims made or resolved as part of your data collection and reporting?
So that's the work that's happening at the moment to determine what those range of best practice indicators are. There's a further recommendation, recommendation 3, which looks at all the reporting that companies do to the various regulatory bodies, and that's another conversation in relation to capturing that sort of data that you refer to. So there's multiple streams of work to head all to the same end, which is a much better framework and data collection to have a picture of what's happening in Australian workplaces in relation to sexual harassment.
Great. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Senator Cox. And with no other senators seeking the call, thank you to the Office for Women and WGEA and Minister for appearing tonight, and we'll send you off with our thanks. And right on time, welcome the National Recovery and Resilience Agency.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, senators. Thank you. Oh. Tag team.
Hey. Murray, are you right to give the call to Janet first? Thank you. Sorry? Not that I'm aware of, so I will go to you after her. I welcome Senator the Honourable Bridget McKenzie, Minister for Emergency Management and National Recovery and Resilience, Mr Shane Stone, ACQC, Coordinator of the National Recovery and Resilience Agency, who is appearing via video conference, and other officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Stone, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Chair, I'm coming to you from Mackay in Queensland, where I'm attending the Queensland Local Government Annual Conference, a long-standing commitment that I had given. I do have an opening statement, which I'm happy to table, given the constraints of time. But before I just wanted to acknowledge the work of agency staff. Up to 2/3 of them have been impacted by COVID and have been working as we put together the new agency and a number of new programs. And it's very much to the credit of the agency staff and the Australian Public Service that we have such dedicated and committed workers within the agency. And I just want to make that clear, because at various points we've had up to 2/3 of our agency staff in lockdown. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Stone. If you're happy to table that statement, that would be fantastic. And I will give the call to Senator Rice.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And I've just got a couple of quick questions. The first one is why the government has stopped reporting on the progress of implementing the Bushfire Royal Commission's recommendations.
Nico or Shane? Yeah.
Is that a question for me?
Shane, did you want to take that?
Well,
Will I give it to Nico?
Yes, I can take. No, I can take that, but Nico might add to it. Also, I'll ask Nico Padovan, PSM, who's the Chief Operating Officer, to make sure my opening statement is handed up for tabling, please. Can I tell you that we're very open and transparent about the recommendations of the Royal Commission and those for which we, the Commonwealth, are responsible for. And in fact, they have been widely discussed and dispersed among emergency management ministers throughout Australia and the various governments that comprise that council. So we also report extensively through our website, recovery.gov.au, and all.
Wow.
Say that we have not been reporting progress. Well, my understanding is that there were regular progress reports on specifically on the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations, and that has ceased. So you're saying that's not the case?
I'm sorry, Senator, perhaps you could assist me. Where did you see these announcements?
That's what I've been advised. So can you confirm then that you are still reporting on the progress of implementing the Bushfire Royal Commission's recommendations?
Well, yes, thank you, Senator. Very aggressively so, and in fact, I can tell you that Minister Mackenzie has been at the front end of making sure that ensuring the ongoing progress. There's a number that the Commonwealth are responsible for, and we have made significant progress in implementing those recommendations. I'm a bit surprised that anyone would be saying that they're not been following implementation. Mr Padovan, do you want to add to that?
Thank you very much, Senator. In terms of the reporting of progress against the Royal Commission recommendations, so of the 80 recommendations, 15 of the Commonwealth, 42 of states and territories. The coordination and reporting of those is now sitting with Prime Minister and Cabinet. So at the moment, Prime Minister and Cabinet has the lead on that, and certainly we were reporting through them. The focus of reporting has shifted to getting much clearer picture, particularly from the states and territories. We have had some challenges to date in terms of understanding the progress against those recommendations, particularly the 23 that are state-led or those that are jointly led. So we are doing work to support the Minister and the National Emergency Management Ministers and in terms of providing further clarity as to where those recommendations are at. So there is a lot of reporting underway at the moment. As to whether that has been made public, that's something we'd have to...
Yes, well, it's the public report, and that's what reporting means.
So elements of it, Senator, certainly have been. So as you know, for example, the establishment of this agency, the establishment of the Australian Climate Service, the completion of the National Emergency Declaration and so forth. As recommendations are addressed, there's certainly public statements around those. And in terms of the reporting against each of the outstanding recommendations, that work is underway internal to government.
But I understand there used to be monthly updates as to where each recommendation was at. Are those monthly updates are no longer occurring?
Senator, we are certainly not doing that, and Prime Minister and Cabinet, who has the lead at the moment, as far as I'm aware, are not doing that at the moment. The focus is on getting the information from all the parties in the first instance to make sure we have a clear
Those
picture.
monthly updates were very much appreciated by stakeholders, and they are being missed. And so, I mean, is that of concern to you that, you know, there used to be, and there was a commitment to having regular updates, which was being implemented by monthly updates, that's now stopped. And so if you have an ad hoc process of just reporting when there's progress, that leaves people in the dark.
I think what we've got to focus on is actually implementing. Sorry, Shane. I think what we're all focused on, and myself as Emergency Management Minister, but also with our States and Territory Minister and my colleagues, around actually implementing those recommendations. And a lot of work has been going on, Senator Rice, on the ground across the country in different jurisdictions implementing these recommendations. And rather than focusing on the reporting, and you'd appreciate that that takes up a lot of time and effort and takes away from the actual implementation. And so it's been agreed to have less frequent reporting than monthly reports, but making sure that when we do, we get to that granular detail that your stakeholders and other Australians want to see, because we do want to have these Royal Commission recommendations actually being rolled out and understood more broadly.
So there's been an explicit change from what was announced in February 2021, where I'm quoting a media release from David Littleproud, who said that the Australian Government has today made available a new tracking document to provide greater transparency to keep Australians informed on the progress of implementing recommendations from the Royal Commission into Natural Disaster Arrangements. Updates to the document will be published monthly, ensuring the community is aware of the crucial work being achieved across all levels of government and industry. So it's no longer considered necessary to ensure the community is aware of that crucial work on a monthly basis?
Senator Rice, again, we can play the semantic game,
it's not
and you
semantic,
can pull out a press release,
it's a
and you
change
can
in the government's
put what a
processes
former
without
minister
any
said
justification.
to me after getting feedback from emergency management ministers who are actually doing a lot of the heavy lifting, whether they're in Queensland and dealing with cyclonic activity, whether they're in Victoria and New South Wales and the devastating work on bushfire recovery.
Again,
all of the jurisdictions have agreed to report quarterly, and I think that is sensible, and that has been an agreed position.
So it's quarterly now?
Yep.
Okay, so that's guaranteed that they're going to be quarterly?
Well, Senator Rice, you know, we're not Moses with a stone tablet that we carve an agreement into and it never changes. I mean, honestly.
Okay, when is the next emergency
Heaven
management
help us if
ministers'
the Greens
meeting?
are ever in government.
When's the next National Emergency Management Ministers' meeting?
This Friday.
Okay.
And I've had a meeting, a very productive meeting it was, and we had a briefing on the upcoming high-risk weather season and all. I mean, obviously, as you know, people that are interested in this issue, disasters, no political side of politics, and no difference between state and Commonwealth, and so we're all committed to working with each other for the betterment of the Australian community.
So did you say the meeting was the Friday?
Very productive.
The Friday just passed?
No. When was the first meeting? 1st of October, and we've got another one this coming Friday.
Okay. And when can we expect the 14 recommendations that are the responsibility of the federal government to be fully implemented?
Nico?
So, Senator, some of them are quite complex in nature. So, as I mentioned earlier, of the 15, 7 have been completed, and the remaining 8 are work in progress. So, some of them require work across jurisdictions, work across the Commonwealth. So, over the next year or two. So, it is a.
Could you take on notice with those ones that aren't fully implemented and an approximation of when you expect them to be fully implemented across each recommendation?
Will do, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rice.
Can I just make something very clear, Senator? The function for the reporting transferred to Prime Minister and Cabinet on the 21st of September. That function was transferred across. So whilst we continue to report with our fellow emergency management ministers across political parties in this country. The function isn't with us.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr Stone. I appreciate that, and so it sounds like something that I need to take up with Prime Minister and Cabinet for reporting, which has now dropped off in frequency than what was expected and what was promised by the government in February this year. Thank you.
I don't think that's true either.
Well,
I think it was I think it's an absolute mischaracterisation of our government's and indeed state and territory government's commitment to deal with the Royal Commission.
I'm happy to
But
table...
not
the
unsurprising.
I'm happy to
Not
table the
unsurprising.
media release from Minister Littleproud of February, where, you know, it basically says
Not
that
unsurprising,
every
Senator.
Australian
Order,
rightly
Senator.
deserves transparency
Order.
around how all levels of government and industry are responding to the Royal Commission.
Do you support backburning as a way to actually deal with...
Minister, you're not asking the
Senator
question.
Rice, don't leave just because the questions get tough.
On that note, I'm going to call tea break now for 15 minutes until 25 past 9, and then we'll resume, and Senator Watt has some questions. So just for everyone listening along at home, I think it would be fair to anticipate that we will have a little bit longer before the ANAO comes on at 9:30. I'll suspend the committee now.
I think it's been tabled.
Physical copy here.
Okay.
If that hasn't been
Do we have an
tabled
electronic copy of it?
Who's that for, Senator?
My
If you're
staff.
holding it in there?
If that's okay.
We've got break.
We'll
Well,
suspend the
then
committee
I'm not
now.
allowed to bring staff with me.
I just don't think I ever get tired of seeing you.
No, I
Senator
feel the
Watt.
same way. There is one committee we haven't appeared in together today. We might have to duck in there before the night's out, hey? Environment and Communications.
Okay, I'm game if you are.
I'm up for it. So, I might actually just start. Mr Stone, thanks for joining us from Mackay. I might just check a couple of things with Mr Stone as well before we go into a couple of programs. Mr Stone, what is the policy of this agency in relation to your travel? Is there a specific policy about what you can claim travel for, what you can't, that kind of thing?
Well, as a REM tribunal appointment, my travel is managed by corporate, and the head of corporate affairs is present, Miss Katrina Tonkin, and they look at my travel, and there's nothing complicated about it. I mean, I could get her to elaborate on that if that would assist.
Well, do you get paid like a daily rate, or is it?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and that depends on the location that you're in.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You would have seen the remuneration tribunal scales for whether you're in Sydney or Melbourne or you're in Bundaberg or Longreach. So, and if I exceed that, well, that's up to me. I got to wear the balance.
Yep. And do you receive any other allowances apart from the basic sort of daily rate of travel allowance?
No, well, it's all incorporated. I'm meant to feed myself. I'm not entitled to charge meals to the corporate credit card. Everything must come out of the amount that's allocated for the day.
Okay.
And I can tell you, I'm often short, but I don't complain.
What, you often order more food than you receive payment for?
No, it's much. I've got a much more colourful explanation for you. I regularly take my staff out for dinner, Senator.
You're a good man, Mr Stone. I do the same thing. It's a good thing to do.
I have a great team.
More staff, Senator Watt.
Yeah, they don't get paid overtime for it. The least I can do is buy them dinner.
It's a big night out at Nando's.
Nando's, geez, you're extravagant. Okay, and you've mentioned previously you spend a lot of time in your four-wheel drive, travelling around different communities. I presume your petrol and vehicle expenses are covered as well?
Well, if I'm travelling in a emergency car, as I am at the moment, yes, there's a fuel card that covers the vehicle.
Yep. Any traffic infringement costs that have been met by the agency?
No, none at all, Senator, not one.
You never speed? Law-abiding citizen?
I am a very responsible, law-abiding citizen at my age.
Excellent. I would certainly hope so. And in terms of flights, which I realise you probably haven't been able to do as often lately with COVID, you qualify for what, business class flights?
Yes, I'm no different from any other department secretary or agency head. I have a scheduled entitlement on flights, which is business when it's available. But as I did appear in a previous estimates meeting, I was counselled by the chair at the time that I didn't travel in economy, and I held up the boarding pass, if you remember.
I'm not sure if I did get to witness that, but maybe my colleague Senator Ayres did.
He did. Indeed, he did.
We're very easy to mix up, the two of us. And do you typically take a number of staff with you when you're travelling around?
I typically do. Like I'm in Mackay at the moment, and I'm accompanied by 3 staff, and to do the job effectively and properly and schedule the meetings. Like I had 6 meetings this afternoon. That takes a bit of work, and we document it, and we go through many of the issues that are being raised with us. It's not a one-man job, but we are economic in the way we manage that.
Is that a normal number of staff for you to take with you when you're travelling around? 3 or sometimes more?
Sometimes there's more. Like, for example, I attended a big meeting up at Corumba that involved all the local government organisations, and there was a number of briefings to be provided. Minister Littleproud also attended that meeting. There was a very large gathering, and that did involve a concerted effort over a 3 to 4 day period.
Right. And are you entitled to take family members travelling with you when you do some of your travels?
I do have an entitlement for my wife to accompany me up to 6 trips a year.
How many? Up to 6?
6, yes. She has not exercised that in the last, fully exercised that in the last 2 years because of COVID and other reasons. But the background to that was that I was finding, particularly in the aftermath of the floods, that wives were happy to talk to me, but they would have preferred the ear of another woman. And so Josephine kindly said that she would participate. She gets no TA, she gets no special allowance or anything. She simply accompanies me and her airfare is paid.
Right. Okay. Do you not have female staff that you could take if the reason is that women in those flood-ravaged communities prefer to speak to other women, the women in your staff don't fulfil that role?
Well, they probably could to a degree. I mean, I've got some very caring and engaged women too. I reckon that close to 2/3 of the agency have comprised of women. But the reality is, I mean, I would encounter it regularly with much older farmers' wives inquiring about my wife and engaging with her. And look, the reality is Josephine had quite a background. She chaired the Catherine flood appeal back in 1998, so she's worked firsthand in the disaster space. She also worked with the telecommunications working group that was set up by Senator Kernan at the time in communications, and travelled Australia dealing with disadvantaged communities on telecommunication issues. So she's not a stranger to what it is to live and work and confront the challenges of remote regional Australia.
Okay. You don't publicly report your travel expenses, do you?
Oh, well, I believe they're in the annual report.
I don't think they are.
Perhaps we could ask our CFO, Katrina Tonkin.
Thanks, Senator. Katrina Tonkin, Executive Director of Corporate. They're not published in the annual report as identified as the Coordinator General's travel cost. There is a travel cost in our financial statements. But
Okay. Would you be able to table Mr Stone's travel costs and that of any family members for, say, the last 2 years, please?
I can, or I can read those out to you now if you...
Oh, if you've got them there, it might just be simplest to table them just for the sake of time.
So from 1st of July, okay.
Yeah, just time-wise. And Mr Stone...
Can I just point out, Senator?
Yep.
Senator, could I just point out that the Audit and Risk Committee and also the Auditor General has complete oversight of all of this, and I point out that for 3 years running, we have received a clean bill of health from the Auditor General, which I'm rather proud of.
Okay, and just going back to spouse travel, is it normal for agency heads to have their spouse's travel costs met by the agency?
Well, I thought it was a determination that came my way as a consequence of my REM tribunal appointment.
So it's not something
I've got an
unique to
official
your...
letter.
Not something unique to your role?
Oh, look, I don't know what happens with other secretaries and agency heads, but I'd be... I mean, there's all sorts of arrangements under the REM tribunal determinations. I mean, you've got some department heads who travel down from Sydney, others up from Melbourne. I mean, some take a lump sum rather than a car. I don't have a designated car. I use agency vehicles when they're available.
Okey-doke. Thanks, Mr Stone. The next set of questions I had concern the Emergency Response Fund, which is obviously something I've asked about quite a lot. Who would be best for me to direct the questions to?
So in anticipation of that question, Senator, can I turn to the Chief Operating Officer, Nico Panavan, who will walk you through that?
Sure. Mr Panavan. So the Emergency Response Fund is, we're talking here about the fund that was created about 2 years ago, a $4 billion fund initially. Now, the most recent question on notice we received an answer to said that the latest figures were that that fund had earned the government interest to the amount of $726 million. That's correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah, you don't have a more up-to-date figure than that?
No, I don't, Senator.
Okay, so over the last 2 years, that $4 billion fund has earned the government over $700 million in interest. Can you confirm that nothing has yet been spent from that fund in terms of recovery funding?
Senator, the recovery component of that fund is a fund of last resort, I think, as we've discussed in previous form. So given other measures that are in place at this point, there's been no need identified to call upon that fund. So none of that money has been required up until this point.
Okay. So none of what is now a $4.7 billion fund has been used for disaster recovery funding?
None of the $150 million that would be available annually has been spent to this point because no need has been identified.
And I recognise that there's $150 million annually, but in total we're talking about now a $4.7 billion fund.
Senator, it's a future fund, so it's the interest earned off that fund that is available for expenditure.
Yep. And I'll come in a minute to the flood mitigation program, for which $50 million has been committed. How much of that $50 million has actually been spent by the Commonwealth in the sense of the money has left the Commonwealth, it's gone to whoever the recipient of the funding is?
Senator, that $50 million comprises 22 projects. Those 22 projects, we're in the stage of final sign-off with the states and territories, so I think it's only as recent as this week that the paperwork has come back from the states and territories. So we're now in a position where that money can now flow to the states and territories. So I would expect in the next week or two.
Right. So sitting here now, though, in October the 25th, no money has been provided to states or territories or anyone else for the mitigation component of the fund.
Senator, that money can't flow until the deeds are signed.
No.
The deeds have only just been signed with the states and territories.
But nothing has been spent.
No money has been spent yet.
Okay, so this fund is now nearly 2 years old and it has earned the government over $700 million in interest and not a cent has left the Commonwealth for recovery or mitigation purposes.
So, Senator, I can't speak for what happened before the 1st of July. We took over this fund on the 1st of July, and certainly our focus has been on settling those 22 projects.
But that is a statement of fact that this fund has been operational for nearly 2 years. It's earned the government over $700 million in interest, but as we sit here now, it hasn't spent a cent in the sense of money being provided to anyone else.
At this point, no money has flowed.
Was it ever expected when this fund was created that it would take more than 2 years for anyone to see a cent of this fund?
Senator, I can't speak to the history of this fund. As I said, we picked it up on 1 July and we've been working hard to settle the projects that have been approved for that first round.
Minister, what good has this fund done the Australian community if 2 years after it was created it hasn't spent a cent on a single disaster recovery or mitigation program, but it's earned the government over $700 million in interest?
Well, I think Mr Panavan has actually answered your question very well. This is a fund that was set up to deliver a series of funding into the future, to build resilience, prepare and reduce the risk for future natural disasters. And it's to really, the $150 million each financial year to fund emergency response and recovery following natural disasters that have a significant or catastrophic effect when the government determines that existing recovery programs are insufficient to meet the scale of the response required.
I'm well aware of what the fund's for. We voted for it.
So what I'm saying is that we've put an incredible amount of money on the table in partnership in often with states and territories around bushfire recovery programs. So we haven't had to use this particular fund. We've used other methods to fund and support recovery and response to natural disasters.
But when this fund was first announced by the government, and I appreciate you weren't the minister at the time, but there were a lot of headlines about how this fund was going to assist disaster victims in terms of recovery spending, and it was going to help avoid future disasters and future expenses through mitigation funding. But actually all this fund has done for 2 years is earn the government over $700 million in interest. How is that helping a single disaster victim?
Well, as Mr Panavan said, we've had oversight of this fund since the 1st of July, and we've done a lot of work in a very short period of time in terms of getting projects up and going and looking to get them signed off so we can get
So are you blaming the people who were running this fund before the 1st of July?
Well, I can't comment on that. I can only take responsibility for the fund as it is now, and we're working very hard to get that money out the door.
So the $50 million that has been committed from this fund for flood mitigation, and I hear what you say that deeds are in the process of being signed, so money can't be spent then. Even when that is spent though, the government will have earned 14 times as much in interest as it will have spent on mitigation programs from this fund. Again, Minister, how's that helping anyone sitting at home who's vulnerable to disasters?
I might just add, Senator, I mean, this is one of a suite of programs that we have that are around disaster mitigation. And even in recovery programs like the disaster recovery funding arrangements, we now have built betterment and resilience into those projects. So we have the $200 million project with New South Wales. The Coordinator General recently signed off on a $20 million betterment program with Queensland. So across the board, there are quite a range of measures underway, of which this is part of that suite. And it is reliant on there is work that has to be done with the states and territories to settle those project deeds, and we've been at that solidly since taking this on.
So, of the projects that have been announced under this flood mitigation program, how many of those projects have begun planning or construction? Have any of them started?
Well, all of them have begun planning in a sense, Senator, because the work is underway so that they can hit the deck running when the money comes through. And I think it's 4 states and territories have come back to us in the past week with signed deeds. So we are in a position where government should shortly be in a position to announce the commencement of those projects.
Is it reasonable to assume that none of those projects have commenced construction at this
It
point?
would be reasonable to assume that.
Right. And is it expected that any of them will be completed before this disaster season begins?
Look, part of the challenge at the moment, Senator, is there is a capacity issue with the states and territories. So what we're finding across the board, we're getting a lot of pushback on programs around the capacity, exacerbated by COVID in terms of getting access to tradespeople, getting access to construction workers. So even if the money were made available tomorrow, those projects, given the size and scale of many of them, would simply not be in a position to be complete.
No, I'm well aware of the shortage of tradespeople and supplies. So does that also mean that many of these projects won't begin construction by the time the disaster season gets fully underway?
I'd be speculating, Senator. I don't know. I'd have to look at the detailed plans.
Is it possible to say how many jobs have been created to date from this funding?
We would have to go back to the states and territories and confirm those figures.
Right. Because, Minister, this will be now the third disaster season since this fund was established in 2019 that funds have been available for mitigation projects and projects haven't been constructed. Doesn't that demonstrate that this was only ever really just a headline?
Well, not at all.
Well, nothing's happened with it other than earning interest.
Well, when we look at our government's commitment to recovery and resilience and preparedness, we are making, strong moves. I mean, you were in emergency management this morning or this afternoon. I mean, working with the states and territories to get that aerial capability in the start of our bushfire season, etc. We've got money for recovery efforts on bushfires in excess of $2.8 billion. So to suggest that this fund is the only way our government is supporting recovery and resilience in the face of natural disasters just simply isn't the case. And as you've heard Minister Panavan outline, 22 projects have been committed to be funded, and work is progressing as quickly as possible to get that done. We are working obviously in partnership with other jurisdictions, so that doesn't always work as quickly as we may like, and we'd all like it done yesterday, but I'm very assured that the agency is doing everything it can to get a positive outcome.
Okay, I noticed, so when the federal budget was handed down this year, the budget papers provided for the $50 million in the flood mitigation program, but that funding was not included in the final budget outcome for 2020-21. Is that because money had not been expended in the sense of being provided to the states?
I might defer to Ms Tonkin on that one.
So when the flood mitigation program, the $50 million program, that was clearly allocated in the federal budget this year, in the budget papers, but the final budget outcome for 2020-21 did not provide any funding for this program in it. Is that because the money hasn't actually been expended from the Commonwealth's point of view?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, and look into that one.
Right.
My understanding is Department of Finance do manage that fund.
Okay,
so
we might be able to get some more from them.
Yeah.
And has any planning begun to determine where the money that's available for 2021-22 could be used?
Senator, Minister Littleproud has previously announced that funding will be available for flood mitigation projects, so we are looking at doing another round of flood mitigation projects. And this complements work that is happening in response, separate work in the flood mitigation area that's happening in response to the North Queensland flood event, as well as work under the DRFA program. So it's part of a broader suite of flood mitigation work.
Okay. Mr Stone, just back on the travel matters, it's been brought to my attention that the Remuneration Tribunal only determines travel entitlements in respect of an office holder, not his or her spouse, and that generally accompanied travel may only occur when the office holder's employing body or minister certifies in writing that it is just demonstrably in the interest of the Commonwealth, given the purpose of the travel, for the office holder to be accompanied by his or her spouse or partner. Is that what's occurred in your situation?
Yes, I have a letter.
You have a letter from whom?
The Minister.
And is that's something you requested, was it?
That was provided to me by Minister Littleproud, previously provided to me by the Prime Minister.
At your request?
I'm not sure whether it's at my request, but it certainly was in the overall discussions about me being prepared to take on the job.
Right, so from your point of view, that was a condition of taking on the job?
Oh, I mean, did I draw a line in the sand? No, I didn't.
Right, can you table that letter, please, Mr Stone?
Yeah, sure. It's. I thought you already had a copy of that, actually. But,
that might be in the
it's not been
documents.
provided.
That might be in the documents Ms Tonkin was going to table.
Senator Watt, you've been going for about 25 minutes, so if
Okay, I might
try and be expedient,
try and wrap up
please.
pretty quickly then.
Thank you.
Just a few questions in terms of the Preparing Australia program, the new one that was announced this year. During our last estimates hearing, we were told that this program would commence sooner rather than later. When are we likely to see guidelines for this program?
Mr Padovan can outline the date and also when they will close and how we will then prosecute those applications. Nico?
So, Senator, the final stage in those guidelines is getting them signed off through the Finance Minister, so we think we're days or at best a week or two away from having those settled, so certainly well this side of Christmas.
Okay, so they'll be released pretty soon after they're signed off, is the intention?
That's the intention.
Okay, so that means they've been reviewed by the Department of Finance then?
Absolutely, Senator. They've been subject to a level of scrutiny across a number of government agencies.
And have you settled the eligibility criteria?
We have.
Is it possible to say what that will be?
Not at this point. Until
once the guidelines come out, yeah. Who will be the final decision maker for grants from this fund?
What we have proposed, and this is subject to the Finance Minister's sign-off, is that the agency, as we do with the bushfire grants, would make recommendations to the Minister for Emergency Management.
So, Minister Mackenzie?
That's correct.
Right. There's not going to be a panel or anything like that? That'll be just a straight recommendation from your agency to the Minister?
There'll be a selection panel within the agency, and the composition of that has not yet been settled.
Right. And is the intention...
Other than the fact that I will chair it.
You will chair the panel?
The panel.
And provide recommendations to the Minister?
Well, there'll be no difference from the bushfires.
Okay, just trying to understand what the process is going to be. So, so the intention would be for the recipients will be able to apply for grants certainly this financial year?
The grants will open this financial year, but depending on where we finally settle, they may close early in the new year. So we want to make sure that those wishing to put a grant application in have sufficient time to put together an application and put that in.
Okay. I suspect I'll probably need to leave it at that, given what I've undertaken in terms of time.
Thank you very much, Senator Watt, and thank you very much to the agency for appearing today. No other senators seeking the call. We'll send you off with our thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I required to stay? Have we got another minister?
We have another minister appearing via video conference, so all good.
You're done, man. You know that note I sent you about the glass of water?
Yeah.
I accidentally sent it to Blocker first.
You what?
I accidentally sent it to Blocker first.
Tim, are you leading off questions for the ANAO? Now, we do have a few coalition questions as well.
Sorry, it was tab 6.
We have everyone that we're expecting from the Auditor General's office, the ANAO, I should say, at the desk. Wonderful. It's hard to tell at the moment with everyone so socially distanced. I welcome Senator the Honourable Jonathan Duniam, Assistant Minister for Industry Development via video conference from Tasmania, Mr Grant Here, Auditor General of Australia, and officers of the Australian National Audit Office. Auditor General, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Very good. Senator Duniam, I assume no opening statement from you?
You assume correctly.
Good. I really did just want to check the audio and the sound there as well, so that's all good. Senator Ayres, you can have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, Mr Hare. I'm going to try and, there's a deal of material here, but I'm going to try and work my way through it quickly, if I may. On Leppington Triangle, the AFP announced that it finalised its investigation into the purchase a few weeks ago. You initiated the investigation in July 2020 because you found information about the purchase that suggested the Commonwealth couldn't explain, which suggested that the Commonwealth may have been defrauded. When did the AFP advise you of its decision that it had finalised its investigation?
I didn't initiate investigation. I informed the AFP that there was information, that there were gaps in information which led me to a view that the Commonwealth may have been defrauded. So, and we provided them with some information, and then they made a decision on investigation. The Commissioner rang me to tell me, I think the day before it was...
The day prior, okay, thank you. And I think in the statement the AFP said the investigation found that the purchase was in line with the requirements of the Land Acquisition Act and was authorised by appropriate Commonwealth officials and authorities. If that's the case, how adequate are the acquisition and authorisation requirements for multi-million-dollar land acquisitions?
I don't know whether I can answer that question because I'm not certain what the perspective was that they brought to that. I don't think we've found in our audits that that there are major gaps in the Land Acquisition Act and processes. Brian, do you have something?
Brian Boyd, Executive Director, Performance Audit
Thanks,
Services
Mr.
Group,
Boyd.
ANAO. Yes, Senator, the issue from our perspective with the Act was more that there was an approved approach to go down a path under the Act, and then the department departed from that path without the change in approach being appropriately approved and authorised within the department. And one of the consequences of the changed approach was, rather than the Finance Minister getting to play a role if they'd proceeded down the compulsory acquisition route, it became a matter solely within the Department of Infrastructure to prosecute.
So that's not to say that the path they changed to wasn't permitted under the Act. What our audit report pointed to was that that decision to move wasn't, the decision maker who made the original decision wasn't informed of the change.
Correct, and also as we note in the audit report, the various briefings, which were, 8 of the 10 briefings were to senior departmental officials. From our perspective, after the first 3 briefings, those briefings weren't very clear and transparent about the fact that there had been a significant change in the approach being adopted by the department from that which had been agreed in the acquisition strategy that had been approved, I think, in late 2016.
So $30 million for a $3 million property. What are taxpayers to make of this? You've got no suggestions about alternative or strengthening acquisition protocols?
We certainly made some recommendations towards the Department of Infrastructure. So one of the key issues there for us was the fact that they'd gone through a considered approach of developing and approving an acquisition strategy which relied upon one of the means available under the Lands Acquisition Act, and then a decision was later taken to adopt a different approach without similarly going through an internal approval process. But it also meant, as I said earlier, the Department of Finance and its Minister, who play an important role under that Act, that Act ultimately is the responsibility of that portfolio, not the infrastructure portfolio. It meant that the Department of Finance and its Minister didn't have the same level of visibility over the transaction as they would have had if it had stayed with the approved approach, which was compulsory acquisition.
And my understanding, yes, I think, is that the Department of Finance is doing a review of the processes under the Act at the moment.
So they're doing their own review. Do they engage with you about that review?
No, so Rona Mellor, Deputy Auditor General. The Land Acquisition Act, if you like, is in the management of the finance portfolio.
Oh yes, I see.
And
so it's of the Act, not of the department's internal.
Correct. So
and the Code of Conduct review that the department was doing, have they informed you about the result of that?
no, they haven't. That's not normal for departments following up on all sorts of things in their own right to report back to the Auditor General.
Yeah, it's not normal for the department officials of the department to hold private meetings where notes aren't taken in the homes of developers either, which is what occurred in this instance.
It's really a matter for the accountable authority to deal with those matters, not us.
Okay, thank you. Another of these exercises, I think it's the car park rorts investigation. I think in July, Mr Boyer gave evidence to the Senate that decisions around the Morrison government's computer car parks program involved a ministerial canvassing process known as a top 20 marginals list. For the benefit of the committee, can you briefly describe that canvassing process?
As in, Senator, how the canvassing occurred. So through various means, from the records we've seen, phone calls to relevant parliamentarians, all their staff. There was also email input and meetings were organised as well, are the three ways the canvassing occurred from what the records tell us.
I think you described it as a to-do list. Who was ticking off the items on the to-do list?
It's probably to step through the exercise. So in broadly mid-September of 2018, the Minister asked his staff to start organising some meetings with, as he put it, particular named marginals. The staff then developed what was essentially a key tasks list of things they were going to do, and it started off being, it was initially, I think, as I said in July, described as top 20 marginals, which is where it started, but as I also said in July, wasn't the end of the process. By the conclusion of this exercise by April 2019, there was a total of 29 electorates. So it didn't start with 20 and didn't end with 20. It started with, I think from memory, mid-September the staff asked to organise meetings with around 6 members of Parliament, but that then became, we're working to a list of top 20 marginals, but that, as I say, that list also grew over time as either further people...
Presumably as the Coalition's target seat list expanded or contracted. I
don't think we could speculate on that. And
I wasn't asking you to.
I'd also add that what we're seeing and what we reported on in the audit report was basically how projects were identified.
Yes.
It's a descriptive thing where we didn't have findings in that area with respect to anything, any of the actions that were undertaken.
Yes, I think Mr Boyd said discussions included how much will go to Coalition and how much will go to the ALP. You gave evidence, I think, that this wasn't a document prepared by the department. Who did prepare the document according to the records that you saw?
Within the Minister's office.
It was in the Minister's office? Not in the Prime Minister's office, in the Minister's office?
In the Minister's office. The responsible Minister, not... I think that's what we said back in July. Whilst there were 2 officers involved in the canvassing, it was primarily led out of the Portfolio Minister's office. and certainly they were maintaining the list. And it's not a spreadsheet. This isn't. I think some of the questions we've had is almost like going back to the sports grants thing. Like that, there isn't a master spreadsheet moving back and forth.
It's more agile than that, was it?
There's a list in terms of by electorate, the coalition held ones, and then under a separate heading, targets being 6 not held by the coalition, and tracking where are we up to in terms of have we spoken with someone or have they spoken with us? Do we have a list yet as to what they're looking for to have included and so forth? So it's more so I said it's a to-do list. It's a tracking sheet essentially as to where we're up to with each of the electorates that we're canvassing.
Is it common to see funding allocations broken down by political party?
I think common's probably a hard question for me to answer, Senator. It's in terms of we look at what's the objective of the program, what's it seeking to achieve, and how is the design of the program looking to give effect to that. And so there are some programs which are actually specifically designed such that there's a share of funding to go across the entire nation. Some of those start, it's on an electorate basis, but programs such as this where it's coming out of a different need, that's not what we commonly
Well, you
see.
saw some evidence of canvassing occurring with the Minister's office and candidates. That's right, isn't it?
So in terms of the non-coalition held, it was either with the duty senator or in 2 cases with the coalition candidate.
Did you see any evidence of engagement with the Labor Party about when car park funding was being announced or allocated?
There was no evidence of that, Senator, no.
Exclusively done with coalition MPs or duty senators?
Or in 2 cases of which was McNamara and Mayo, as we spell out in the report, where it was the candidate, not.
Did you see any evidence of canvassing discussions with state Liberal branches or campaigns or the Liberal Federal Secretariat? Did Mr Hurst's name come up?
Not in this program, we didn't see that, no.
Are you aware of any similar canvassing operation occurring in the lead up to this federal election, the upcoming federal election?
Senator, we audit the programs once the funding's been awarded and being delivered, so we're not, we don't live audit what may or may not be happening with current programs underway, no. So we've got audits underway of funding programs where funding has already been awarded, and so we're obviously auditing those processes, but they're processes which have occurred and been completed, not currently underway.
Senator Ayres, you've
Yes.
had 10 minutes, and I'm wary that we do have a lot of senators in the room seeking the call for ANAO. So if you can be as economical as possible, please.
Thank you. I think you said before that the canvassing was done out of the Minister's office, Mr Boyd. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. In Rural and Regional Affairs spillover estimates, I think you said the 2 offices were Minister Tudge's office, which did most of the canvassing, and some of the canvassing was done out of the PMO.
That's correct, Senator, which I think is consistent with what I said earlier.
Yes. I'm not suggesting that it's not. And that it was a similar, I think Senator Gallagher asked you, just out of interest, was there a similar contact point to the community sports infrastructure grants? And you said that the PMO one was the same person. Do you know which other members of Mr Morrison's staff were involved in preparing the original list of the top 20 marginals, which turned into the list of 29 in the PMO?
Senator, I didn't say from what the evidence we saw that it was the PMO that was developing that list. As I say, the way for this particular funding program, the way it worked was Minister Tudge started off by asking his staff, so the number was around 6 or 7 or something like that, saying, here's 6 particular members I want to speak to about what are their infrastructure priorities. The staff then, as it evolved, initially, I say, became a top 20 marginal, so they were looking at those 6 plus some other marginal seats, and then over time it grew to include not just coalition-held marginals, but also, as I say, what they in their tracking sheet called targets, which were, I think 5 were Labor-held, and 1 was the seat of Mayo, which was held by, I think, Ms Sharkey.
Has Mr Hurst's name come up in relation to any other grants funding programs that the audit office is engaged with?
I think that'd be a very difficult question for Mr Boyd to answer. He doesn't do all of our grants.
Yes, okay, well, perhaps it's better directed to you, Mr Hare.
I can't recall it, but I don't think I could answer it as well. I'm not aware of who the person is you're talking about.
He's the Federal Director of the Liberal Party. Would you on notice be able to tell me?
So we've got 30-odd audits going on at the moment and, you know, a table about 40-something a year. It would be hard to do that, Senator Ayres. It's not a name that's come up in the discussions on audits in the last few years.
You're currently looking at the Building Better Regions Fund?
Yes.
When's that? When will that be finalised?
In the new year sometime.
In the new year. I do have other questions, but I'm happy to share the call at the stage.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayres. I'm going to give the call to Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Hare, I'd like to ask some questions about your correspondence with my colleague Senator Abetz in relation to the ABC and their payment of legal costs for a journalist, Ms Louise Milligan. As I understand it from your correspondence, you say that you are unable to form a view about the appropriateness of the ABC's decision to make the payment. What prevented you from forming a view about that?
As I think I set out in the letter, the primary reason why in order to come to an opinion on the appropriateness of it, you'd need a framework around what the appropriateness was and documentary evidence of how that was applied. In this circumstance, as I point out in the letter, there wasn't really a policy framework that we could identify which talked about why you would meet the personal expenses of an employee, so we couldn't look at it in that context, nor were there any documents that existed that provided the evidence for the decision, that is the rationale for the decision. As I set out in my the letter, the ABC provided us with testimony evidence that a number of meetings between their in-house legal counsel and the CEO occurred, and that they discussed a number of things. That's the extent of the evidence that was available. They also, as I point out in the letter, stated that they were under no legal obligation to make the payment.
Yeah.
But they did it for business reasons, and those business reasons that they put to us were set out in the letter. So with that level of evidence, I think if we did a performance audit in that area, the likely conclusion would be something, the formal words we tend to use are that the ABC couldn't demonstrate because there wasn't sufficient evidence to demonstrate it. So that's what I mean by not being able to form a conclusion on the appropriateness of it.
Yeah, so you say that there was no framework and no documentary evidence. Isn't that on the face of it, given its expenditure of public funds and not an insignificant amount? I think in your letter you say $200,000, that on the face of it, it was not an appropriate expenditure. Should a public entity be spending money without framework and without documentary evidence? As
I point out in the letter, the accountable authority is the accountable authority to make these decisions. And they've stated to us that they made these decisions for business reasons.
And just for clarity, the accountable authority, is that the managing director?
No, it's the chair, it's the board. So if your question to me is our normal position that people should make clear records of why they undertake public expenditure, yes, that would be an expectation. Are accountable authorities or their delegates allowed to make decisions on expenditure? Yes, they are, but you would normally have an expectation that people would document the reasons for those decisions. I think it would be fair to say, in the context of agreeing to meet the costs of the personal costs of an employee, that would be something you'd expect to see.
So it was the board that made this decision. Do you know on what date?
No, the board didn't make the decision. The managing director did.
But isn't the board you just told me the board was the accountable authority?
The managing director would operate under delegation from the board.
Is that of concern that this wasn't discussed at the board level?
I think that's be a question to the board rather than to us. All we can really comment on is whether the people had the authority to make the decision, not whether they should consult with the board on it.
Did the ABC provide evidence that the managing director had delegated authority to make this decision, given it wasn't consistent with any ABC policy and there was no framework and it was not documented?
I can't answer that question, but I don't think, I'm not certain we would have asked that because I'd have to talk to my financial audit team, but I suspect that there was a delegation to the
But usually a delegated authority to an executive level manager would have limits on it. He can't go and buy a Ferrari using that delegated authority.
I think the limit on the chief executive would be significantly higher than $200,000.
But so it would only be a financial limit, as in you can only spend up to $200,000?
I haven't seen their delegation framework, but my expectation for someone at the top of an organisation would be a very high limit and with broad
Sure, but let's say for argument's sake that the limit is $500,000. He still can't go and buy a Ferrari because it's under the $500,000.
That comes down to the proper use thing.
Indeed.
Again.
And this is what I'm coming to. If the decision was made with no framework, no documentary evidence, under delegated authority, how do we know that it was consistent with that delegated authority if there's no policy?
I think you're coming around to why I can't call appropriateness to some extent, and I think it's more a matter for the board to make a decision whether they think that the managing director was operating within their delegated authority in that context. So I can ask my financial audit team whether they've seen the delegations and think it's within.
I'd be grateful if you could do that. Yeah. On notice, that'd be fine. Because rather than not being able to form a view, I think we're getting a picture that it's self-evidently not appropriate.
It's hard for us to say that without evidence one way or the other, and I think not being able to form an opinion is a reasonably strong statement from that perspective.
Yeah, I guess so. I just worry about the troubling precedent that this sets for other agencies of government, thinking if we ever intend to misspend taxpayer money, we better make sure we don't document it so the Auditor General can't come and look at it.
Well, we can come and look at it and...
but won't form a view on it.
I might be getting too audity in my old age. I thought saying that we wouldn't be able to form an opinion on it was quite a strong statement.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a difference between a plain language understanding of not being able to form a view and it just not being appropriate, but yeah, I take your point. Was the ABC's lack of a properly enforced social media policy an issue in this instance?
One of the things that we identify in the letter that I sent to Senator Abetz was that, sorry, I'll just find it, the events identified weaknesses and potential areas of risk within the ABC's framework and practice around the use of social media by employees, including its implementation of management practices. From what we've seen, management has identified that they have issues in that area and have been working to deal with it, and that's set out in the letter as well, some of the actions that they've undertaken and they've said to us that they're undertaking.
Are you familiar with evidence that Mr Anderson's given to another estimates committee only a few months ago, where he asserted repeatedly and under very extensive questioning that ABC journalists' social media accounts, including their Twitter accounts, are strictly personal? They are not ABC official accounts?
Senator Abetz sent me a letter today, I think, which pointed that out to me.
Does that raise more questions about why the ABC would be paying for legal costs associated with a strictly personal account that is not an official ABC account?
I think it's consistent with the evidence and conversations which we had with them, which stated that they as I've said in the letter to Senator Betts, they're under no express legal obligations to meet these costs.
Because it's difficult for me to understand why, if Mr Anderson's evidence is correct that this was a personal account, why the ABC would be using taxpayers' money, as we've seen, without a framework, documentary evidence and possibly delegated authority to pay the costs caused by a personal account.
The evidence that they've provided to us is set out in the letter, which I assume you've seen. They talk about it being a business decision. They talk about the issues that they considered around issues around vicarious liability, its relationship to another case that was going on, and those matters there. That's what the information they provided to us as to why they made the decision.
Okay, I'm getting the one up from the chair on time, so I'd just be grateful for whatever you can provide on notice about whether or not the Managing Director appropriately exercised his delegated authority and what evidence was provided to the ANAO to demonstrate that.
So I might add a bit there.
Sure.
There was a management decision to provide the funding for the employee. The actual expenditure hadn't happened when we finished our audit work in that area. So while there may have been a cost incurred, it hadn't gone through the system at that stage. So there may be issues around how the delegation works with related to those two separate actions.
So you're saying that after the fact they could clean it up by making a board decision to exonerate it, or?
No, what I'm saying is that delegations relate to entering into an expense and payment.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So if the expense hasn't been incurred yet, the ABC could now make sure that the board ticks off on it, or what other process needs to be done to make sure the delegated authority was exercised, when it may not have been at the point of the decision, which I think for the purposes of taxpayers is the relevant point.
I think there's a commitment that's been made. I was differentiating between the making of the commitment and the making of the payment.
Yes.
Not anything else.
Yeah, but for the purposes of taxpayers, we want to know when the decision was made, was the person who made the decision entitled to make the decision?
Yeah, that's the commitment side of things.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, how you going? I just want to touch on something. I do want to go to Leppington, but I just want to touch on the car park issue. I noticed that Anthony Albanese in the last election put out a press release that thanked Annika Wells and Wayne Swan, who was at the time the current member for Lilly, and he basically said that we identified this station with Queensland, with Annika's lobbying as one of the absolute priorities right here in Queensland. And so I'm curious to know, is it wrong for Labor politicians to lobby for car parks as well as coalition members?
We've made no comment on positive or negative with respect to the processes that have been spoken about today. Our audit was of the department, not of the actions undertaken by the minister. What we sought to do in that section of the audit was describe the process which was around the decision making. The audit was predominantly about the support that the department provided to the minister, which was where all the audit findings were. The audit basically, and the negative findings we had in the audit were that the department, we didn't think, provided appropriate advice to the ministers in making those decisions. In that respect, it didn't go to criticise the decisions or the processes around it. As I said, it was an audit of the department, and the issues we identified were around how the department carried out its functions.
Well, it seems to me, though, at the stage that Annika Wells at that stage wasn't a sitting member, so I don't know how she would have got departmental advice either. Clearly, she's just, used her local knowledge, and, I could do the same, because we all know heaps of car parks that, get overflowing by 6:30 in the morning. It's not rocket science. I'm just curious to know why the coalition has been smashed over this when clearly Labor were doing the same thing.
As I said, the audit report the criticisms in the audit report of the department go to how effectively they briefed the minister on the projects that were being considered, and how effectively they set up and advised the minister on the establishment of the program. We haven't made any commentary in the audit report as to one way or another on the decisions that were made by the minister,
Right.
because we have no findings on there that they were inconsistent with the
Thank
framework.
You. So I'll move on to Leppington. I've got an expert town planning opinion concerning the acquisition of Leppington Triangle here. It was done by a town planner which has 25 years experience in town planning in Western Sydney. And his conclusion on page 25 of the report, was to say it was an error of fact to say that the Leppington Triangle was located within the agricultural and agribusiness precinct. Rather, it adjoined that precinct. Now, given that, this guy's the expert, why was it that the Auditor General's Office misplaced the land in the agricultural precinct and not the airport precinct? Because this goes, to be honest, this doesn't really matter, because regardless of the zoning, you were supposed to use, if you used accounting standard AASB 13 that said you should value it at best use, or one of the valuation standards that says you have to value it, the potential of the land, either way, you would have had to take the maximum price, and you didn't. You used 9 valuations, 8 of which you assumed was agricultural, which had the lowest value of the land possible, even though it was never going to be used in the future as agricultural land.
Senator, we didn't undertake any valuations, as you're aware.
No, but you used them as the basis for your findings.
We used them as in the audit evidence with respect to the actions of the department undertook. I don't think we've seen the document that you're referring to. If you give us the document, we're quite happy to look at it and consider it.
Yep. But regardless, you never used best use, which was what the accounting standards and evaluation standards, clearly set out. Anyone that knows anything about valuations, buying things.
The valuation of the land in the accounts of the department were undertaken. I think there was 2 valuations undertaken for the department to value its land, which it holds on its books, which were done by professional firms. I assume they used the accounting standards to do that.
Well, they didn't. Anyway, I'll move on to the next question. In 1996, the Keating government valued the Leppington Triangle land they'd acquired for around $30 million in their accounting records, in their financial statements, despite the fact that they'd paid $130 million for the land. Now, I would have thought that given that, this same land was still in the books, you would have recognised what had been done previously and mentioned that when you made your report, and you made no mention of that whatsoever.
Senator, we didn't audit that transaction. We audited the July 2018 purchase of the Leppington Triangle land. As the Auditor General says, it's valued in the books currently under the accounting standards at just over $3 million, and the price paid by the Commonwealth for that same land in that same financial year was...
And there was a precedent set 25 years ago for a much greater value for exactly the same type of land in the same area for the Western Sydney Airport, and yet you failed to acknowledge that at all.
Senator, I'm telling you we didn't audit that transaction, and there was no reference to that transaction in any...
Well, I know there was no reference, but it's interesting because when the independent review was done...
Can I just finish my answer, please?
Yeah.
There was no reference to that transaction as being relevant prior precedent for the department in any of the work it did in relation to the purchase of the Leppington Triangle land in July 2018.
Yeah, so clearly it didn't look that hard. Now, you also said that there was no cost-benefit analysis done, and there was a joint study done by the federal and state government earlier in 2012, I think it was, that said the benefits to building the Western Sydney Airport would add an additional $34 billion in GDP and create up to 70,000 jobs. Why did you fail to mention that prior joint study?
Senator, I think you haven't accurately quoted the audit report. There is no statement in the audit report to the effect that you just mentioned. The audit report looks at the benefits that the Department of Infrastructure put forward as a reason why the Leppington Triangle land should be purchased in July 2018 rather than close to when it was needed, and we analysed the extent to which those benefits actually held out to any analysis, And we also examined the fact that the Department of Infrastructure didn't do any work on the cost side of a benefit-cost ratio for that particular
Well,
purchase.
they already knew what the benefits were. They didn't have to justify it, given that a report had already been done. It was a question of acquiring the land. The cost-benefit analysis was done.
Senator,
But given those details,
Senator,
okay, thank you.
The audit,
Can
I answer your proposition? The audit report actually goes through the benefits that the Department of Infrastructure listed at the time for this transaction to proceed, and the things you're mentioning weren't in the benefits that the Department of Infrastructure was mentioning as the reason to purchase this land in July 2018.
Well, how come the independent review could find those benefits and you couldn't?
I don't believe that's the case, Senator.
Well, you didn't go looking, I'd suggest. Anyway, so why is it that the Auditor General's Office won't hand over records of your correspondence with the Department of Infrastructure, given that you criticise the Department of Infrastructure for not keeping records?
Senator, the Audit Office has had a long history of declining to provide audit evidence. That has been going on for a very long time for a number of reasons, and they're largely stem from the extensive information gathering powers that we have as an organisation. And in order to create the reports that we produce, our Act sets out sort of strict requirements on us to maintain and protect the information that we have. We get exempted from FOI in order to make sure that we aren't used as a backdoor to accessing departmental information and other information. We go through a whole pile of processes to ensure that when we publish information, that departments have ample opportunity to consider the information, to challenge it, to have a responsive view with respect to it. Because of all of those arrangements, the office has generally indicated that when asked by parliamentary committees that we don't think it's in the public interest for us to be providing information which we haven't included in audit reports, because we believe it would undermine the trust that we have with the audited entities around the evidence that they have provided to us.
Okay, so thank you. I'll take that as the answer. Given that you got so much wrong in this audit report, the Federal Police found that there was absolutely no evidence of any wrongdoing. We've had 2 staff who've had their homes searched. They've been strip searched. I think there is a public interest here in knowing exactly why you decided to refer this matter to the Federal Police. That has cost them, almost $1 million. They've spent over a year looking at this. You yourself spent $350,000 on this, and you got it completely wrong. So I disagree with you. I think there is a public interest in actually seeing why you thought there was some wrongdoing took place, when in matter of fact there was no wrongdoing at all. Can I get another go later on?
Senator Rennick, we've only got half an hour left and I do need to share the call around with other
Yeah, sure.
senators.
Can I just have... I'm happy to wait, but can I get a couple more questions after the others?
We will see how we go in terms of timing, Senator Rennick. I'm going to give the call to Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, people, for your evidence. Look, I want to follow up on the questions that Senator Ayres was asking about the Urban Congestion Fund and Mr Boyd's evidence in July to the supplementary estimates of RAT. I just basically want some clarification about exactly about the documents that you saw. I mean, you referred in your evidence in July, and you've just referred to it today as well, that there was a list that was, here's what the Urban Congestion Fund $1 billion looks like Australia-wide, here's what it looks like within the state. And you referred in July they had their own maps as to what they would look like. And you said in response to Senator Ayres that there were documents that weren't department documents, they were prepared in the Minister's office. Could you expand on us?
I think if you ask us to draw a visual picture of the contents of the evidence that we didn't include in the report, we're getting to the same issue which I described with to Senator Rennick. Like, we tried to be helpful in adding additional information which is associated with the evidence that we put in the report, which Mr Boyd's done at previous hearings. But there is a point where we have to be very careful about what we say, because if we start sort of reading out the detail of the report and we don't give an opportunity for the owners of the documents to claim...
I understand that, Mr Hare, and I understand your concern about, you're given information and the trust that you have to have that you're not going to hand it over to us. But we've had documents that have been referred to. We've heard now that this list came from Minister Tudge's office. I want to know, and we've also heard there's a tracking sheet and referred to maps. So were there 3 separate documents?
I'll get to directly answering what you're asking, Senator, but can we maybe just start with stepping back a bit? If you go to the audit report, there's a section at paragraph 3.32, and this gets to the issue in terms of project identification, which we're talking about. So there are a set of investment principles which government agreed to by which the Urban Congestion Fund would run. And in summary, they were to be focused on investment on high-value works, smaller scale and co-funded, which is pretty typical in this space. If it's a state and territory project, they put in some money as well. Driven by evidence, important principle, encourage innovation and support wider urban development. And the thing we observe in the audit report is those things you would ordinarily see that then translated into, if you like, a way of then delivering on the program which would give effect to those things. So you would see a build-up of potential candidates through those using those principles through some sort of process. Okay, how do you get candidates to be considered for funding? If you're not going to run an open call for applications, which is we commented in the audit report and we talked about it prior estimates, whereas that was something which the Department of Treasury as a central agency was saying we think that'd be a good idea, but the Department of Infrastructure was saying we don't think that's the way to go about it. So, okay, if we're not going to ask states and territories, councils and others with an interest, stakeholders like there's the car park people, what do you think? How else do you get there? And the way this program was delivered was the way they got there was by looking to certain electorates, and this isn't us interpreting between the lines, this is all of the things we've seen at the various points, be it the tracking sheet was always organised by electorate. The decisions as to who you would ask would be about, it's this member of parliament or someone, if like their proxy for that electorate. So it was driven by that, which is what the Auditor General is saying. So then it becomes a factual thing for us to explain, as we do in the audit report, that what you then see in the distribution of funding reflects who was asked whether they had anything to put on the table rather than some other approach.
But so you've referred to a tracking sheet, we've referred to the list that you just referred to before, and which has been referred to as the to-do list. So they were 2 separate documents.
Yes, so there are various documents at play in terms of, because that's what
I want to get to. You say various documents at play. I mean, as you would know, we've put in an order for production of documents in the Senate, and we have been told that they haven't found any documents that meet, as they have been described. So I just wanted to get, to help the Minister's office sort of find these documents, to provide them to us. If you could be a bit more explicit, would help them. And help us to actually get those documents. So
the tracking sheet is a Word document which is listed by electorate, which is, say, the top 20 or so. And as I was saying earlier, Senator Ayres, it didn't start at 29, it ended at 29.
Yep.
It didn't start at 20, but 20 was at a key point where they were themselves advising internally, saying how we, if you like, it's a to-do list or a key tasks list of how are we going with the canvassing of the people we're canvassing.
So that tracking sheet is what you referred to as the top 20 marginals?
That's what they referred. That's not my description. That's what they referred to it.
But so that's the tracking sheet.
So yes, there's a tracking. They refer to the fact that they were, top 20 marginals is what they're working by. That was at a point in time which was around the September-October period. But as I say, it didn't start there and it didn't end there. And their tracking sheet would grow over time.
So when was the last time that you saw a copy of that? That there was a copy of that tracking sheet?
Senator, I'm starting to get uncomfortable about where we're heading with this for the reasons that I've set out previously. So I'd like to consider those questions on notice if you've got questions in that area, so I can look at them in that context. I'm sorry, but as I said before, I don't think us setting out and describing all the detail of a document, which is...
I don't want the detail. I mean, I want the government to give it to us.
and I hear what you're saying, but I'm uncomfortable that the place we're going to is we're actually describing documents which weren't in the report, and I'd prefer to be able to consider those questions on notice rather than us going through and you trying to drag more detail out in a context where there isn't, the minister can't claim immunity on it and all of that, which I think is an important part of the process that we put in place in giving evidence.
Look, I agree with you, and and we can put in the order for production of documents, and they can claim immunity for it. It's basically we have got evidence from you that such documents exist. The OPD is basically telling us that they don't exist at the moment. So, having heard from Mr. Boyd that this tracking sheet, which is a document that originated in Minister Tudge's office, and where did that go to and from?
I think as I said, I'm uncomfortable with us providing that amount of detail without us being in a position to protect the owners of the document.
The Auditor General's taken the response on notice. Right. Senator Rice, you've been going for about 10 minutes and I don't need to move the call on.
One other question,
okay,
and again going back to the evidence that you gave in July, and Mr. Boyd, I asked that it seems to me that Minister Mackenzie's office was handling, this is related to the sports rorts, was handling the community sports infrastructure projects, and the Prime Minister's office's role was to make sure their wish lists were being funded across multiple grant programs. And in response to that question, again asking about the sports programs, that's a reasonable reflection of what we saw, yes. What I want to ask is in relation to the role of the PMO with regards to the Urban Congestion Fund, was the PMO involved in a similar way as it was to the Community Sports Infrastructure Program?
No, as I was saying earlier, I think this is relevant, but you may not agree. It's a very different type of program. When you're running a competitive applications-based program, what we saw with sports grants, which is in the audit report and we talked about, was that then there's a body of applications on foot, and leaving aside the 5 late applications, but they still were actually applications which defines your population. And so the exercise then was, with more money being applied for than was available, sorting through those, and that's how we're explaining. You had the various versions of spreadsheets going back and forth saying this is what the approved ones may look like, and it changed and back and forth. Very different program here, because the exercise is you're not starting with a population of applications to sift through them. You're saying who will we ask to apply, and then that defines and determines what are the candidates. So, for example, it's not that and I think we've said this before, it's not that every person who responded to the canvassing, every project that they put forward ended up being approved and funded. So it's not a one-for-one in that sense. But if you weren't asked...
You didn't get the... But was the role for determining, who got funded, was there a role, did you see that there was a role for the Prime Minister's office?
That was the Minister's decision.
Because you've got 2 points there. You've got the decision as to which ones, and we set this out in the audit report, which ones get agreed as being, if you like, the population of candidates, which is, as we say, there were 2 key letters there where the portfolio, and this is set out in the audit report, where the portfolio minister wrote and got the Prime Minister's agreement to these being the candidates. But then there's a separate process under the National Land Transport Act where you actually go through a statutory process, which is what the department's now doing, of actually getting proposals from the people that they think will deliver the projects to actually say, here's what we can and can't do for the money you're offering. And as we say in the audit report, most of those, they've been giving money for scoping studies and the like to try and actually flesh out what the proposal may look like. Now, some of those have already not gone any further and have been cancelled, and there's been some replacements. But so there's those 2 approvals. There's a statutory approval, but there's also the approval, okay, well, who is agreed that can be a candidate to actually be even invited to put a project in.
And was there a role for the Prime Minister's office in that?
Yes, as we say in the audit report, the majority of the projects which were accepted as candidates were the subject of 2 letters where the Minister would have to act right and actually ask for agreement that these are the candidates to get funded.
Okay,
But that's not a decision to approve them yet.
Thank you, Senator Rice. Senator Roberts, very quickly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending. Hello, Mr Hare. I'll just give some background and then the questions will be quick.
Very quickly, Senator.
If I can reference the report titled Third Follow-up Audit into the Australian Electoral Commission's Preparation for the Conduct of Federal Elections, that's ANAO Audit number 6, 2015-16. This inquiry was called by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. The terms of reference were a performance audit focusing on the adequacy of the Australian Electoral Commission's implementation of recommendations arising from earlier ANAO audit reports. Your findings were, and I'll quote, no meaningful action had been taken prior to 2013, the election that triggered the audit. In relation to those recommendations directed towards more secure reporting of election night counts on the development of comprehensive performance standards for the conduct of elections. And finally, conclusion number 8, ANAO plans to undertake a follow-up audit following the next federal election to examine adequacy and effectiveness of the AEC's implementation of these 10 recommendations in that report. Did you do that follow-up audit?
We did. We didn't do a follow-up audit, Senator, of exactly that nature. We did a further audit which was focused on particular aspects of procurement, including IT for the scanning system following the next election. But no, we didn't follow up each of those recommendations as was then proposed.
Thank you. Can you confirm that the AEC now has comprehensive performance standards for the conduct of federal elections?
No, Senator, we haven't been in there to conduct a performance audit in this space since that one I mentioned. So no, we don't have current knowledge as to that. No.
I like your quick answers. How would anyone know if they'd done that?
I suspect you'd ask them in estimates.
We've asked them lots of times, and their questions are, their answers are, why didn't you do the follow-up audit? That would have been the 4th follow-up audit on the AEC.
I think what we decided to do was, in the context of what was going on in the office at the time, which was the IT procurement, that was probably a better audit to undertake in the AEC. It's not a huge agency. It's not one we go into every year, so it's about picking the topic. And at that particular time, we thought that was that procurement audit was a better topic to undertake.
Okay. Can you say with confidence that the AEC systems now are fit for purpose?
We haven't been into the entity.
How can people be assured of the integrity of future elections?
I think through the parliamentary processes is the appropriate way for the community to be assured through the oversight the Parliament gives of the office.
I could make a comment. Do you, and not against you, do you have the authority to audit?
Yes. The AEC, yes.
Okay, my last question, Chair. In your submission to the Finance and Public Administration's inquiry into my Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Integrity of Elections Bill 2021, ANAO made this statement, and I'll quote, in accordance with the Auditor-General's mandate under the Auditor-General Act 1997, the Auditor-General is empowered to conduct a review of a particular aspect of the operations of the AEC at any time. ANAO could have conducted a follow-up audit in respect of the AEC's non-compliance with multiple ANAO audits, yet you chose not to. Why?
I think I've answered.
But there were multiple audits.
We were doing...
Multiple follow-up audits, sorry.
We did multiple follow-up audits, and the last audit we did, I made a decision that the...
not follow-up, but specific electronics.
Yeah, that was the reason.
Will you audit the next election?
We haven't considered it.
Worthwhile, Senator, also understanding the first 3 follow-up audits followed what happened in the 2013 election with Senate ballot papers in Western Australia being effectively lost.
That's right.
And whilst there were 3 audits, that audit was conducted, the then Auditor-General received a specific request from the Joint Standing Committee of Electoral Matters for us to do follow-up audit work, looking at an earlier audit we did of the 2007 election as to whether those recommendations have been implemented. The only reason there were 3 follow-up audits was because the Joint Standing Committee of Electoral Matters wanted particular things looked at very quickly, and so that's why there were 3 performance audits. So we packaged up what are the recommendations we could follow up as a higher priority in a shorter time frame, and then a medium time frame and a longer time frame. So it was basically, by 3 audits, it was really packaging out the follow-up of that earlier audit report to meet a request of the Parliament. So,
So as Mr Hare said, it's a matter of looking at what the follow-up is in context of what's going on. Yes. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Thank you very much. We thank the Audit Office for...
Sorry, can I just indicate
yes.
that I did write to you, Mr Hare, with some... and thank you in anticipation of you having brought, I imagine, some material to deal with Audit Report 37 in 2019-20, which was about a Home Affairs decision to award a contract that's now worth $1.6 billion to a company that had no staff, generated no revenue and had no assets without a competitive tender. It is a very substantial line of questioning. I don't intend to try and traverse any of that tonight, but I just wanted to indicate, firstly, sorry we didn't get to deal with it. Secondly, that I will put some detailed questions to you on notice, and I would appreciate, given we're not dealing with it in the open hearing, if you could provide some detailed answers to those questions. If that's, just wanted to indicate that at this stage, Chair. Thanks, Mr Hare.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Thank you to the Audit Office for appearing today, and I'll now call the representatives from the Digital Transformation Agency to the table. I welcome on video conference Mr Chris Fechner, Chief Executive Officer of the Digital Transformation Agency, and other officers. Mr Fechner, in the interest of time, I'll ask that if you do have an opening statement that you table it with the committee rather than read it out loud.
G'day.
Mr Fechner, can you hear us? I think you might be on mute, Mr Fechner.
I don't think he's talking to us. I think he's chatting. Jono can hear us.
I can hear you.
Great.
We don't want to hear from you. We want to hear from this other guy.
We seem to be having some tech issues.
Can we hear Senator Smith? Is she...
Senator Smith? Yes, I briefly heard Senator Smith.
Wonderful.
Yep. Hey.
It's definitely on his end if the others are working.
He's shaking his head at us, which does not bode well.
Can you hear us? Can you wave?
You reckon if anybody, the DTA would have the technology sorted out?
I think it's a Parliament House technology.
Hospital.
In the interest of time, we can start taking questions.
Yes, let's
I think that would be very helpful.
I know we don't have very long.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start with some questions about the COVID Safe app. What has the COVID Safe app cost so far, and what are the hosting and other ongoing costs of the app?
Senator Jonathan Thorpe, Digital Transformation Agency General Manager. The contract that has been spent on COVID Safe to this point, as at 4th of October 2021, when we handed the product over to the Department of Health consistent with the machinery government change, is $9,193,129.95, including GST.
Okay, and can you split the hosting versus the ongoing cost of the app?
Yes, we can set it up. So the hosting costs relate to the use of Amazon Web Services, and the spend to date prior to the handover of the COVID Safe product to the Department of Health is $2,772,282.40, including GST.
And so the remainder of that $9 million then are the ongoing costs of the app, is that correct?
The remainder of those costs relate to a series of capabilities that have been used from the market, ranging from the use of strategy services, development services, also legal services. That's the cost that's been spent to date on COVID Safe prior to the handover of COVID Safe to Department of Health.
Okay, so not included in that figure, are there any additional ongoing costs in addition to the hosting and those figures that you mentioned?
Senator, there's no further costs associated with the use of COVID Safe with the DTA, as it's been handed over to Department of Health on the 4th of October.
Okay, and can you tell me what were DTA's in-house labour costs in relation to the app?
So, Senator, I may need to take that question on notice, but we can provide that information.
Okay, thank you. Is there an update on the number of unique detections by the app across the nation? It's gone up from 17.
Senator, again, we've handed that COVID Safe app over to Department of Health, so any further updates related to its use would need to be referred to Department of Health.
So you're not able to answer any questions on the COVID Safe app, is that what you're saying? No.
No further statistics, Senator, because we're not capturing them anymore as it's been handed over to Department of Health.
Okay, well, can you tell me up until October 4 if there were any further unique detections on it? Where was that 17 figure from?
Excuse me, Senator, what was that question again?
So the last figure I had on the number of unique detections of the app was 17. So can you give me any data you have up until the 4th of October then on any further unique detections?
So, Senator, we've recorded more than 37,500 potential encounters. We've also presented 2,825 unique close contacts, and we've also been able to identify through the New South Wales reporting of information 570 close contacts.
Okay, but in terms of unique detections, I understand that was 17.
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. We don't have an updated stat on that.
Senator, you'd have to get those statistics from Health. We've reported a number of times that the data Mr Thorpe just provided, we've provided a number of times. The Health Department has more precise figures. You'd need to talk to them about unique encounters. We've got the number that the app produced.
Yeah, so but wasn't it your responsibility up until the 4th of October? So can you not give me those figures?
So it was the DTA's responsibility to operate the app and run the app. But in terms of reporting and statistics, they were coming through the Health Department and through the states and territories. So we were really constrained, as we've given evidence before, we were really constrained in what we could report on the app. The privacy controls that were built around it were very strong. The legislation that enabled the use of the app was very strong and really limited our ability to collect and report on the app. To collect data on the app and report on it. The Health Department does have data though that they've worked with the states and territories and their contact tracers on and can absolutely provide you more data on that.
Okay. Are there any plans to change or vary the app?
So, Senator, as I've mentioned before, we've transferred the responsibility of the operations of COVID Safe to the Department of Health. So any further decisions relating to changes to the app, again, would need to be referred to Department of Health.
Okay, well, until October 4, when you handed it over, were there any plans underfoot to change or vary the app? Was that ever considered?
There were no plans, Senator.
Okay, so no plans were discussed or costed?
No, Senator.
Okay. How many Australians up to October 4 had downloaded the app?
Senator, the stats that we recorded up until the handover was over 7.7 million registrations for COVID Safe.
Okay. And how many had downloaded the app and then deleted it?
Senator, I'll have to take that question on notice.
You don't have that figure in front of you?
I don't have that available, but we'll be able to supply that on notice.
Okay, I would have thought you'd have that, given it's sort of pretty critical to telling whether the app was in use in sufficient numbers to be of any use. Are you sure that's not in your brief?
We'll see if we can provide it in the last few minutes, Senator, but we'll absolutely be able to provide that very quickly on notice.
Okay. How many Australians downloaded the app, but for whatever reason it may be lying dormant and not being used? So, for instance, they haven't signed in or they have connectivity issues. Do you have that figure in front of you?
So, Senator, unique registrations, connections, we haven't been reporting on. That as part of that privacy controls that we've been really limited on. We haven't reported on that at all. And consistently we've provided advice to committees that we can't report on that data. It relates to the privacy of the collection, so we haven't been able to report on that. In the same way, we haven't been able to report across jurisdictions which people in which jurisdictions have downloaded the app. We haven't reported on those things. We've just had the macro overall number of registrations is the only number we've been reporting on.
Oh, so excuse me, I haven't been in those committees, but that doesn't really make sense to me. This is not identifying data or anything like that. It's sort of
it's the controls that were put on the app that we were very limited with the passage of the privacy controls and the legislation in terms of what we could report. Health have been able to report more because they've engaged with the states and territories and contact tracers who have provided them permission to provide some more data, and hence Health have the data and can provide that for you.
Okay, but on the question previous, your colleague said he'd take that on notice. So could you take the question I've just asked on notice and see if you can answer that for me, even in consultation with your colleagues? That would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Of course.
Okay.
Excuse me, Senator, it's Chris Beckman here. I just wanted to say that we have sorted out the technical issues associated with this, and I'm happy to take any questions now as well, so apologies.
Oh, so you are here, Mr. Fechner?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Mr. Fechner, you were announced as the new CEO of DTA on 29 September, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Did you know you're not yet listed on the website? They haven't updated that for you?
So at the moment, the DTA is actually going through a revamp of the website in relation to our current branding. There has been some limited changes we've put through, but unfortunately that change has not been made yet, but it will be happening very soon, along with many of the other changes associated with our new mandate.
Right, it's been almost a month, so...
Senator, just as a correction, this is my 10th day in the job, so it is probably still Mr. Peter Alexander was acting Chief Executive up until I started on the 13th.
Okay, can I confirm the Minister responsible for overseeing DTA is the Minister for Employment, Workforce Skills, Small and Family Business, Mr. Stuart Robert, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. But I understand that Services Australia is taking the lead on the development and rollout of COVID-19 vaccination certificates?
For the delivery of that, the DTA is providing some policy and strategy advice along with the deployment of the COVID certificates.
But you're not the primary agency on vaccination certificates, is that correct?
So, Senator, yes, that is correct. Our new mandate is not to do digital service delivery. Our mandate now specifically looks at strategy, policy, contestability, assurance and procurement, and supporting those large delivery agencies in the delivery of new government services.
Okay, do you have any other functions involved in this project?
As I said, Senator, we provide assurance and advice and support with coordinating the states and territories.
Okay. And do you work with Services Australia on these functions, or is this something done wholly under DTA?
No, Services Australia is actually doing the delivery of services here, and we work very closely with Services Australia in providing advice and support to them so that they can deliver for all of the Australian government.
So why did DTA move from Services Australia to PMNC?
The DTA has moved into PMNC to better reflect its position around providing strategic advice, policy advice, contestability assurance and procurement. In previous incarnations, it was more of a digital delivery agency. This is not our purpose, so it's more effective for us to be aligned with central agencies than it is for delivery agencies.
Senator Smith, it is after 11 p.m. when we were due to adjourn. So if you can wrap it up here, that would be greatly appreciated because it is getting quite late.
I know, I've been waiting patiently on the other end of the line for hours. I'll do a few
Taking
more.
up with your colleague, Senator Smith, you've had most of the call.
Sorry, what was that?
Accurate reflection of what the last hour has been.
Oh, about the whole day, Tim.
I told
Come on,
you
we'll sit-
it's not I'm not
Take-
sure what happened after that.
Okay.
Just for the record of those in the room, it's impossible to hear the grandstanding over video conference. So if you're trying to make a point to me, it's not falling very well.
Oh, Senator Ayres will be so disappointed he worked so hard on that.
Not sure I was just Senator Ayres actually, but
Oh, but then you
Okay.
did miss it. You definitely did miss it
Okay.
then, Senator Smith.
Order. Senator Smith, if you can wrap it up here, that would be greatly appreciated.
okay. So the questions I'm trying to get to the heart of is so the responsibility for these vaccination certificates. My understanding is that the responsibility for this lies with Services Australia, so that's something you've confirmed, and the portfolio minister for that should be Minister Reynolds, yet Minister Roberts is taking charge. So it just seems strange to me that responsibility for vaccination certificates is followed Minister Roberts. Can you expand or shed light on that issue at all for us, or you, Minister?
So, Senator, it's not appropriate for me as a public servant to make determinations on government, the way government organises itself.
Okay, Senator Duniam, can you shed light on that, please?
Look, I'm not familiar with the determinations that have been made around who is doing what, but I'm happy to take them on notice for you and provide whatever detail I can.
Yeah, look, I'd appreciate that. I'm just trying to get a sense of whether it was, Minister Roberts' sensational and stellar record on digital projects, which meant he got responsibility, or if there was another reason, because it doesn't just really seem to line up.
Oh, well, notwithstanding the editorialising, I'll take it on notice and we'll get some facts.
Genuine question, Senator Duniam, but thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. That concludes the committee's examinations of agencies for today. Thank you for Digital Transformation Agency for coming along. The committee will resume tomorrow to examine the finance portfolio. I would like to thank the ministers and officers who have given evidence to the committee today. I would also like to thank Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. I now declare this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee adjourned. Thank you.